to Curiosum. We're about to get the opening thing
today,
too.
one of which we are having a lesson with Vici, one lesson with Chibi when she gets here. I don't know where the lesbian's gone. I love her, but she's gone.
We can make our lives make up for it.
I see. The other lesbian's here.
Sorry, went to get. Sorry, went to get milk.
It's fine.
And never came back.
Yeah, checks out. So besides that, we don't have any major plans outside of Sayori's test for Stone, which will be probably later in the session with the people that were called in. If you have a question for DMs, you wait over there. You're not a special event, you just returned. Fuck you.
No, I'm part of that fight.
Thing. Fair enough. Third thing, which is mostly an out-of-character thing, I asked this of you, you can either DM him or put it in the cast chat, I don't care. It is Nate the Great's birthday. Give him a happy bappy. He plays him arms.
Woo!
Happy
Fourth!
When he gets here.
He's not even here.
He only gets one. Fuck.
What's going on to my
streaming, so we can all scream it on stream and then send him the clip.
Yeah!
Yeah, there you go.
You're right.
Yeah, so your mightiest happy bappy, and then we'll be setting up. You guys can set up your shit, movements, and then we're starting, count to 5, and you'll be starting. Ida, yes, before we do the shit thing.
For the funny Stone thing, do you want us to show each other's abilities before that, or have us in character summarize what might happen?
We may do that. I need to see how Chibi wants to run that, because I have no jurisdiction on it. That is the Chibi thing. I need to ask what he wants to do.
No worries. Luckily, we kind of know what everyone does, but it's good to reiterate.
It'd be preferred, yeah, but I'm gonna check with her. So, I'm going to count to 3, say you're happy, Bappy, and you guys can go in. Are we all ready? Fuck, I'm dying.
Yes.
Stop dying.
Wait.
3,
Which
2,
camera?
1.
Ida.
Oh, shit, fuck.
Happy Bappy!
Fourth! Woohoo! Yay! Let's go!
You guys can all start getting in. I am the only DM on call today, so please be patient with me. I'm the only DM on call, so do be patient with me. And unless you have questions for staff, head on into everybody.
I'm never going to be patient with you, Steve. Never.
That's my call. Truly what King did.
Alright.
You were posing for it?
There you go.
They're sweet.
I guess when Todd gets in here, we can probably just get in character.
Alright, back into this character now.
Also, just to keep note, I am streaming. So just in case. No, like in case you have any spoilers you accidentally reveal or some shit like that. Other people you can do have the access to watch this.
I have made that same mistake myself so many times.
Oh, hi. Okay.
Wait, do you actually see me?
No, I just saw your name tag.
You mean you think my invis was broke for a second, dog?
No, he's just putting his legs on and we're gonna get in character.
Shut up! You're fucking soggy, Flitz.
Alright, I'm gonna lay like.
I want to set up my stream and then I'll come in, like,
Oh yeah.
on invis.
I'm gonna lay like a freak. There we go. Should we just start like talking in character?
Yeah, probably, you fucking nut.
We can tell. Yeah, we can hear your asses.
Out of our walls.
I'm in your walls, I'm in your walls.
He's always in your walls.
Fuck off! Die!
Hey, man. Hey, what's up? No.
We are always in your walls.
Alright, let's actually
I can be
fucking
in your
get
walls
character.
too. I'll be in your nightmares. Fuck you.
I'll be in your clothes. What now, bitch?
Let's
Hold
diagnose
on.
you
Do
with
you
no
see
ass
this?
having.
Do you see this? Do you see it?
Yeah, we... Yeah.
I hope you can see this because I'm doing it as hard as I can.
Oh, no, there's a bit of a gap between us. Hey, how's it going? I see
Hmm.
you.
Yeah, there's a gap. Not big enough gap.
Let's get a character, fuckers.
Sluts?
Okay.
This is a window. Why is it a fucking cube?
You never.
Why is the painting the same color as the, like, why is the frame the same color as the painting? Nephew? Beol drew this. I'm not nice to fucking eat my entire ass. I can't carry disease. And you are one.
Good morning.
Your mother.
Good morning.
What are you, 5?
It has been with
What
you.
are you doing with that?
Oh. Preparing.
Hmm.
There is a match today we are supposed to do.
A match?
Blitz asked me to
So
help.
people are supposed to be fighting.
It is apparently a training or a test for Stone, for his leadership skills.
I have heard of that. Heard being the key word. I don't know much about it. I know I'm not fighting though, so there's no need to worry about that.
It...
Nothing should be too disruptive. I think everybody is more than patient enough. From my perspective, at least.
Patient. About what?
Are you being serious?
Everything. Usually, frustrated combatants tend to get a lot more explosive.
At least from what I can tell, the people that were chosen are good enough at providing a challenge to Stone without going over the top.
That would be a good idea. I'm hoping it can be provided for him. He deserves it, to be honest.
I believe so as well. He was the very first one of Yanshi who I had a good experience with.
I see. He has done a lot, in my opinion.
Actually, might I ask a favor, perhaps?
What is the favor?
I have been asking various people whether I can perhaps draw some of their mana for the upcoming match. Is there a way to do so without harming you, and would you be willing? Sheesh.
I know there's another lesson for them
Mm.
today.
Sheesh.
I don't exactly remember what they're going to be going over, but I'm sure.
I hate the flux so much.
It is very troublesome.
Yes. I arrived only a moment ago.
Mm.
To summarize, since I signed you up for something fun, Stone wants to join the leadership, so he's basically making a team. The team is him, Bale, Aura, and Gio. Basically, he specifically only picked people who won the tournament for his golden
Sheesh.
leadership skills. So Ciara gave me a wonderful job of picking a team for him to fight against. So I picked you to go against poor Aura. Since dark in your life, you will fly. Plus,
I agree.
Oh,
I'm in.
over drastic, but
poor Cube.
to bring Valkyrie since we have to go harder than we did on the
Sheesh.
So take that
Sheesh.
Especially because it sounds like you have something you're trying to prove.
It would usually work.
Where's this going to be happening?
They're already having less of a look towards us for being first.
Because they're in a connection. Oh no! You should like sheesh him back into existence.
Can I breathe now? I can, okay.
Which is surprising. I did not know you actually breathed.
No, but we're Calvary. And again, you don't care for
The,
them listen, blah, blah,
it's a figure of speech.
I don't like doing a pointless
Ah.
cat and mouse and making people
It is difficult to tell sometimes with people here.
By the way,
Perhaps turning this way may help.
I did not hear it.
Ah.
It appears a worthy thing may occasionally help with flux issues.
I was asking if it was possible, without breaking my taboo, if you would be willing to donate some mana for the upcoming fight. I'm trying to be prepared.
What would you obtain if I did so? Just raw mana? Would you be able to use my elements?
As far as I can tell, I've not been able to use fusions. I simply can separate it out like a prism, the original elements.
If that, I don't see. But
The flux took your voice again.
I'm fine with it.
I just was not certain whether you can separate your mana from yourself, considering you can already separate your body.
One of my spells involves ripping my body apart and infusing it with mana. I'm sure I'll be able to separate it from myself like I do with my body.
I just wish to be
If
careful.
you wish to have some, I can hand some over.
It would be appreciated. It would also be a manner of at least saying that you are helping out with Stone's test, if you wished.
Of course. Knowing stone is a good thing. How do I give it to you anyway? Is there a ritual? Is there a
It would be...
thing I need to do? Do I just need to like put my hand out and try and force it up my body?
That is taboo. That would be coming directly from your mana pool, which is why I was asking if you have abilities that separate it from your pool into a magical source. I could draw from that, like I do with the staff.
It's magic. Grease spray. I can produce a couple of bolts of grease magically infused to cover.
That would be fine.
I shall do that now. Although I should probably do that near my own bed, not near or.
Yes, she would get very upset.
Yeah, they probably would be. Right. That should be enough. Maybe one day you'll be able to utilize the fusion magic. Who knows?
Perhaps. Thank you.
Maybe. That's more than fine. I truly don't mind. I said before, if you need some of my mana, I'm willing to give some.
Thank you.
Anytime. Seriously, I don't mind.
Have things been going well
You're one
otherwise?
of the few people here who.
Hmm?
Well, I would say you have definitely gained my favor. You're pleasant, which is good. That's how things have been. Hmm.
I do consider you a friend as well.
I see. I'm still learning what that means
Hmm.
at the end of the day, but I know it's a good thing.
I would like to think so.
Well, that's how things have been for me at least.
Hmm.
People have been trying to teach me how to fight. Like actually fight and not just grab somebody and blow them up into smithereens.
That is certainly one of the purposes of this academy. Learning how to properly control.
The only thing is, I don't know if learning non-lethal combat would be beneficial against cultists.
Hmm. It can be to an extent. It is another way of gaining information.
That makes sense.
Hmm.
I mean, if I need information, surely sharing them inside of my body and paralyzing them seems like a pretty decent opportunity. I could, in theory, keep them hostage forever.
Hmm. I do not know how many would consider that ethical.
What does that mean?
It would. The closest thing I could explain would be they would consider it no better than what the cultists do. The point is to be better.
Oh, really? Not that bad. No, I thought the point was to defeat the enemy. I see, I have been corrected. Thank you, Kokkuri.
In a sense, it is to beat the enemy,
Hmm.
but it is best not to lose the ideals of the group that you are fighting with in the process.
I see. In the past, I've only really learned how to kill. So I suppose this is a good learning experience. Yes, that is it. Learning experience. That is what I'm doing here.
It is an
Learning
academy.
lots of things. Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't actually know what an academy was until last week. I've never heard of one before.
I suppose it is still a new
I
experience.
just thought it meant like a hotel or something. Apparently it's not a hotel. Apparently it's like a hotel, but like, I've been to like half a class so far. I know they happened. I was aware of them.
Due to the fact that they're attempting to make Israel fall from the inside.
Are you going to go to more then?
Power.
Sheesh.
Yeah. How does that fix it? I don't understand.
I do not know. The elders explained it as some sort of ancient ritual.
And it could be that they're,
It does not always work.
as you said, they're a husk. Could be that no deeper
Like this.
An
Sheesh.
ancient.
There we are.
So again, it went. So the elders have a ritual in which you say sheesh, and then it summons people back from the blood.
It is a ritual started by one of the three sages. So generally it tends to work, at least among our kind.
Sounds like quite a wise person.
Mm.
Makes sense.
Technically the three sages are peoples.
Shall we,
Yes.
start looking to see what everyone else is up.
It is good to get food, especially before a match.
I'm going to get some meat. You've missed it. It's been a whole day. What does it even mean by the body of an old teacher is in the basement alongside their lover?
I am uncertain. I believe it is a rumor. A ghost story, possibly. Without the ghost.
Oh, I see. It's haunting is a concept. You know, like just have them under. Like, why would they be underneath? Like that detail is the most concerning part. It's not even that they're dead necessarily.
At least when it comes to spirits, spirits can go anywhere. So if it was a spirit, I suppose they could be. But I have not sensed any further down from the tree.
Well, maybe it is misinformation after all. Who knows?
It is something I am still concerned about. I have at least spoken with professors. They did not hear about it being something specifically sanctioned or a test. They could not confirm or deny, but they do not believe that is the case.
More than likely, then, it is somebody trying to play a practical joke. I've seen those before. Usually, the smaller children play them on people, putting buckets of water above those.
Possibly.
Good then.
Though unfortunately,
This
this sort of
happened.
practical joke can cause harm. Which is why I am concerned.
I mean, that isn't ideal. You know, usually jokes are supposed to be harmless, to my knowledge.
Precisely. Which is why I am unsure whether this should be allowed to continue.
I did read a 700-page book in the library called The Art of Comedy and Learning How to Joke, and that was in there, so, you know.
I will have to look into this. I did not know that people created tomes about comedy.
Indeed, apparently there's an even bigger one called How to Be Funny. Takes like 5 hours to read the entire thing.
That is quite a feat. Do you feel as if it has helped?
Indeed. I'm glad you asked that, Kokkuri. You see, after reading this entire book and every other comedy book in the library for the past week straight, every night, I have concluded one simple thing. The aspect of comedy that once was absent within me is still absent. It didn't help at all. It didn't help. Like, it was a waste of time. I don't even recommend it, to be honest. Like, it was awful.
I see. They do say that comedy is subjective. I suppose that is still the case.
I see. Everyday people like to be funny. Be like a jokester or something.
Good morning, everyone. If anyone who is not in the Grand Hall could please meet us over here, that'd be preferred.
Clearly.
I'll be holding announcements in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Please be quick.
Let's go.
Yes. Good morning.
It was a jump scare.
Good morning.
Now I know what I look like. So,
Good morning.
The floor
It'll be
will
fine.
always escape.
Hi, Kokkuri.
Oh, it did not.
the gutter. 1, 2, 3.
Now that you brought it up, now my mind's going to be. I can't.
Later then.
It's easier said than done.
Sure.
The meat became a bit clear. The meat became a bit clear. Oh.
Whose fault was that for doing that?
What is happening over there?
Good morning,
You're
Europa.
sticking your tongue out.
Hi, Europa.
Good morning.
Okay, but Blat.
Posse's back.
How you doing?
Much better.
Knew I smelled
Wonderful.
Oh,
light.
mostly been training.
Good morning, everyone. If you cannot hear me, please come forward. We're just going to make this quick to get on through your day. You'll be having 2 lessons today. One will be done by Professor Fontaine. He'll be doing another races class. He will be explaining that when it is his time. The secondary class will be held by Miss Sayori. She will be hosting a class on oraclemancy. I believe primarily astrology. She can correct me. Virtues will not be here until Monday alongside Professor Alphonse. So if you have any questions about Vanguard, please go to Professor Cerise. She'll be here as the professor for Vanguard for the week. Besides that, I believe Ironwood is not due for today. So if you have any Valkyrie questions, go to the professors or have them contact me. I'm happy to help you until he gets back. Without further ado, nevertheless, I will pass it over to Fontaine and Sayori to explain their classes. It'll be first with Fontaine, so help yourself.
I'm checking everything really quick.
To keep things brief, for those who were not here last week, I did cover at least 4 of the races, those being, if I recall correctly, it was, yes, slimes, angels, doppelgangers, and blossom heifers. For those who possibly wish to learn about those from last week, then you of course can see me after Miss Sayori's lesson, and after my lessons have concluded for today. However, for today, I'll be going over another 4 races for the Vandiles, that being vampires, gargoyles, merfolk, and giants today. So for any of you who wish to learn more about any of these specific races, then you of course may see me in the classroom, and about I want to say 10 to 15 minutes after announcements are done, then I will be starting my lesson there.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be hosting a lesson after Mr. Fontaine's class on oraclemancy and astrology. I will actually be doing the class in the ritual room after Fontaine's class. And that's it for me.
Exactly here, what room? Ritual room.
Alright, and with that, in about 10 to 15 minutes, I'll be starting my next lesson on races in the Vandiles. Other than that, announcements are concluded for the day.
Okay.
I did not know they would explain things about oraclemancy. Oh.
Well, I'm sure she'll explain a bit at the ritual room.
I am uncertain what I would... It is more that I know about it already. My mother is a seer.
Is there morning sparring?
Ah, okay.
Oh, I was just not expecting it to be put in the form of a class in a place such as this. Oh.
In place like this, and everything that could be useful is probably taught here, so.
I suppose that is true.
Uses.
I should not be surprised, but yet I am. Oh.
Community has its uses, so anything that's useful is taught here, especially how vast the land is. Yeah.
Oh, okay, he's being carried, okay.
Kokkuri, you doing well?
Nothing now.
Yes, I am doing better. It was simply the matter of the mana vein research. Oh.
Yeah. You look nearly drained in a torch.
It was mostly that the entirety of my body felt like a wet udon noodle.
Yeah.
It was unpleasant.
About 10 minutes.
Are you doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Bit sore, just sore for training, but we're focusing on the meditation stuff as well.
That is good to hear. Hopefully it's helping you.
Huh? Should we read that?
Hopefully it is helping you.
It is, especially with some things here and there I've been learning, but it helps out.
That is good to hear.
Yeah.
Have you already read some of it?
I was there for
No.
Not the ones that were posted this week, but the last few weeks I did.
No, I must probably have to
Do
my
any
stretch.
more projects with the artifacts, or no?
I've simply been continuing on what I've been doing since the beginning. It is a ongoing process. It will most probably take a long time. I do not actually know how much mana that artifact has stored within it. And I have to go in increments. Oh.
You need anything? Actually, I'll try to give some assistance.
I do appreciate it. The only issue I currently have is that I can only draw so much before the artifact attempts to pull back my mana to it. So I have to remove myself.
Ah.
Therefore, it takes a much longer time. Oh.
You know, I know exactly if I can make something to try to help against that, but I know it'd be very difficult since it's trying to counter something pulling yours.
Indeed. I suppose it is a battle of attrition between me and it. Oh. Luckily, I'm used to such a thing. I have always fought battles of attrition.
Yeah, it is good, but if I can find something to help your attrition on your side, I'll be grateful, but...
It is appreciated. If you can think of anything, do let me know.
Arlo is currently the Valkyrie representative because David got taken off the council and Winter is still represented.
Yeah, I need to talk to you now, but that's a whole other story.
Gwyneth is on leave at the moment. They have something.
Exactly, our bird professor.
Oh, I see.
We're figuring that out within the council.
Gosh, you give out something to help against the pulling back, because if it's trying to pull your mana, you could exactly have something that can help against anything like the lanterns we found before that pulled in mana as well.
For now, I'm gonna disappear.
Yes, I'm well aware of those.
Got expelled, correct? I'm not misremembering.
He is expelled, but he does have a chance to return thanks to.
I'm not gonna continue on you here and get to what you're doing.
We can find time to speak of it later then. I am going to go to at least the first class.
Yeah.
I may peek into Sayuri Sensei's. I am somewhat curious whether they explain things like my mother does. Oh.
Yeah, even I go to meditate class, even though I basically know exactly what's there.
The classes have been interesting so far. Otherwise, I am in need of preparing for a match today.
That'll be a small one.
Oh, or I suppose a test.
Ooh,
I do have to balance your schoolwork and
yeah,
everything.
again too.
I understand.
Mm.
Take your time. It'll take me. I'll get you the
The
material.
professor is attempting to test Stone for a leadership role. So they asked a few of us to participate. Oh.
Yeah, extra assignment, got it.
Hmm.
And I'm not picky about the design.
I'm glad to at least have a match where I do not have to go on the offensive immediately. Or can at least use my normal style to an extent. At least I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh.
I need to catch on.
I gotta try that.
Yeah, actually, that's funny enough. Now I need to speak to Valentina on an idea, but maybe for later.
I'm blind.
Indeed.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Well, I think class is about to start soon, so.
Yes, I will throw this away.
Yes, that'll be fine.
After class,
Hopefully it'll be, yeah. Hopefully it'll be before I end up having to go lay down.
Why is their meat stuck into the wall?
Hands made of like vines and stuff, so that I can have like an extra hair pin to like pick.
Do you work now? Oh. Maybe here. No, it is extremely difficult today. Forgive me. Pouch. I was doing that just to hopefully fix my play space if it was being weird. I should probably get in the back into the middle of it. There we go.
I gave him specific orders of what he is allowed to and what he is not allowed to do when it comes to training with
I do nullify most of the fails.
Mal talked me down. Class, I'm gonna go to the classroom.
Figure that around with me, Kokkuri, to keep it off Wilhelm. And I've already been told by Winter that I can be quite cruel to Gio. Well, Kokkuri, we're talking about today's fights.
I see.
I was talking to Aura on it since she doesn't get to give instructions. Yes.
The smaller areas mean my more destructive abilities cannot be used. Nor would I want
Oh,
to
we
use
already
them
know the
against-
battlefield. It's the forest. Due to the request of it not being a small stage. They already decided the forest
Greetings.
outside of the tournament fight area would be good. Which
It's good.
is good and bad.
At least home terrain.
Ernest has his way to not shoot us. You have your way, hopefully not to shoot your
I've heard him
allies.
asking about it already. The forest will be reinforced so you guys do not do any damage.
That is the other issue of not damaging
Oh,
woods.
principal.
But
Oh no. I wanted to ask a quick question. I believe Kokkuri might have beaten me to it. Have you seen what has been in the lobby of our dorm rooms?
I don't really go into the dorm rooms often, no, and I just got back after being gone for 2.5 weeks.
Are you not aware of the box that...
I also did update Ernest on the talks with the Dreamweaver to see if he can keep an eye on things
No.
too and see what he finds.
As I said, I just got back.
Mainly we're
Oh, no.
theorizing how
Whatever
the
students
boss
do
is
is what
attacking the ships.
students do, unless they're requested
Three or two
by staff,
theories
but
thus far.
I just got back,
Another
so...
idea is attempting to use bait on them
I
since
see.
Small warning then. It is.
she seems to not be the one to expect such a thing.
I understand the
Could it
intention
be
that the
later
person
down
might
the
have been
line
wanting,
you're
but
ready
the
to
students
attack
are
her?
using it more
Something I'd rather
Like I
not
said,
wait
maliciously.
It does seem that part of the intent was
Discretionary.
malice,
Mm.
given what was spoken at the beginning about hot
Yes.
takes. I am told those can be somewhat
It openly
malicious.
invites
I don't know the exact details
conflict.
of the progression.
Hello.
but
Something that I
I'm
know
aware.
you expressed
Things
that you
are
didn't want in your school.
Yes.
Mm.
I had been concerned that such a thing was meant to be a test for us given what you spoke to about.
Aware of, so when we find certain things, we know it is
Hmm.
related.
But if it is not sanctioned by the staff, there is concern.
Context is everything.
Apologies, I'm hearing somebody's at my room. My sending stone is buzzing. Nevertheless, my rules for this school are rather simple. This school is the ultimate neutrality.
Apologize for it, but it's
What rank you are, what you are, that holds no weight to me.
Yeah, let's see if I can actually.
You're all
pull
still the same
arrows
to
or
me.
not.
Now,
Considering it
I
stings
can
a
look
bit,
into it. As I said, I just got back after being gone for 2.5 weeks, so I was in Mithins. It was rather difficult to get a meeting with their ruler. I'll look into it, see if it is out of malice. However,
How it goes after class.
if there is malicious intent, then it will be handled.
That is
I said
appreciated.
I had no clue about it.
I was simply concerned given
is
the
why
first
I
thing you
wanted
told us when we got here was to avoid infighting, and I was worried that some things that had been delivered to it could cause such things.
Over there, so.
Of course.
Yes.
I encourage communication, but malice is another. But I also know some people need to be angry
more
first
like
to
a
get it out of the
gossip board.
system.
He
But
did say to me that.
This is true.
Contact.
Which is
I'll look into
why
it.
I'm worried. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Headmistress.
Of course, if you have any other questions, just let myself know. I hear flapping at my front of my door. I must get going.
Of course.
Ciao, ciao. If any of you need me, let me know. Happy to be of help.
Thank you.
Of course. It seems like a lot of our questions were answered just then.
Yes. I had at least an understanding somewhat, speaking to other professors before, but it is good to know directly from the headmistress.
Yes.
Apparently the Cupid box was not a test.
Depending on who is, of course, the one leading, but.
And knows maybe next time you.
Board says, I assume that wasn't the case, but I'm glad it was confirmed.
Actually.
I assumed not as well. It's definitely good to know.
May I watch?
It's still concerning, however.
Of course. Just let me know when it is.
I know.
Are you going to be going to the class?
I assume so.
I would hope so.
Plus, not to
I
mention,
also hope
I'm not going to have a
people,
repeat of earlier.
I have been curious whether to go to the Oraclemancy or not. I know somewhat about it already.
Some kind of barrier around that forest, otherwise.
We'll be fine.
Stray.
As Lord Board says, I might just go and practice, to be honest.
Let's be
They should
honest.
just learn to dodge better. Clearly.
I was going to say, it would be more of a.
I may join you later then, depending if you still are. After the first class, at least.
Things. At least when I'm just focusing on dodging, things hitting me is very unlikely.
Pardon.
Sea enemy?
Sea anemone.
Peter Piper
Is the floor comfortable?
It is. Anemone.
saying anime.
No, decapitation is complete.
What?
No.
What did it say?
Hmm.
Who breathed you into existence? Man. Oh no. Do you have like a reverse thing? Did you say it backwards?
No.
Do I want to know?
No.
Like, there was a
Viviana just disappeared after.
and then she.
No, Viviana tried to say sea anemone and then they disappeared.
Also, hi, Professor Fontaine, I think.
Hmm.
I recognize you
Yeah.
from the festival. You're like skinny now.
Somebody
And
get
I don't mean
back
like
to me
skinny.
immediately.
I mean
I
like
will
you got
fight
skinny.
the gods.
That's cool.
Yes.
Uh,
It's also good to see.
I suppose this view does not work as well when I'm not as tall as you.
That was unfortunate.
I catch fire a lot, but I've been expelling it a lot better now. I found out that I can like concentrate little laser beams from my fingertips and then expel them safely
I
into
thought
the
they were
air.
saying anime.
It's
I'm
better
like,
than
why would you be an enemy of the sea?
No. This is really the only place I can be in this place without making it a
I've burnt down exactly no other towns yet,
challenge for
which
people
is
to see
progress.
over me, I suppose.
That's good, as long as we keep.
Hmm.
As long as we keep
That
that
is unfortunate.
solid 0, then we're good.
They would probably be able to make you a larger chair.
Continue. I hope.
Yes.
Should.
It's alright.
Hmm.
I mean, you can only wish for so much when you're a walking fireball.
Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright.
Once two more might be showing up.
Yes. Alright then. Give me just a moment and I'm going to at least utilize something from Virtue's office to at least send a message out to everyone. Luckily enough, it'll make things easier for me.
Where did Rupert go?
I wonder if the professors have like shared
Oh,
keys
look
for
at
all
that.
of
Classes had a much larger absence.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah.
Hi.
Did you win?
What did
I
almost did the first round. I'm fine.
Oh no. Let me give you a nice
Not yet.
I'm simply interested to see how it's disgusted by people.
Is this another one of the professors? Why are they so small?
I don't know what happened.
It's familiar.
Oh, it's a familiar. Hi. Oh wait, no, you're like bluish. That might mean you're icy. I don't want to touch you. I tried copying your music and putting it into a room.
Come here.
That's how that works, right?
Come here. Come here, little
I
familiar.
don't want to melt anybody else who've been doing
Were you
that too
given
much
notes as to last
I don't
week's
think that works that way.
mention of your kind Irenaeus?
Isn't that the noise you're supposed to make?
Yes.
Attention students, the lesson on races in the Vandiles will be starting momentarily.
Wow, God, sounds
Thank you,
like
Professor.
Professor Fontaine.
You reminded me. I need to talk to Sayori about being a familiar.
Okay.
What was that word you were saying?
I'll see you
Oh
then.
no. What?
What was that?
I'm so glad
the
that
word I
Portuguese
can't-
is
It's a type of
Virtue's definitely on the
Plant.
wrong side.
I think.
It's a home, a plant,
Wait,
and a
here, let me
defense
move
book.
over for you. Thank
1,
you.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Mixture of both, though primarily Virtues.
It's a home for fish.
Boys.
One of
Clownfish
such.
specifically.
At least
Oh.
in a way.
I'm really
Yeah,
warm.
for clownfish. It electrocutes or poisons them versus any other fish.
I'm on a good ticket right now of not burning things. No.
You would think.
I have so many questions. Fish can have jobs?
Aside from comments here and there, it did seem as such. At least it seemed as though he was reading off
I technically am a clownfish.
a registered script, then his own interjection. Though again, that is at times.
He's looked through the notes.
That's why I look the way I do.
Viviana's a clownfish.
I'm being chased. I don't want to burn the fox.
Something about something about clownfish. What? They were talking about sea anemones.
Everything will be okay.
Sea anemones.
Calm down.
Thank you.
I'm
Sure about that?
That'll happen to you.
Not gonna even make me.
Why does everything I touch disappear?
I'm unable to see a reason as why he would need to be raised in relation to it.
Yeah, kind of
He seems to have made his
I was going through languages.
He seems content with where he is at the moment and thought to use that as a dispatch.
Thank you, Lance. You knew that Menace wasn't here and I was going to ask you a certain request again.
It's right there. He's sick right now. He caught something and helping his aunt with the bakery. I just claim this table because usually it has a pair of pants underneath that I need.
It's fine.
I don't know.
I like this little fox, you know.
Adorable.
I wanna.
Good try.
Oh, a small creature.
I'm sad I can't switch it though. I'll have to ask you Aura to do it in my stead.
Alright then.
Alright, here comes the fun part. Let's see if this can on my way.
I don't want to shock them, but I don't.
Alright then. Of course, welcome everyone.
If I launch into the air, will you catch me like a football player if you don't? I'm kind of dying for it.
Please, Leviticus, no, we are not tossing you around like football. Or any sort of ball for that matter. I would rather not the students toss each other around. But, regardless.
And it's going to happen anyway, given Sparks.
Good to see all of you here again.
I'm just gonna stand.
Now, as of course I mentioned before I get on with at least the next 4 races that I'll be covering today, for anyone who wasn't here last week, there was Blossom Heifers, Doppelgangers, Angels, and lastly, Slimes. So, for any of you who wish to at least learn about those from last week, you can of course find me after today's lessons. And of course after mine will be Miss Sayori's after about, I want to say 10 to 15 after this lesson ends. But for today, I'll be covering another 4 races for the Vandiles, that being the following. We'll be covering Giants, Merfolk, Vampires, and lastly Gargoyles. Of course, some of them a bit more common, some of them a little bit less common, but as with all things, I make sure to at least give you as much of the broad information that you will at least need when you come across these different races in your travels, whether it be during your time here or even outside the school. Now, because I usually like doing this, let's see, we'll go with Rupert's. Out of the 4 I've listed, Gargoyles, Vampires, Giants, and... oh my goodness, what was the last one? Merfolk. Pick one. Which one would you like to learn about? Oh, an interesting one then. Very good start too. And splendid, because I've already got 2 gargoyles here with me already. So, to make things easier, Mr. Stone, if you could make your way over here to the front. That way, make things a lot more unique.
Yes, sir.
Now, keep in mind when it comes to gargoyles around the Vandiles, they're not always just going to come in they come in various different shapes and sizes, obviously. They're individuals who are created. You'll typically find them either in the Feylands or even in parts of Yanxi. But, of course, gargoyles, not only do they tend to be there more commonly, you will find them in different areas. Because again, as stated, they are individuals, they're a race that is created. Now, when it comes to at least gargoyles, they come in all different types. You can find really ones made of amber, some made out of crystal, even some out of lapis, emerald, you name it, all sorts of different materials. However, when it comes to gargoyles, the thing that gives them, of course, at least their sentience in their life is the core that is within their body. Of course, this core can be located in all sorts of different areas. It can range from, for example, a shoulder, an eye, back of the head, right by the abdomen, you name it. It's all a matter of the creator of said gargoyle in general. Though, while it does also give them life, it does act as a big glaring weakness for a gargoyle, so it is one thing to keep note of, whether it is one that is at least an opponent of yours, or if it is one that is your ally on the field. A damaged core is the one thing you want to make sure you tend to first. Of course, gargoyles are easily tampered with when it comes to the core being cracked. So, while of course it can lead to a gargoyle, having substantial damage, it does not. A cracked core does not necessarily mean that they're going to perish. Of course, in order to fully, return a gargoyle to its statue-like state, it would have to be shattered in its entirety. Yes, Miss Viviana?
Sorry, I had to clear my throat.
Oh. No worries. Along with that, they sadly cannot be healed by natural means. So, for example, anything of the normal triage or any sort of natural medicines, it's not going to work on a gargoyle due to, of course, their body being made of quite literally just stone. Whether it's stones, different types of emeralds, you name it, even something as tough as obsidian, whatever they're made of. So, of course, for example, on, let's say, someone such as Polly, you can use standard healing spells and such on him. You are going to want to use something more akin to mending on a gargoyle such as Stone, or even Mr. Selvin, or even Onyx, two of the other gargoyles that we have here at the school. Along with that, keep in mind that the other detriment when it comes to a gargoyle is their speed. While most gargoyles do have wings to at least aid them with at least being able to travel around in the air, keep in mind their running speed is not always going to be the best. You're not necessarily going to, be losing one in a foot race, so to speak. Keep in mind, though, when it comes to that, though, it does aid in the fact that while they're not necessarily the fastest on land, they do make up for it with their insurmountable strength. Gargoyles are known to be able to carry at least objects that can range from about half their size, about a half a size larger, even twice their size, depending on the gargoyle. Along with that, they act as essentially living disguises. They are able to, as the wording would imply, they're able to blend in very much with their surroundings. Most people tend to view gargoyles, if they're not moving around, as merely just that, a statue. So, for example, if I were to have Mr. Stone at least remain stationary in one area, he can act as essentially blending in, and to those who are unaware of Mr. Stone, he would just simply come off as just a statue with just some clothing and a hat on. And on top of that, no need to even have to make armor for a gargoyle, as they're rather difficult being able to put dents into, being able to withstand a lot of more heavier blows. But, of course, from a wider range of weaponry, of course, not indestructible. Similar to how myself and even individuals such as Mr. Buell who are Starborn were able to take a lot more blunt force damage. So can a gargoyle. Yes, Mr. Leviticus.
How does that work for like their stamina and stuff though? Do they still get winded from fighting too long or running too long or anything like that? Or is that affected?
When it comes to gargoyles, you'd be surprised actually. They don't have to worry about stamina since, again, not really. To be more specific, a gargoyle isn't one that's going to be really tired out in the physical sense, but if they do expel too much of their mana, then of course they are going to end up feeling more exhaustion from that sense. So while, yes, you can certainly rely on someone like Stone to be able to walk long distances without ever at least feeling any need to rest. And if he does end up in combat for a long time or expelling too much of his mana, then he will have to take time in order to at least recover it and let his body at least do the natural form of recovering its mana. As is, while he doesn't have, gargoyles don't typically have the same mana vein structure as anyone else here, the core does act as still a large source for them to at least store their mana in. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I go on to the next section on gargoyles? Alright then. moving on, when it comes to gargoyles, as I stated, you're going to find them mostly in the Feylands and in Yanxi, though you can find them in other areas, though keep in mind, as I said before, it's not going to be as common, mostly because gargoyles don't tend to travel much, if at all, really. They tend to stay with essentially their leader. He typically is either someone that they are assigned to or individuals who have created them. And most gargoyles tend to be rather silent. You don't tend to find ones who are, well, that talkative, which makes Stone more of a unique case as well, since, well, as you already know, Stone is at least quite the social individual. Along with that, there tend to, of course, along with that, gargoyles are more akin to being very overprotective, and when it comes to their assignments, they're very akin to making sure that they get the job done. They, as is usually how they're built, they're ones who want to make sure that whatever task they are given to the end, to its end, no matter what. And sadly, in history, it does lead to some cases of, obviously, gargoyles meeting their end with their cores being destroyed, but it is all in a matter of them doing what they are tasked with, whether it be defending an area or even as much as just a singular individual. Along with that, they tend to also just find, well, at least in Yanxi, more specifically from my experiences, and some other recorded cases, some gargoyles tend to more so take comfort in just being essentially crouched in different decorative areas, more so trying to find places to, in a sense, not only do their job of protecting certain areas or individuals, but they use it as a means of just comfort. It tends to be, at least for most gargoyles, it's, how do I best put this, it's a natural home for them. On top of that, the gargoyles can also have a large variation of personalities. And depending on their personality, they can also be very heavily expressive. You could find ones that are basically on the other end of the spectrum. While most gargoyles aren't going to be necessarily talkative, the ones that you do find, they are going to usually be very heavily expressive. Along with that, gargoyles, keep in mind they are usually much like Starborn in the sense that they learn as they go. Gargoyles are usually ones who, unless they are already given said knowledge on, for example, a certain region or individuals of the like, or any sort of just magic, whatever you may name it, whatever knowledge you give them, that's usually what they'll already have with them. But aside from them, gargoyles are usually ones who are just akin to learning naturally, whether it be from other individuals or just from their surroundings. Now, that covers at least gargoyles. And thank you very much, Mr. Stone. Oh, yes, Leviticus?
You mentioned their mana veins being irregular earlier. Do parts of their body being destroyed throw off their mana flow at all, or?
Sadly, yes.
Healing doesn't work, so.
Yes, when it comes to a core, think of it in the sense of, how do I best put this? Actually, I can use this is perfect because I can actually use Stone for this example. So, keep in mind with Mr. Stone, if you're comfortable, if you want to show individuals where your core is, as an example, up to you.
I consider everybody here my ally, so I don't see why not.
So, for Mr. Stone, his core happens to be in his right eye. Of course, keep in mind that the way that mana cores tend to function is, while most individuals, their mana veins are more evenly distributed around their body, core acts as more of the central focus. So, while you'll see more mana focused in this general area, the further away you get from the core, the less mana focus there will be. Though, of course, the core will always do its best to make sure that everything is at least well contained, to make sure that, of course, the gargoyle is given enough mana to, of course, move every part of its body that it needs to move. And And to go on with your question, obviously, if Mr. Stone were to, example, lose one of his arms, if it gets knocked off, well, yes, you can still use mending. It is, well, at least removed. It is going to be more throwing off his mana central, his general mana flow. While his arm is removed, essentially the core is now having to work to make sure that any mana that would be in the removed arm is now evenly distributed everywhere else. It essentially is always doing its best to make sure that mana is evenly distributed throughout his body at all times. And hence why a core is the most important part for a gargoyle.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Alright then.
It's hard not to toggle a
Does
facial
anyone else have
gesture.
any other questions on gargoyles before I move on? Alright then. Now, that leaves, oh my goodness, these dinosaurs. That leaves vampires, merfolk, and giants. And since you already had already answered your question last, then Mr. Leviticus, I'll let you choose of the three which one we'll move on to next.
Oh, I like to learn about merfolk. Sounds kind of interesting.
Merfolk. All right, we'll go on from there. Merfolk, we actually, to best give an example, we've got actually two here at the school. One being actually Miss Viviana, another one you may know, which is Menace. When it comes to merfolk, they're actually more common in Neptune and, surprisingly enough, in Ontario, as some people may not actually know that. When it comes to merfolk, they're born from the ocean floor, and, well, when it comes to, in terms of the waters, pretty much anywhere is pretty much fair area for a merfolk to live in. They tend to breathe in the water around them, and they harness that in order to basically, well, they utilize not only just the water to recover their mana, but they also have just a more, I guess, what's the word, affinity for it. Using, of course, everything ranging from the tides in order to at least aid them in travel, and along with just having the added benefits of just fins and gills in order to at least help them get around. When it comes to merfolk, they're rumored to also be capable of speaking with other types of aquatic beings, and even akin to how a harpy is able to commune with, for example, the winds. It's rumored that merfolk are able to do so, but just with water. Along with that, most merfolk have adapted the ability to be able to navigate on land. They also utilize this to spread lessons of more so just their culture and such to all different parts of the Vandiles. Along with that, they tend to be fairly curious. They're always they're always trying to learn things, though most people tend to see them as nosy, but I always just view it as curious. There's nothing wrong with wanting to learn things here and there, of course. And though sadly it can come to a detriment, because as with any individual who tends to have high curiosity, when it comes to merfolk, they tend to, as I say before, with any curious individual, they'll sometimes end up wandering or delving into matters that they're even warned not to. Along with that, they are able to at least take advantage of all the different things that the water can at least provide. Things such as being able to swim faster than the average human, along with also being able to float rather easily in the ocean and not having to worry about at least staying afloat, having that, well, natural buoyancy to them. Along with that, when they're injured, their body tends to their blood tends to more fizzle, and as their blood is, mostly just sea foam instead of typical blood. And on top of that, if for example, a merfolk happens to lose a limb, whether it be an arm, leg, anything of the sort, it ends up returning to that of sea foam. Is sadly not something that really is recovered. And sadly, when just killed in general, a merfolk does, just their entire body will return back into sea form in order to, as they word it, reunite with the ocean. As I said before, they are born from the ocean, and thus merfolk are seen to just return to the ocean. Along with that, when it comes to merfolk, they have a rather interesting trait when it comes to them. They're actually capable of adding enchantments onto items such as jewelry, weaponry, armor, or it could even just be another person. It doesn't even have to have anything, for example, like clothing attached to you. They can just enchant you themselves. And along with that, though, moving on to more of the disadvantages, when it comes to the merfolk, a big detriment to them is heat. Of course, being that they are from the ocean themselves, high levels of heat, whether it be fire or just even more dry, arid areas, is more detrimental, as a merfolk does have to at least maintain some bit of moisture on their body in order to at least be able to keep going. Too much can at least lead to fainting or, sadly, even them dying.
I'll admit that despite being, I like lore and stuff like that, this reminds me a lot of college, and it's been a long time since I've been to university. Oh, I'm feeling it.
At least they're brought to at least some form of water source every about 5 hours, but in the heat you want to
I was happy
lower
not
that
to go to
about
school
2.
anymore.
At least a good rule of thumb to keep for
Which I don't
anyone
have to
who,
be here,
if
but
you are on the field working with any
she
other
do.
merfolk.
That would be what you do.
Along with that, merfolk, when it comes to their diet,
There's an expectation of you learn at an academy, so.
So they're capable of not only eating meat such as other fish, or even meat from something like that of a cow or pig, anything of the sort of that. They can also eat plant life as well. So it does at least add more, at least usefulness in regards to if you, for example, are on the field and you need to ration out any sort of food. You don't have to worry about, oh, I need to set aside this for example, the merfolk in the group. It adds a bit more, at least, aid there. Though, sadly, they are going to need more food than the average human, because it helps to at least maintain their strength and also the form that they're in. Along with that, other advantages are more akin to things of being able to see underwater, not having to worry about things such as how lower you get in the ocean floor. Of course, the closer you get to the ocean floor, the less light there is. Merfolk won't have to worry too much about that. To them, seeing in the dark is closer to just being more in a lit room like this, at least for them. Along with that, when it comes to water spells, they don't have to worry, because due to their natural affinity with the water, they're going to be, at least with some minor resistance to basic water spells. But of course, the more severe the spell, obviously it can still inflict damage. Now, does anyone have any questions before I continue on about merfolk? Yes, Leviticus.
If their body is comprised of sea foam, or at least returns to it at some point, does standard healing magic work on them the same that it does other people?
Standard healing magic can work on a merfolk, yes. The main thing when it comes to understanding with how a merfolk's body is comprised of sea foam is their blood and their body is, at the end of the day, they are made of sea foam. Well, in the sense of when they lose limbs, they return to being that of sea foam. Best example I can give is, for example, Viviana or Menace. Both of them being merfolk, their blood is made of sea foam. However, losing their limbs returns their body to that. So the only detriment when it comes to healing is best to try to do so as early as possible to avoid any of their limbs being removed, because sadly, once a merfolk's limb is removed, it will return to sea foam, and there is no replacing it. It is just, that is all that there is left. So hence why, of course, luckily enough, with at least work over in regions such as Israel, they've managed to make prosthetics to at least aid more merfolk nowadays, to at least help them whenever they end up losing any sort of their limbs.
I see.
Any other questions? Alright then. Now, keep in mind, similar to gargoyles, you are going to find that there are different types of merfolk as well. Well, I say similar to gargoyles, but similar to just about a good amount of all the different races within the Vandals. You'll find that there are different types. When it comes to at least merfolk, there are really only 3 different types. There are what are called aerial class, an ocean-born, and mermaid-born. As example of a mermaid-born, right then, and there is Miss Viviana. They're of course, having the upper body more of a humanoid, while they have the lower body that being a fin. Keep in mind also that while there are mermaid-born, there are also ones such as ocean-born. Ocean-borns are the ones that they have still those, they have those tailed features, more so having tails, or at least features of that more along the spine or even along the hips, not having the full actual mermaid tail exactly. So you'll find things on wrists, ankles, elbows, calves, even somewhere as along like the hips, or even, for example, possibly by the head and neck. And keep in mind also, the heels will also on an ocean-born, and you'll find it also with a good amount of merfolk in general. The gills tend to be actually around the neck area in general for most of them. Keep in mind, not always the case. Some you'll even find it more so around where the ribs are, but that's still more of a rare case. Keep in mind that also they tend to have, with ocean-born, they tend to stand mostly on 2 feet, and they're actually one of the few that can actually turn into a smaller state of basically the fish that they represent. So, best example I can give, let's say using Menace. I don't believe Menace is actually ocean-born, so I could be corrected if I'm wrong there. But saying if Menace is ocean-born, then, for example, they are a crab. Ocean-born would be, in this case, using Menace as an example, they would be able to at least turn into a smaller version of the animal that they are representing. So, in this case, a crab. Along with that, of course, some individuals do view ocean-born when it comes to the transforming as more of a curse, but they are actually not with one. Being able to change their state is more of akin to a natural thing as part of their race than it being a curse. It's a common misconception. And lastly, there are the aerial class, as they call it. They're basically named after one of the first merfolk who had actually adapted to walk onto land, and of course still being able to maneuver around in the sea. They'll have, similar to ocean-born, they'll have fins on their body, but typically just on the elbows, ankles, and even on the calves. But of course different from an ocean-born, where it can range from all sorts of, different areas along with that. Along with that, they're going to have, similar to ocean-born, you'll find gills mostly on the throat or the rib cage, and in exchange for walking on the land, they are going to at least require what's called either a water bead, which is something that you infuse into your jewelry in order to replenish your water, or they're going to need something similar to Miss Viviana, where it's a bowl on the head. And along with that, of course, if they're not able to find either of those, they will have to resort to, as I stated before, in regards to when I talked about extreme heat, they are still going to have to at least return to some source of water, at least every 5 hours or so. Of course, given if it's a hotter area, then it would have to be about every 2 hours. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I continue on? Splendid. Alright then. Alright. That just about wraps up everything in regards to, at least, merfolk. Which leaves now vampires and giants. Let's go ahead and we'll pick, actually, Blitz. I'll have you pick. Vampires or giants? Which one do you want to move to next?
giant sounds hilarious. Might as well go with the tall fuckers.
Fair enough, then we'll move on to giants. Now, in mind with giants, to start off, you're going to find them
That seems
more
rude.
in the regions of Zirin and in Teria. They're more human-esque figures, and they tend to stand roughly around up to 9 feet in height. They're known to be the strongest within the Vandiles, and even being known as having, in, for example, combat, having to take even multiple individuals just to take down even one giant. They're very much revered for their strength, and along with their size. And over time, in the Vandiles' history, they learned to expand more of their skills to being more than just, for example, a tank, or even just being purely made to defend, and they've adapted to even being more of potion makers and healers, or in some cases even leaders within different parts of the Vandiles. Along with that, they have very much, how do I best put this, well, is noted that giants would have this very much godlike figure and very much godlike strength and stature. They are not to be confused with that of, for example, an actual godlike being. Keep in mind that also the elements that they are attuned to, or that the element that they are, for example, is also what tends to run through their body itself, really. Everything from their hair to even parts of their body, such as their arms or legs, will usually fail to match a said element. Along to best give examples, there's one such as Rohala giants, which are known as, well, to best sum it up, is a fire giant. They're born of different embers, whether it be from different fires in the area or even nearby a volcanic region. They'll have parts of their body or even their hair replaced with just fire itself, whether it be more lava or magma, or even having plumes of smoke that at least come from the from their heads itself. They're able to they're capable of feats of being able to pull heat from stones, being able to even sense heat around them, which very useful in certain parts of the Vandiles where you never know if they're
Everybody feeling educated right now?
traveling in, whether it be, for example, a
I'm feeling
mountainous
educated.
area. There could be at least more so, well, there could be lava underneath the area, and they're very useful for being able to detect that. Moving on, there's also, on the more nature side, you'll find the Feyre giants, which they're born more from the ground. Their body, or either their body as a whole, or even parts of their body are made of, for example, flora. Things like vines, wood, close to things like branches, anything of the sort. And they're capable of, for example, well, they're capable of massive feats of strength. They're actually revered as, out of all the types of giants, they're revered as the strongest, being able to, noted as having the strength of a tree itself, or even just the trees around them, basically drawing power mostly from nature itself. They're also they tend to be more forest dwellers, obviously due to, of course, their nature. And because of that, you'll mostly find them in places such as Zirin. And along with that, they're able to actually communicate with plant life as well. So, it's not only just, for example, blossom havers who are going to be skilled with plant life here in the Vandiles.
Polly is very
there
excited.
are the Azula giants, which are, well, to keep it very simple, born from the water. So they're going to, well, it's not going to be necessarily their body parts or are replaced with water itself, it's more so with oceanic spells. So instead of it being more so just water shaped to look like, for example, an arm, it resembles more like a current that is constantly flowing and gives off still that shape. And on top of that, still being able to, since they are born of the water, they're able to sense things such as
Wish
the
we could show
currents
more of the
around them,
classroom.
and they're able to at least navigate through tides without having to fully traverse it. They're able to help direct you in terms of where a current will lead you, whether it be a river or even a stream. And when it comes, lastly, with the Azula giants, they tend to be more of cave dwellers, so you won't tend to see them, at least on the surface. They tend to be more underground or just within just cave-like areas. And lastly, there are the Vala giants, which are more seen as cloud giants, mostly due to, obviously, when it comes to the parts of their body, they're made of clouds themselves. They're able to create strong winds to fill an entire cavern. They're able to even, of course, they're seen as the most reliable and even the most controlling of the giants, at least from records showing of past history with giants. They're seen as the most organized and most put together. Vala giants being mostly revered as leaders, being able to make sure to keep everything under control. And with relative ease on top of that. Similar to harpies as well, Vala are also capable of communing with the wind. And along with that, they tend to live within more along the clouds or even with other Vala giants of their own kind. They're also, out of all of them, they are the most interactive. They tend to be more along the lines of wanting to aid different people of the Vandal. So, well, for example, the Rohala will be more akin to the, at least will be more around the fire. You'll see ones such as the Azula more in the water, and even the Fair in the woods. The Vala you'll find in usually a lot of more vast regions within the Vandals. Now, does anyone have any questions on giants before I continue on? Alright then. Moving on with giants, they, similar to, of course, at least gargoyles, they are able to carry large amounts of weight and even a large quantity of items. Of course, giants, though, gargoyles, sadly, unlike giants, they're not able to carry usually as much. Mostly due to, of course, as I mentioned before, giants being revered for their natural strength and their stature. It does help them for at least being able to not only carry large amounts of items or even heavier objects, they're at least it helps them to more traverse different parts of, for example, mountainous parts of Ontario, as an example. Along with that, when it comes to giants, regardless of which giant it is, they've established a culture of training all of their young and, of course, all of their offspring in order to be able to heal individuals. They have very much built up a culture on wanting to make sure that is at least known by every giant within certain tribes or just giants in general, that they are at least able to provide at least some bit of aid to individuals who are injured or in need. Along with that, when it comes to giants, depending on, for example, which one you find, Rohala, for example, you're going to find that fire giants, of course, goes without saying, it's going to be very much resistant to fires in general. Of course, it's determined by which kind you are. Azula being water, Favor being nature, Vala being wind, so on and so forth. Along with that, it does come with, while they do have their large stature and strength, it does come with some disadvantages. Keep in mind, giants, due to their stature and their size, they do still need to have a lot more, they need to eat a lot more in order to still be able to maintain their strength. So of course, they are going to at least require a lot more.
Varies around. Could you answer me this question? How long is this
their size,
how long has this class been going?
Always the best.
I'm kind of curious because it feels longer than it probably is, and now I'm kind of interested.
Not usually with the best balance, and they are usually a bit louder just naturally in terms of their volume than other species. Of course, this is something that, at least in terms of being louder, it's always, they can of course learn simple things like just how to whisper, but in in most tribes and within giant culture, they tend to be just, they talk naturally just louder. That's as one would call it, their inside voice. Along with that, does anyone have any other questions on giants? All right then. Now, that really covers most of what I have on giants, at least. And of course, before I go on to the last one being vampires, I do, of course, preface this on every lesson. You can always go to the library, and we have, of course, books on all the different races within the Vandiles. And keep in mind, while you're not going to necessarily find every answer, we do have at least as much that is documented and at least archived within the Vandiles. Now, covered giants, we covered merfolk, and we have covered, oh my goodness, what was the first one I did? I completely forgot. Gargoyles. This is why I swear I'm getting too old for this, but regardless. Now, moving on to vampires.
That is not a good thing to say when you're running a class.
More commonly found in places such as Yanshi and Pandora, they're born, well, they're listed as being born from the night sky. They're seen as pretty much a restless soul. When it comes to a common misconception, also when it comes to vampires, just because an individual does, for example, any magic pertaining to blood, no, that does not mean they are a vampire. That is a very common misconception. It is very much a stereotype thing within the Vandiles, and it is not purely a vampire thing. Of course, just about, you'll find different races within the Vandiles who could possibly have magic that involves blood as well. But when it comes to vampires, they are,
there's at least one human
in a sense, under a curse. It's simply just vampirism. It had been formed from a blood star, which once it had burst during the way back in the beginning of the world's creation, it had spread a curse throughout all the Vandiles. When it comes to those who were unfortunate enough to be inflicted with said curse, they can't withstand the sun, for example, but they are rather adaptable, and for example, they're able to at least be able to handle more, at least climates in the darker parts of the day. So, well, you may have difficulty, for example, seeing in darker areas or just moving around in an area during nighttime. Vampires don't have to worry too much about that. When it comes to also to the vampirism curse, it does also leave scars that tend to spread throughout their body, usually more so around the neck, and they also tend to form talon-like nails and fangs, which I will get into the usage of those in a little bit here. When it comes to vampires, they're not always another stereotypical thing is they're not always going to be this pale white. They do have desaturated skin, of course, compared to vampiric. Well, they have desaturated skin while having average skin of humans. They are definitely going to certainly stand out. Of course, for example, that's the best case I can give there. They're not always going to be just a pale white. That is not always, that's just another stereotype. Along with that, they are able to transform into a more demonic-like form with more markings all over the body, and even grow out a form of bat wings. Of course, inside the bat wings, you'll also see that the color changes depending on their elements. So, while you'll see more red wings akin to that one who, let's say if it was fire, you'll find also more bluish wings for that of water, as an example. When it comes to this, their transformed state, when their eyes will end up turning into just more of like a very, just a solid color. It mostly just matches that of their pupils. So one with green eyes, for example, the eyes will just turn a solid green itself.
And along with that, the fangs will become longer, their legs will bend backwards, similar to at least more, how do I best put this, more of a animal-like creature, and they use that state more for hunting. Along with that, a vampiric curse does also give a detriment of not being able to see yourself in a mirror. Well, correction, you're not able to see things such as your body or your face in the mirror. Clothes and accessories still show up fine, since, of course, your clothing is not afflicted with a curse itself. Along with that, their blood is of a unique quality, where it's made of a black ichor, looking more like, very dark, like obsidian. Very blackish in color, and of course, whenever a vampire bleeds, for example, the blood cannot be used. To best put it, it dies. Well, not that it cannot be used, but it's more so it has a very much, how do I best put this, a dyeing effect of like dyeing your clothing. So it leaves very much that blackish color on whatever it touches. Along with that, they're able to turn other creatures into a vampiric individual such as themselves, and the only benefit that they really gain from that, though, is being able to get a larger dose of mana. So it is more beneficial for individuals who are of a vampiric curse to at least turn others. Though, keep in mind, it is not something that I don't tend to at least promote that here at the school. So, just as a note, please, anyone who knows any vampiric students moving forward, please let's not do that as a note. But moving on to yes, Blitz.
That's true. It's generally bad to.
Student, go ahead. How does student do that?
Per se. That way people
Hold on, I'm going to
something so reckless or stupid.
Come again.
How does a vampire turn another person so that way students aren't coerced or lied into doing it without realizing that's what's happening?
When it comes to, at least, how do I best put this? For turning an individual into another vampiric and spreading this curse, it is, how do I best put this? It's spread through bloodline. And so while they can technically, for example, turn someone by, for example, feeding off of of an individual's blood and turning them that way by inflicting the curse by that means, keep in mind that it is noted that it's, how do I best put this? It's very much just a matter of getting access to one's just general bloodstream. It is seen as feeding, in a sense. While it does increase their mana pool, having one bite you can still inflict said curse upon you. I'm not entirely knowledgeable, sadly, on whether or not it is always a guarantee, but that is something that I would certainly at least... Yes, it's better to be safer than sorry, not just have, for example, like someone like Gio, for example. Let's not just have someone be like, oh yes, let's test it out and have, a vampire bite Gio in the neck or in the arm to see if they turn. Let's not do that.
It also means being careful with cleaning.
Sorry, I had to use you as an example, Gio.
Especially with it staining like the way you said it does.
Come again.
If their blood stains the way you say it does, it means Valkyrie members have to be careful also in handling the injuries of vampiric students.
How do I best put it? Well, vampiric blood, in terms of how it leaves that dying effect, it's more so just it's better to more so identify someone who is under a vampiric curse. For example, seeing, for example, trails of red versus trails of the same trail, but more of that black obsidian-like color that I mentioned before. That's more so how you can identify they're most likely a vampire that has gone in that direction. It is not something more so that touching it is going to inflict you with said curse, but it's more so if
they're able to get more access directly to your bloodstream, then it's more along the lines of that.
Just for context, so you all know, I was looking around because Aura just got up and walked out.
Precisely, yes. If you're injured on the field and you have, for example, an open wound, you definitely want to at least do your best to avoid anyone who is of vampiric curse, because of course it could lead to you ending up getting said curse as well. Yes, Mr. Irenaeus.
How does the curse, I suppose, integrate with other different species?
Keep in mind with
Or does it simply modify them while retaining their species?
typically with at least cases that I have seen and that I have studied in my time, when it comes to a vampiric curse, it tends to, more often than not, you'll still retain your appearance, and you still are, in a sense, what you are. So in your case, an angel, but you are still afflicted with a said curse. So, well, for example, actually, I can give this as a case. Angels, more akin to at least wanting to be more in the sunlight. If you happen to be afflicted with a vampiric curse, well, now you've lost that, as now what was once something that is more beneficial to you is now going to end up harming you. So, it more so... Come again?
So it overrides your original race.
In some cases, it can override, though I'd have to look more in my studies to see to check if there were any cases where it hasn't, but the best assumption from what I've seen is that it can at least override, well, more of that which you have that benefits you racially. Mostly because, for example, if there are things that harm a vampire that normally wouldn't harm you, then it tends to override it. Yes, Blitz.
I have a question on top of the one that Irenaeus asked. Oh, there's really so say. So
Fair
it
enough.
integrates with the blood. How does it interact with more unique blood?
That one, sadly, I sadly do not have enough research of that, sadly, at least not within the Vandiles.
No worries. Something to keep in mind then on the field, I suppose.
Yes, keep in mind, well, yes, vampirism is certainly a curse that is, at least, well, for some, they have managed to make it, I guess, a beneficial thing for them, and sadly for some, it has been more detrimental. It's something that I would at least advise that if you are going to look into anything, or if you're going to be dabbling in any matters outside the school that could possibly lead to that, please do so with caution. Do not try to just go in with reckless abandon. It is better to, at least as Blitz probably put it, it's better to be safe than sorry. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I move on? Yes, Keith.
I was actually kind of curious, actually. With vampires, do they have an elemental weakness at all? Let's say if they light you or become a vampire, would that actually technically kill them, or no?
I was actually going to get into that, yes. When it comes... Oh, did someone else have a question over here?
We just can't really hear over here what his question was.
Oh, so Kyo was simply asking if there was any sort of, well, elemental disadvantages for anyone who's afflicted with a vampiric curse, which is a good segue into what I was actually going to be going into. Those afflicted with it, of course, as I mentioned before, they are, well, weaker to sunlight. It'll more so, well, it's not so much a rash, but it's detrimental in the sense of it can be very fatal if given prolonged exposure. So they can't be in the sunlight, because as the sunlight touches their skin, it'll end up starting to more so tear down the flesh, even down to the bone, and more so think of it like burning it down to ash. And because of such, they're very hypersensitive to things such as fire or
or even light magic. Along with that, silver is highly lethal to anyone under a vampiric curse as well. Think of it as very akin to, how do I best put this? Fire on human flesh. So it can sear and scar a vampire easily, but of course it's one of the few ores that can harm them, whether it be if it's armor, or clothing, or just anything that has silver in it can cause, severe harm or even death if left exposed to it for too long. And keep in mind, this is mostly just through contact, not simply just, you don't have to, for example, be wary of if there's any vampire in a team of yours. It's not like, oh, I have silver lying around, it's going to harm them, akin to, for example, like Sage or a demon. It is more just direct contact. Yes, Kyo.
So within jurisdiction, if a light user become a vampire, would they technically die from that effect, or no?
I have never seen any recorded cases of anyone who is sadly under vampiric curse who is a light user or even a fire user, so sadly I have no research on that. Nor have I seen any recorded cases, so.
Not confirmed.
Yes. The best case I would say is, well, worst case, as to properly put it, if you happen to be someone who is light or fire user, and well, you happen to be afflicted with a vampiric curse, I can only imagine it's certainly not going to be at all a enjoyable time for the individual. But again, that's purely just speculation, as I have not seen any recorded cases. Along with that, keep in mind, moving on from more elemental disadvantages, there's also the case of when it comes to those who are afflicted with a vampiric curse, it does come with the added downside of having to have a daily dose of blood from something, or at least something similar. Keep in mind, it could be from animals, it could be from it could be from another individual, for example. As long as they are getting blood or something that is at least similar to it, that can at least provide them said nutrients, then they should be fine. But keep in mind that their hunger is not something that will lead into them passing away due to a vampiric curse. When a vampire has gone a long time without feeding, the hunger and thirst, it only keeps going. Well, it only keeps increasing and increasing and increasing, and well, to be more correct, they can die of thirst and hunger. It takes a lot longer than, for example, an average human. Think of it how, for example, individuals like Starborn and Angels, how we don't have to worry about things such as physical stress or physical exhaustion. People with a vampiric curse are the same way, in the sense that they don't have to worry about at least they don't have to go too long without, they can go a long time without eating and drinking, but the longer that goes, the more the hunger is going to become a problem. To best put it is, the longer they go without feeding, the more likely they are to go a bit more, I guess, hostile, because that is just part of said vampiric curse. Lastly, when it comes to...
There have been spirits that have come from those that have gone insane from bloodlust.
Not only that, but they also do run the risk of becoming also more fatigued. Think of it more of like they will get to a point of wanting to, or needing to feed in order to, regain their mana, that some of them can at least turn very hostile, if they haven't fed for quite a long time. Along with that, when it comes to vampiric curses, they tend to also live a long time, and they will not, they won't die of, for example, time. You won't see anyone of a vampiric curse die of aging. It does come with more of a mental and emotional strain, as well. Being under a vampiric curse leading to near immortality, meaning that having to see individuals who are close to you pass away from age, it does lead to individuals with a vampire curse having more of that strain. So that is another thing to at least keep in mind. Along with that, keep in mind that that's just a few of more of the detrimental sides. More look into is what one would word it as advantages, however you want to see it, because some people still view it as more of a disadvantage just having a vampiric curse in general. Things such as being able to have heightened senses, so you're able to move best within any shadowed areas, or even in any place during nighttime, as it is when you are your strongest. And along with that, they're incapable of, for example, they're incapable of feeling cold due to, well, their body being, in a sense, dead, is the best way of putting it. It's more akin to being like a walking corpse, but not fully there, is the best way of putting it. Also not needing sleep to function, but it does allow for example, anyone under vampire curse to more so, at least take time to recollect, think of it more of how, for example, an elf, they take time to more meditate and reflect on the day. Vampires, they don't need to sleep, but they use that more as just a means to at least recollect their thoughts.
No, Max
Of
is
course,
overly
as I mentioned
crashed.
before, flights, but that comes with the transformation that I mentioned previously before. And that's more along of what is one would call benefits, I guess, of being under a vampiric curse, but it's still at the end of the day is a curse nonetheless, and it is certainly something to treat with caution still. That is not meaning also, of course, I am in no way saying that be hesitant or anything around people who are vampiric. Just because they are afflicted with said curse does not mean they are these hostile individuals.
Okay, I can restart.
Of course, records of people who are afflicted with said vampiric curse who are at least relatively calm, collect, they are able to at least function within society. But of course, there is something that they have to just simply take extra measures in order to at least keep themselves safe as well as individuals close to them safe. Now, does anyone have any questions before I finish off the last section on vampires? Alright. Lastly, the best thing to go into, at least to wrap things up, is more vampiric culture. Because of their long lives, they're capable, of course, to adapt to most situations, because with, of course, the adage of not being able to die of old age, it does give you time to, well, do quite a bit of studying, is the best way of wording it. You're able to learn quite a lot in very, 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 very lengthy years, for example. But when it comes to anything ranging from their culture and even things down to clothing and traditions, they tend to adopt more of a Victorian style. And they usually are they tend to have very polite manners. They're very well kept, most of the time, obviously. More commonly. Along with that, they follow the order that, of course, with a vampire, you have to technically welcome them into an establishment such as a building, your home, a business, or any sort of area. If it's a building that is not theirs, they have to, as a sign of respect, they ask that you welcome them in instead. Of course, if you say no, they are at least respectful and they won't enter. Along with that, they believe that, for example, in cases, well, of course, for any of those who are interested, this is just more along, just a last little tidbit on vampirics. When it comes to culture, is that they believe in marriage by asking the woman before, what was it? They ask a woman for courting before anything further. So they very much view, for example, a relationship or marriage as being very sacred to them. They much are they very much take the till death do you part quite literally, as in they are very much a one partner type of culture.
So like angels.
Moving on though, and wrapping up with the only two types of vampires that vampirics that you'll find in the vampires are only half-bloods and pure-bloods. Half-bloods, very simple enough, is of course they have a less abnormal figure, they have an easier time to adapt to things such as, their surroundings, but their skin is a lot more irritated than, for example, a pureblood when it comes to the sun. And keep in mind, half-bloods also, they only, since of course it's a vampiric curse, they will only retain, for example, half of their skills, and the other half being dampened, and so being more so slightly above average. The life expectancy is of course longer than a human, but not by that much, and the scars over their throat from the vampiric curse are going to be more faint and harder to detect at least. You'll have to at least give it a closer look in order to spot them. As opposed to a pureblood, moving on with their scars, obviously, much more easy to discern. When it comes to purebloods, they're stronger, more vulnerable than individuals such as a half-blood, because as the name implies, with a pureblood, they are in the true form as they should be. When it comes to purebloods, they're turned into it's someone who is, when they're turned into a vampiric, they'll become either a pureblood or a half-blood. When they become a pureblood, it abandons, for example, they tend to more so abandon their former kin, things like their family, friends, things of the sort, and they pretty much they very much will just devote to just embracing their vampiric curse as a whole. Along with that, when it comes to individuals who become a pureblood, it is not without its detriment, as those who have been afflicted with a vampiric curse, when they become those who end up becoming a pureblood, it's it's not an easy process. It's close to about roughly 3 weeks of immense pain, basically not able to feel anything else until the time has passed, and it is entirely due to their body acclimating and slowly becoming that of a vampiric. But aside from that, does anyone else have any questions before we wrap this up then? Alright then. That covers then our lesson on merfolk, giants, vampires, and gargoyles. As with all things, when it comes to my lessons, if there's any that you have missed, you can always come see me, and along with that, we have, of course, books in the library on different races within the Vandals if you want to at least touch up a bit more. And if you have any other questions, or if you want to get a little bit more insight, likewise, as I said before, I'm always available. I believe in about maybe, oh, never mind, Cerise already left. Dawn. Come again?
What's the next class?
No, I'm covering 4 races at a time. Last week I covered 4, and then the lesson that I did before that, I covered another 4. I'm mostly going to be tackling 4 at a time.
Same.
What class is
But about another 10 to 15 minutes, and Sayori will be giving her lesson over in the ritual room.
That room's so crowded.
I will look at everyone else's problem but my own.
He thinks I did. He thinks I didn't see that. Oh, I know.
My spine feels stiff. Fix it for I do not like sitting after an invisible as informative as they are.
I don't know. Just go.
Kiri,
All that extra sleep and it's still.
do you normally have your hair down, or is it normally up?
I normally keep it up. However, the lesson seemed long enough that it was easy. Do not have to worry about lying.
Oh, well. Couldn't tell if I was tripping on what I was trying to figure out.
I believe it looks good.
It does look good.
Thank you.
Am I wrong?
Yes, it is mostly for flying.
If it makes you feel better, I missed it too.
I gave you my notes.
It's difficult to walk after that. I believe my foot fell asleep.
I mean, I'm gonna complain every bit of the way of it.
Yes.
Stairs are too big for me, so I do need this.
No, I know.
That is understandable.
You have the opposite issue.
I don't know. I don't judge you. Some people have already asked me to shock them, so I don't judge. Well, I do judge people for their weird interests in things, but I'm not surprised at this point. Xander.
Arlo said that we do not kink shame here. I do not know exactly what that means.
I don't know. I have no idea what that even word is. That sounds like some
Wasn't
type of
that like
material.
the word for something that's broken? If you get like a kink in your weapon? I thought?
They mentioned something like that at the Cupid Box.
Which word? Which?
I don't know
I
what
keep
the
hearing
Cupid
the
box
sentence,
is.
but not the word. Which word are we confused on?
Kink shame. So kink.
Some people are freaks.
I agree.
And they decide to make it everyone else's problem. To put it bluntly, really. Some people are just irredeemably disgusting like that. That's why it's good to be very careful when fighting some people. Or when insulting others, since they like being insulted like a bunch of freaks. So you
I see.
with that.
I like
this
mine
is the
better.
part where I waddle away.
Yeah, can I waddle too?
Yeah, you can come with.
You asked the question, dear. Remember, don't ask questions you
And
don't want
I
the answer
did,
to.
and I regretted it. I already been studying
You're
so much.
learning. I'm so proud of you.
What was happening in the ritual room, by the way? I thought it was like a
Oraclemancy.
Oh no.
prophecy thingy.
It has not even begun and you are already trying to confuse him.
That doesn't sound like
Listen, it's not my fault. It's just a side effect that sometimes happens to people around me. Eventually, people expect to get used to it, but if they don't, it's not my fault, really.
I do suppose not.
Plus, it's good to know that one thing. I'll have to ask Wilhelm to be careful with the one eye that's covered.
Agreed.
Good to know since I normally tend to go after the eyes on, normal fights. Not fights like this. I know better not to, since that's more detrimental and cruel,
I
but
have an important question.
just to the side of the temple instead. That way I'm not messing myself up too much.
Where do you hear Blitz?
I believe Wilhelm knows to be careful of such things.
He's over there.
Right next to you. Actually, I gotta help Sabriel. I am right.
Yes, I know. You're here. However, I hear you over here, and it's driving me nuts. And I don't know why. And it's like, okay, hang on. You're over here. No, now you sound like you're right here. I hate this. I hate this. What are you doing? What kind of shit are you pulling?
What if I just?
I already don't feel good. I don't need this shit today. Stop your.
I appreciate you.
I honestly do not know what is happening yet.
Over there too. Why am I?
Oh, I hate this. It makes you feel better. I'm gonna have a fight later after class. You'll get to watch and heal whatever gets broken. Teehee.
Are you finished with that horrid topic?
Believe so.
Yippee.
Iridace, you sound a
With
little
what
off.
topic?
I think some of my dark magic might be leaking on Sabriel. It's fine. Just mild side effects, I suppose.
Do be cautious.
No, she's not hearing myself correctly, so it might just be a slight side effect.
No, I'm not hearing anyone where they actually are.
Listen, sometimes the hallucinogenics might have some slight side effects in smaller dosages. It's not my fault.
The elders also say that the flux works in mysterious ways. It has happened to me before as well.
It does.
I need to blink very hard, and then rejoin reality.
It's just like, close your eyes really hard, tap your ankles together 3 times, and think of home. Clearly that'll work. I don't think that's gonna do anything.
So you have any plans?
No,
That is
see,
an interesting
see,
ritual.
Look at me.
Just for today. I'm kidding.
You didn't even say hi to
My
me.
little man.
Didn't even introduce
I'm not that stupid.
Where is he?
I didn't necessarily have time.
Little man.
We're taking my boy hostage.
Sorry for this being at your
What
expense,
about
baby.
hostages?
So I
He was
appreciate
on the
you.
lift with me. I don't know where he went.
You hit me with the book multiple times.
Oh.
There you are.
Yes, I was. I am
Hmm?
currently.
Yeah.
I've
I think
heard
you
of
should
these
go
multiple
close your
times,
eyes,
but every
lay
single
down
time you
for a
look
second,
over at
come
me and I
back.
just walk away.
We will not touch.
I was laying down. That's
Too
why I
funny.
wasn't here until now.
Lay down harder.
Yes.
Clearly you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Lay down, roll over, try again.
But that's how I said it, so I gotta live
Very
with
nice
that.
to meet you. I've heard
There you
make fun of
go.
your small
I
voice.
helped you,
Like it's
Kiri.
What
I'm
is the
so
funny?
helpful.
Go back.
You talk about me.
Funny.
They shake their ass and do a little dance.
Oh.
Um,
That is an interesting Kagura.
This kept me up for a week total. I get to say the funny whenever I want.
I wasn't here.
A week.
Wilhelm, you got sleep, right?
No.
Why'd you not get sleep?
That is very bad considering what we need to do. Oh. They're back.
Wilhelm.
Do it properly. The pipes
I'm sorry.
Oh dear.
This is what you get.
Yes, you are correct. Certain classes are mandatory, but like systems about astronomy and astromancy are
Go prepare.
it's not mandatory.
Damn it, it was working before. Greetings, Master Dragon. May I join you for a short while? Thank you.
Attention students, Miss Sayori's lesson in the ritual room will be beginning very soon.
I should not be sitting so quickly after the lesson. There is time to meditate. It is nice having the view. Yes.
Hi.
Been looking around. Have you seen Q by chance?
You? No.
Hmm.
Not in a while.
He said he was going to be training.
If I see him, I'll let you know. Or at least bring him over here. I assume you're not going to the Oraclemancy class?
No. The other class was very long, and I believe I at least will understand the basics of what is being taught. I did try to listen to my mother.
Understood. Alright.
I'll keep looking otherwise.
Let you know.
Thank you.
Okay. Of course.
I'm told that we will be using this as the training grounds. So I should get more used to it. No. Huh. The well.
for example, Europa is more akin to a Vala, since their hair is, well, pretty much just made of clouds. So, they are Vala, you are Rohala.
So, but if my other half is of wind as well, will I eventually get traits of that too, or is that unknown?
It's unknown. You could get traits of one or of the other.
I think I'm no
Or
longer
you can get some traits of.
you no longer.
You either
I
get
got stuck
traits
in the
of
room.
purely Rohala,
Apparently.
traits of purely Vala, or you could get a mix of both.
Interesting.
It's not that tight. There's a big gap
wait
between
then.
the spaces. I'm not writing a note
What
room.
like that for you, but it's not like that for me. But the ritual room.
Is that where like everyone's supposed to be?
That's for the classes that you help you.
I don't know why I'm getting the boxes around in my reverse cam at the moment. The only thing I really changed was I realized some of my textures were way too big for particles, so I turned them down. That shouldn't have changed that, though.
I'm not interested in it. You not interested in it? Is that why you're not going?
I was gonna
going,
we
then
need
I
it,
hope you
but
have
I
fun.
don't really have much else to do, so might as well go sit there for a while.
I was gonna take a peek at it and see if I was interested, and if I was going to leave. So.
Well, if you're not, give me a tap and I'll follow you.
No, I just.
Okay.
Good.
Fair enough. I might listen in on this conversation for longer.
My little friend.
Thank you. Yes, I forgot your name.
Also, pink
Who
suits.
are you?
Borea. Don't worry, I do not remember yours either.
You're like Aurora Borealis, but Borealis.
Yeah, you're just taking a walk over now. You're good.
I get it.
Oh.
Trying to make sure I'm not still concussed.
Started yet?
I'm not sure.
Wait, who's concussed?
It just started, actually. Never mind, it'll be.
I don't know if I have interest. I just want to hear it.
Sorry,
Hey, darling, never set me on
I do
fire
forget
ever
about
again,
that
huh?
occasionally.
Never set you on fire ever again?
Also,
When did you start getting dark?
But you seem so happy.
Apologies, Mel.
No, you're fine. Just
Do it with the other hand.
Oh.
Ah, Nikos.
Hmm?
The cold. Ah.
Are you alright, Mel?
Well, this hand's
You
fine.
don't have to.
That
Is
hand
it?
is fine.
You was just kind of
Okay.
recommended.
Maybe because I was still
I need to
feeling the
get back to
cold that I
normal.
still
This is
wasn't.
annoying me.
Oh.
Need more magic.
You
Best I
need
got is
something to
nature
occur?
and earth.
Oh, please, it's nothing. Do not hit me with nature. I might die.
I have fire. I can do fire at you more.
I think I should be really good. That one.
You do wind magic, right?
Hey, metal.
Yes.
Wind magic them.
Oh,
I'm gonna say wind might
are you
actually
okay?
be
Do
good.
you want
I'm
wind,
entertained by
Europa?
this.
Would it?
I'm entertained.
Oh, keep being entertained like us. The show will last forever. What was that?
I know, especially if it's by you.
We have a person that can do wind magic.
What is going on right now?
Not right now.
I have no part in this. Come on, Nikos.
Oh, he's being dragged away. Look at that.
I just
Not
woke
the
up.
last time.
I just fucking woke up. I have no idea what's going on.
did you wish me to return the mana that you gave to me?
You're feeling spicy today. Holy.
Okay.
I need to not touch Europa anymore. It makes them weird.
That would work.
Oh man.
Mal, please.
Win them.
Win them.
Please, for the love of the
Maybe if we get like a big fan and just kind of
anyways,
like.
I'm just here. It's a small
That'll
little win. I
work.
know it might not look like. Just take that. Yep, it's already starting, so you're missing out on some.
I don't even know what it's on.
Familiars and
It's oraclemancy. It's like prophecies and far seeing and the such. That kind of stuff.
It is an interesting type of divination.
How crowded is it in there? Oh, you're back.
You should probably go. I'm sorry for hugging you.
It was fine. I don't see anything wrong with it.
You seemed abundantly not okay with it earlier.
I'm fine. Why is it so quiet in here? Did something happen?
No.
No, everybody left.
Then you went to the lesson.
Did you want to go into the class? It's for
probably
something or other. I don't even remember the name of it again.
It's in there. You got this, soldier.
Dumancy thingy. Yes.
Dumancy thingy.
What I said.
Dumancy.
Dumancy.
Oraclemancy.
Doonimancy. Yeah, that one.
It is divination.
I'm gonna go in there. It sounds boring. I mean, fun.
Oraclemancy.
What?
It's like
Divination magic.
seeing stuff and familiars. I don't know. I have no interest in
Well,
that.
it being an
It is being able to discern the future through various methods. My mother is a seer.
Kokkuri would know.
I've been studying that on my own time. I think it would be probably for the better if I stay out here.
You're not gonna go in class. Are you gonna go spar?
If you need a fellow Creole instead, probably I'm right here. That would be a good idea. I think that's probably. I mean,
Breathe.
having one of those is really good. I'm so good at breathing.
Okay.
That's a really
You are very good at breathing.
I'm gonna go inspect the fighting dummies.
Yeah, no one disturbs your inspecting your wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Really good wall. Yeah, that's a really nice wall. Yep.
It must be
Never
super
seen a wall
detailed.
more
You can see every
strong,
grain,
more
the age of the
solid than
wood.
that.
It's a really good wall.
Strong. Also, I have a question, Will. I have a question. Why did he say? Well, okay, when he was giving the lesson on giants earlier, why did he say that they were loud?
You are known to be naturally louder. That is given.
Yes,
You should hear my dad talk.
You should hear my dad talk. It's probably a thing with the tribes. I'm not sure.
It'd be a scary time.
I'm sure of it. I mean, I'm used to be.
These walls are really well constructed.
You have larger lungs, technically. At least a larger mouth. So you would be louder.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I know being louder. Yeah.
Breathe.
Training dummies are really cool, aren't they? We should go check those out. I'm just gonna be traveling with you guys now. I don't know what to do anymore.
Do you want to go to the classy thing or not?
Not really.
Yes or no?
Honestly, I'll probably just ask close for notes later.
That is fine.
That's fine.
Well, I'm gonna go practice swinging a sword at a bean until we have to fight. So.
That is probably a good idea. Though it is best not to completely wear ourselves out before then.
What do you mean you have to fight?
Oh, we're doing a mock fight. Me, Kokkuri, Blitz. I forgot his name. What is his name? What's his name? Irenaeus. Versus Stone, Geo, Buell, and
Aura.
some other one. Aura, that one.
It is a test for Stone's leadership capabilities.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go change.
Suppose I should do that as well.
At least go in there so it looks like I'm trying to go to my classes properly, being that I missed one last week too.
Oraclemancy is quite interesting.
The only concern I have is that room is almost definitely filled with people, and I don't want to knock anyone over. Usually whenever I turn the wrong way, my hair ends up getting in people's faces, and sometimes they've fallen asleep before from it. It was really bad. It happened like twice at the tournament. Oh god, the bird.
You will be fine.
If it makes you feel better, you don't put me to sleep. You just make me feel nice and calm. It's actually really nice.
I'm not gonna land on you, Squawk.
I don't think you'd be able to. You'd probably fall right through me. I don't want to test that out. That'll be really bad.
I mean, I can, Squawk. It'd take a lot of effort, though, Squawk.
I'm gonna go in so it actually looks like I'm trying to pay attention to shit.
Should we go in there?
That is certainly up to you. I at least know quite a bit about this subject already, given my mother. So I was expecting to prepare for the upcoming match.
I might witness the both of you at practice then. I was told that I should probably be over there for the fight whenever it happens, from Blitz anyways.
If you wish. I'll go prepare then. Into the lesson.
Pretending to pay attention, but
I'll go change as well.
Right.
I'll be outside if you need me.
I'll prepare. There's the wall. Seems the mischievous spirit has been careful lately.
Then proceeded to as well withhold information from Bjol when Bjol was asking where he was to protect him because he told us that he was having a panic attack. Withholding information from not pretty much his two closest people. And then fast forward, they are drinking in the cabin, which, you know, as you do, some people just drink to have fun. That's fine and dandy. But then Nikos is getting heavily flirty, questionability, and so they're both in a very suspicious proposition, air quotes.
There's drama talk happening over there. Do you need weights?
In regards of, you know, they're both
I
drunk.
didn't notice.
So
I was honestly looking around for the mischievous spirit that comes around. I was making certain that it was not throwing the bags again.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, speaking of bags, I need one of those for training soon.
That he's one going to respect Winter's decision of saying no when he's already
Apparently there is drama talk.
that he didn't want a relationship
Oh
with
my
him.
god.
We should.
Oh my.
That is impressive.
Is it bad I want to punt it?
Taking Winter from
Yes.
also in regards to Bill, to, you know, stop doing the detectiveness situation.
What?
Is that normal? Can gremlins usually do that, or is that like a? Is it just a them thing?
What do you do?
Perhaps. To be fair, I believe I am stronger than I look as well. So I am
I
told.
heard training, and I can't really do the fighty training because I'll hurt people real bad. So I'm not allowed to do it anymore.
Squats with the bags. But I did last week. I did 55 squats, and then I got yelled at by a teacher for training without permission, apparently.
Okay, so
You
you're
can
just gonna
get
keep
yelled at
training
for
until you
training
with
with
one
them?
of us. That's what
I don't think so. I think it's just say already picking on me. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
That's
I was gonna say
reassuring.
that.
That's great. That's wonderfully reassuring. Yeah.
What's reassuring?
Here's another bag.
Thank you. This one's a
It
little
does
too
not
small.
go against my idea that this school very much enjoys hazing.
Yeah.
When it comes to
Oh, that's a little better, but you're still on the low end. Let me kind of squeeze.
taking my
Oh my god.
At least my drama was at least used.
Did you need another?
Hell yeah, now I want to train with him. Oh, I keep throwing bags
Because
at him.
I've kind of pieced together, I guess, who the in air quotes
Wait, I'm so
rebound,
curious.
as you
No,
put it.
that
I'm
back.
assuming that's Mr. Mal.
What?
Here, try this one.
Students that are
Try this one.
very
Perhaps.
strangely starched into place.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
He's doing it!
Very impressive.
Can you carry two at a
Hell
time?
yeah.
I am going to be as
Hell yeah.
to best put it. This is the most.
Honestly, good for you.
I did not know you were capable of lifting that much. Is that
I used to be able to lift around 300 pounds before.
Maybe
I
during the
stopped
fight,
training.
if we say swap,
down
we
to
could try
about
doing that to
200.
mix up our enemies if we need to take a break, like we talked about.
Agreed.
I'm no
Though that would be something to run by Blitz.
surprised for how small I am. I'm actually decently strong.
We'll see. Again, this is emergency swap, you know.
Understood.
Decently though. I've seen people punch
I'm
holes through
creating
the stuff here before, or like launch it away. I can't do all that. That's a little much for me. Oh no, not just Ironwood. The bird guy as well, and some of the students can.
Fontaine or Mal? There's two bird people here.
Oh, the purple one.
Purple one?
I think his name is Alphonse.
Oh, Alphonse, right? Yeah. Oh god. I don't want to think about that. Oh, the bird is back.
But Ironwood I haven't seen yet since being back, which is unfortunate. I liked him a lot. He was really cool.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Probably. I can kind of launch them with magic, but that uses high propulsion plasma, and that's not really safe next to trees.
Does anybody have... Maybe if... Never mind. I don't think anybody has barrier magic here.
Has what?
I think so. I've kind of just been told to take my mana light at the moment, because I don't know if you've heard the stories, but I have a tendency of burning things down here on accident, so I've kind of been outlawed from doing anything too crazy until... Yeah...
I had not heard the stories. Also, I apologize. I do not believe we have met yet. I am Kokkuri.
Oh, I don't think we have. Nice to meet you. I'm Leviticus. I'm one of the year 1 students. I've been out on a mission for about 4 months now in Yanxi.
I see.
It's good to meet all of you, though. I've been very excited seeing all the new students.
It is nice to meet you as well. It has been interesting so
Although
far.
I heard that there was... Yeah, I have heard that leadership has had some issues. They voted some people into council, and some of them aren't here anymore, and some of them got demoted. So I'm kind of worried about what's going on with that, but aside from that, I mean, I think it should be okay. I hope.
I'm sure those things will settle themselves out if everybody's here is smart and capable.
Most likely, yeah.
Indeed. The headmistress at least understands about the Cupid box now. She said she would look into it.
Oh, I heard about the Cupid box earlier. What is that? What does that mean?
It is something that sprung up that apparently is supposed to allow for relationship advice and also hot takes, which has been a source of concern among several of us. People submit things anonymously.
It's... Why is there an active promotion for relationship advice at a school meant to train people with magical stuff? What?
I do not know at all.
That seems a little bit weird.
I did ask what their purpose was, and they gave me a very vague answer. But from what I can tell, it is not a test of the school itself, which is what I had been assuming, considering it went against what the headmistress told us at the beginning when we joined, about no infighting. These hot takes can be a bit worrisome. But the headmistress said she would look into it.
You freaking out behind me.
Oh yeah, I saw the bird just lift one of those white bags with like no effort. It was really...
Well, a bird is Fontaine, so he's probably got like anomalous stuff going on with them, if I had to guess.
That would make a lot of sense, yeah.
Familiars can be very strong.
Yeah, they're not really height dependent or anything. It's kind of just based off of whatever it is they do.
Hmm.
and mana and stuff. It's like a whole thing.
Hmm.
I know one of the students is trying to work on their like getting a familiar or something. I think.
Oh.
I should make like a smaller one of these so I can actually hit the good part, because I can only really hit the wooden post down here. Feels a little unfair.
I mean, if you were fighting somebody of that size, you could usually hit is actually a really good weakness. If that makes
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's true, because then you can just kind of like blink. Especially if you hit them with like the... And then it like explodes the insides from superheating it. Like...
Okay, I'm assuming you're a fire elemental.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention that. I'm a... Well, I don't know what the word for it is off the top of my head, but I think it's an arcane user. I have a little bit of an issue where my mana wells too much and I get really, really warm.
I see.
I used to melt through the campus floors before they reinforced them.
They're reinforced?
They are now.
That is good to know.
They're heat resistant, magically resistant, and I think physically resistant for Ironwood and Alphonse, and Jacuno as well.
You're on the map,
They still
and it's
take an infinite amount of abuse, but they're significantly stronger than you probably think.
Rainbow song.
Oh no, I'm fine. Ironwood used to make me lift these really big barbells that would weigh about as much as me each. So I'm kind of used to not killing myself when I lift things.
You have traditional songs as well.
Huh?
The tune. Is it something meant for training?
What about it? Kinda. It's a song my dad sang when he wanted to get to rhythm, so I thought I could use it while fighting. At least trading.
It is quite useful.
Sorry, I hope it's not disturbing.
No. I
Ah.
I tend to collect such songs. It is something of a tradition within our order. Just like with the elder who uses it for creation. We have our own traditions when it comes to music.
Of course. I can pass you the song if you would like. My dad named it The Hammer and the Anvil.
I would appreciate that.
Of course. He sang it during when he fought in the Old War, apparently, so...
A war song. That has extra meaning.
Well, yeah, the long story short, he was forced into fighting due to his tribe being in the middle of the conflict. And he didn't really always follow the rules, but he got to a place where he is now, so I look up to him.
That is interesting. Songs that come from certain... what is the right term? From points in history, from certain emotions, can be more... I suppose, inspiring than others.
Yeah. You can definitely say that.
Forgive me.
Are you gonna start training Kokkuri? No, you're good.
I suppose it would not hurt. Though I must conserve at least the mana that I... That is true.
Yeah, it's up to you. Although, I guess two of our opponents are right there, aren't they?
Yes. I do not know if they are still stuck with the drama talk.
You can always go and ask.
I'm fire, more than resistant. I'm nearly fire immune. Other fire doesn't even affect me anymore.
Up to you.
I used to take dips in volcanoes and be fine.
If you need help with training too, don't mind asking. I don't mind.
If you would rather have a opponent that is not in one spot, at least a bit more so than the dummy, I'm willing. I just should probably not use up what I have stored yet.
That's true. Let me finish my set. Maybe in like 10 minutes we can do some of us. We don't want to go too hard though.
Certainly. I was going to find Cube anyway.
Okay. Sounds good.
Would, he always had a knack of seeing things and foretelling things.
Thanks.
If you're wondering what I'm
Kokkuri.
talking about.
Forgive me, have any of you seen Cube recently?
No.
Actually, no.
Well, besides at
Cube.
the first meeting, and I.
Oh, I haven't
not
seen Cube in a little bit now.
He said he was going to go train. I mentioned I would join him.
By the way, Kokkuri, before you disappear.
Yes.
I don't think Polly got the chance.
He studied the
Did
patterns
Polly
of
ever get to
ancient
ask you
wars
about
and use his
what
knowledge of
plant you wanted
history
growing?
and documentation of past
Yes.
events to
I had gathered some of the tea plants with Sayori sensei in order to pass along to him.
I think they wanted the name again.
and what natural things would
The
happen.
proper name.
Giving him his name.
We wrote that down. I only know it as matcha.
Natcha.
Matcha.
Natcha.
Green tea.
Matcha?
Sounds like a smart man.
The accents are. Got it again.
Forgive me.
Okay. Matcha. Thank you. No, you're fine. It's not a you problem. It's a.
I am told that all types of tea come from the same plant.
Studying past events and
It is simply the way it
someone
is
delve into
cultivated.
it deeper, but I feel he is one of the progenitors for Orokomancy in my research. But
Certainly
Good to know.
possible.
My
That's a fair point, actually.
Matcha is not fermented at all.
It is interesting to think about.
It is the most plain version.
some of the
Most
some
natural.
of the tribals, at least some of the old clans in Ragala, believe.
Good to know.
his
Anyways, I'll let you be on your way to find
and
Cube.
It's why
Thank you for
they're
the
not just
assistance.
strictly war. That's why they have sages or elders that study history and past events in their clans.
No. Oh, there he is.
it that way.
Thank you.
It's over there.
Are you finished training already? I see. The class went very long.
I was informed that you were looking for
Oh,
value people.
I apologize. I had said that I would join you for training after the class, but I could not find you.
Don't worry. I have concluded in that training, I am afraid.
Are you well?
I went to Professor Copper there afterwards. I'm stable.
I see.
Although, every now and then my body does temporarily destabilize.
That is not good.
I will survive, but I appreciate your concern. I also found out how much gold I am worth today by Professor Copper from the alchemic perspective.
Oh? Woman's pouch.
Yes, apparently my species are not only extraordinarily rare, but even rarer to become sentient. That, combining with my unique properties and the ability to be a good alpha acidic base for the potions, the professor estimated my worth to be about 10 million gold.
I see. It is strange to consider someone's worth in gold. Tricky?
Well, you don't have to, but I appreciate it.
If you are hurting yourself and it helps you, I have no healing magic. That's the best I can do.
Slimes will regenerate naturally, but it's appreciated. Truly, it is. I was made a deal with the professor. Copperbeard, that is.
A deal.
When it is needed or wanted, I am willing to sacrifice parts of my body for his research in alchemy. In exchange, he has offered me a lot of meat.
To help you regenerate, then.
I accept it, because this, of course, means I can eat the meat whilst doing the work and taking an arm off, for example. I'll be back at full capacity in a few minutes if that's the case. There's no harm.
Is there no pain as well?
I do not have pain receptors, so no.
That is good to know.
If I did, I believe turning into a cat would be quite catastrophic. Get it? I learned that one in the book. It would be funny. That took 5 days to
Hi,
that
thanks
wasn't
for
funny,
checking
was it?
in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
It is still subjective. Hello, Viviana. Thank you, girls.
Okay.
Is it still so difficult?
Yes, I'm afraid. It is. I have not, attempted to get vocal around to Viviana yet, so naturally it is a little difficult. But I'm trying.
I do not yet know who you have spoken to and who you have not.
Not too many people, but a good handful in one-on-one conversation.
I see. If you would still like me to let you know when someone is around, I will do so.
But when I get distracted by the bloaty thing, then sometimes I lose focus of my other sight.
Hmm?
I essentially have eyes all over my body, and whenever I get distracted by things really badly, I kind of tunnel vision.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Understandable.
You know, that whole ordeal.
Hmm.
I'm trying to work through it, but
Hmm.
it is harder than initially anticipated, I must admit.
I understand it very well. I have my own version of tunnel vision. You've had to help me deal with it.
I see. Is it in relation to, this little thing above your head? You sometimes stare at it for extended periods of time.
Hmm. In a sense, yes. Very bright things.
I see.
I believe I take after my father in that regard. It is not something I've been able to train myself away from.
That makes sense.
Hmm.
You cannot train your way through everything, unfortunately. As much as I would love that to be the case.
Agreed. It can be troublesome. I am hoping it will not cause an issue in the match later.
I've learned many things today. Kokkuri.
What have you learned?
I could legally be considered a war crime.
Ah.
Yeah.
I believe I understand what they mean.
Like as an existence. Apparently, fire that doesn't stop burning isn't good, especially when the only way to produce it is a giant AOE explosive that destroys, like, everything. Apparently drowning people isn't good.
No, it is not.
Mercy kills everything. Eating people alive isn't good either, and nor is keeping them in your body as a hostage forever, whilst forcing them to consume nutrients through your slime. That's also not good.
No, I did say that.
Let's see. Yeah, another thing that is not apparently good is piloting somebody from the inside out by growing inside them and then forcing your flesh, slime through their bone. So you can pilot their butt. That's not good either, apparently. So it's illegal. As are, like, indiscriminate giant explosions that kill hundreds of people. Those also aren't good, apparently. Especially for civilian areas. So yeah, essentially everything I can do is a war crime, according to the professor, who is a general of war. So, yeah.
I would not say everything,
Yeah,
however.
I'm
If that were the case, you would have been disqualified from the tournament.
I mean, I had to, douche.
Yes, but you also
Bullshit
have your
person with
grease.
jello hands. Yeah, I mean, I can only use that in certain situations. Like, if fire makes contact with it, then...
That is true.
Yeah.
There may be things
Not
that you can
ideal.
do that you simply do not know yet, because you have been so focused on what has already worked. Hello, hello.
It says maybe that might be the case. I'm not too sure.
Thank you.
There was apparently a drama talk along the ledge at the training.
There's a what?
People were talking about drama. I did not listen in too much. I was training.
On that ledge there, on the bridge, or?
No, it was at the training area, along the fence.
Okay.
I do not know if they're still there. We're simply waiting for the match later. Though I assume Sayori-sensei will let us know. Is something wrong? Oh, the flux. Sheesh.
And I'm walking away.
What? What is funny? It is a ritual of the elders.
I'm gonna walk around a bit.
He just said something does not feel right. And then he puts his bolt away.
I see.
Not at all, is what it said.
Do you know in which way? I do not see any spirits in the vicinity. Ah. Need to go check on that, since we may be doing his training soon.
I saw you wandering around.
Not exactly wandering. Got somebody that I gotta go. Well, Kokkuri, you know where we're going.
Indeed. If we are gathering for that now, I will head that way.
The training thing. How are you feeling, by the way?
If I'm being kind of honest, hella nervous.
I see.
This is my first time really leading the thing. I'm usually good at following orders, but this is the time I'm gonna be making the orders. And if I mess up, someone on my side could get hurt.
That is the sacrifice all leaders make when commanding others. I know it well. Although, one second, I can provide a good luck charm.
I mean, I'll take it.
Representative, throws it to you.
What'd you give me?
He ripped his hand off, just threw it to you with grease body active. His hand just.
I appreciate it. I'll hold on to it.
It is good for many things. Both luck and also throwing with an opponent and making sure they fall over immediately because it removes friction.
I believe you will do well.
I'm gonna try to make some. We'll see. I got confidence in the people. Just you guys. If I heard what I thought I heard, you guys are gonna be a tough bunch. But
would you wish us to hold back at all?
I'm not in that mess.
I know.
Yeah.
Nah,
I heard about it,
don't hold back.
Didn't participate.
That is what I thought.
Remember, this is a show for you too.
I assumed you would be offended if we held back on your sake. You would wish for the best challenge.
Yeah, I mean, how do I word this? I'm nervous.
That is good.
But in the same sense, I'm kind of excited.
It's natural. That's adrenaline.
Indeed.
Adrenaline, nothing but humans get that.
I usually have to worry about, like, not hurting people, making sure we're getting the right orders done. So, this is gonna be a whole new for me. But, yeah, just gotta...
Right. I'm sure you'll do that.
Nervous is good.
Also,
you will not get overconfident.
Joined you and helped, but I don't think it would have been a good idea.
Sheesh. Sheesh.
Is that a hum to bring him back?
Yes, it is a technique from the elders. Ah, there we are.
Yeah, it would appear that the ancient spell has worked once
It does.
more. Yeah, it usually does.
The elders are very wise.
Apparently, we got a call now. Anybody ever get stuck in the void, we go, sheesh.
Yeah.
The wisdom of the three sages is very important.
Right. We should probably meet up with the others.
We
to get
should.
ready. I appreciate everything,
Good
Keith.
idea.
How long?
Head that way.
The whole conversation.
Understood. I'm going.
It is weird that I didn't notice you, to be honest.
Apologies.
Worst case, I just dip into the shadows immediately to rearrange once things are ready.
Stone is on his way.
I feel like I'm morally obligated to go see what's happening.
We should probably group up, discuss some things just to remind ourselves what the game plan is, and also some good ideas, depending on how we start in position-wise, we'll decide things.
Whether or not we're going to be facing them directly from a short distance, or if we're starting on opposite ends and working toward each other.
For context, by the way, Araneus, the forest behind this wall is where we're fighting. Sayori's
What are the
suggestion.
limits?
Was not given any.
Or
Or complained about it being too
basically
big.
includes everything outside of this wall. That's inside the barrier.
Well, we should try not to push too far away from each other, because that'll be boring in all honesty.
Agreed.
I'll be sure to ask Sayori what are the limits.
Team Butts?
Me, Aaron, Kokkuri, and Wilhelm. Whereas Stone has himself, Bale, Aura, and Gio. People picked that
Name
were
your team again?
winning.
One more time?
Yeah.
Myself, Kokkuri dear here, Araneus, and Wilhelm.
It was unjustified, but anyway.
Well, we will need Valkyrie on standby, since I'm going to try and do things a bit differently this time.
The whole conversation itself was fine.
Not gonna hurt myself, just to not accidentally kill something. So I'm going to give her the option to surrender if need be, and Valkyrie will be on standby immediately if needed. I'm not gonna overdo it, but I'm not gonna underdo it, if that makes sense.
I will say I do have some healing practice I need to get done too, so I can help if needed.
Luckily, if I need any healing, I can always get healed by, you know.
I might be able to heal you now.
Oh, and how is that, dear?
I've been practicing with my ice more for healing, which is a very weird and hard thing to do. But it's shown progress so far.
I'll be excited to see it, dear. Albeit, it'll be interesting being healed magically. I always rely on my own regenerative properties of shadow. Exactly.
Yeah.
Shadow and lightning has great healing bonds. I had to ask, that's usually my go-to for people's injuries, is to cauterize it.
Last resort.
God,
Absolute last resort.
I guess.
Well, if they're bleeding out and they're gonna die at any second.
Yes, if they're coming close to death, you made it sound like you cauterized everything you came across.
And they didn't want them to die just yet. Old habits, don't worry.
How many members of that team are they missing? All of them except for Stone.
It reminds me of the pipes falling on something, and then they were just leaving trail pipes around.
Stone's right there. Oh, right. There's also a slight conundrum on that.
I mean, Gio's back there.
True. It's the fact that Stone hasn't talked to any of his team this entire week. He does not know about our team comp or we're going against him per se. Unless Sayori has told him, but Aura doesn't believe so.
He did at least know that I was part of it. I believe he somewhat knows.
Good.
That's cool.
You have a little responding
I
thing
can't
of
do
a
all
floor.
that.
At least he's
When
not
I
completely
punch, I bring
ignorant.
out, like,
That makes this at
little-
least a little bit more fun.
usually a punch,
Mm.
I can have to physically bring it out, but I can manifest speed
What?
now whenever I'm about to hit somebody.
It had leadership skill, and that's why he went for Yo.
Okay.
Well, Mitch,
Actually, I
I am
believe the
excited
only
for
one
this.
missing is
Activate
Aura.
teammates.
No, she's right there.
Oh no, it's
Above you,
plasma.
on the tree line.
In which case,
Pure
She's talking with
unadulterated
Io.
energy of the thermal kind.
Yes.
Io and Viola are right there.
So like really can dance.
Yeah. Exactly.
Kinda,
That's
yeah.
why I wish to gather everyone up before things start to... Well, Wilhelm's still doing his own thing, but Kokkuri and Erendir both.
It's what I use.
Is there
to
anything
force
you'd
my
like to
attacks
bring up now,
physically,
both
since
as
I don't have a whole
suggestions or
lot of
ideas or
I kind of
concerns?
use them like little swords.
I already brought up to you before about where exactly we start.
Bad.
Whether
And I
we're
like both
facing
those
them.
ideas dearly.
We can either start from far away, or we can start directly facing them.
Alive.
Directly facing them, we'll start off incredibly violent.
Mhm.
In which case,
Meaning
you're
they probably
going
might
to
have us
be
with gap.
prepared for defense rather than offense.
True.
I'm generally expecting to be on defense.
Theo is incredibly quick.
Still seems to
Viola
be
is
following
not.
me now. I'm still worried
Lightning will
Most
prioritize
likely
me,
start.
at least.
about hitting other people.
So if he
Aura's
shoots
most
with
likely
lightning,
going to
everyone
gain
else will be
distance.
safe.
I mean, after all, other people
And Stone's going to
are
take a
probably at the most
defensive
risk of
position and
actually
wait to see
getting
what we
burned up
do.
by me. Since, well, I
Yes.
did find a
That's why I have a
thing
plan
that
for
kind
that.
of works around that. It's
The main
also
thing is we
something
just
I
have to
can only
keep
do once
Viola off
before I pass
Wilhelm,
out,
and then I'm gonna stay by your side
exactly
and help
something
out
that I
with
should
whatever
be using
darkness
immediately to
Aura
save the
shoots
release.
down at us, or whatever lightning Biel tries to shoot at you. As long as you're near me, it's
I don't
only
know
gonna
if you're
touch me and
aware.
none of you, after all.
Well, not really the start, but
How close must we be?
Aware of
A good example is the size of that stadium. The Fear Aura is another good example of my range of influence.
I had once seen you before, though I also
Hmm.
haven't
And
seen
so
you do
you're
anything
all
really
aware.
crazy yet, so I'm just doing
Do you understand Gio's
still
abilities?
fine to keep up with all the seasons.
Bubble Blight and Charm.
They're more
No.
complicated than some of the others.
don't you worry about
Mm.
that.
Do remind us. Better safe than sorry.
She has two particular types, or her magic has two
I
types.
do. I just worry for the people.
It either
I
lubricates
know that we're
things,
probably gonna have spars here
makes it harder for them to
eventually,
keep their
and
footing,
I
slide
worry
around,
No, I'm talking about
or it
involving
makes them
me.
stuck
And,
together,
like, don't get me wrong.
keep you in place, unable to move. If you touch it to your own body, you'll stick to it. You'll stick to others.
Now, I don't think
They've got three different mana recharges across their body,
You're not. You just say Kelly. You're not gonna get along with anyone.
and the
It just
rapier
happens,
has True Strike.
things like that. I don't expect anyone. I don't expect to get along with everyone.
I'm not really defensive as
Really
is,
bad. Hopefully it's a
so it's still
neutral.
damage is damage to me.
Neutral, like.
And the water aspect of her bubbles will be my main issue.
Maybe.
Which is why me and you will be focusing on the two together, primarily. And then if Aaron needs help, which likely he won't, because I trust him, but it's still better to keep an eye on him in case things get worse.
Agreed. I will also have some difficulty if the water magic comes towards me.
He's probably trying to figure out a way to slow her down. You can't really do much to her if you can't hit her. She does go very fast.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I can always try to ruin her sight with my own breath, but she's not weak to dark magic, I don't think.
You don't have to necessarily be
I
weak
just took a look at the
for it to
battlefield.
be a problem.
That is.
There's enough cover with how fast she is. I might actually struggle with hitting her. At least with the way my light works. I would have to incredibly focus on her, which would leave me open to others.
I'd rather you focus on Aura. Me and Kokkuri can focus on Gio and Bill.
If I can do it before hurting somebody.
Mhm.
But I think I'm on the right path.
The only thing I have to remind her is
I believe you are.
the whole not mind control thing during this.
As well. Yeah.
She knows not to charm me.
That's good. The other issue is with Wilhelm. Kokkuri I know will be fine within the first attempt, but the first attempt is enough to break the rules of her promise to do better.
I hope you do.
Yes, dear. Yes, Theory.
My treat. Start gathering your members and meet me at the entrance here of the training grid.
Also, Sayori, later today or later this week, I'd like to ask you for assistance in researching familiars. I'll be honest, the Wonder one sounded quite familiar. Oh, quite fascinating to me.
You should probably carve that out.
The Wonderland one?
The Wonderland one, yes.
I am more than capable of helping you with that one in particular.
Thank you. Now let's go grab Wilhelm. Araneth, I believe, Toddy.
Yeah.
No, Araneth's already grabbing Wilhelm for
Wilhelm's
me.
on the other side over there.
I thought you said
Oh
spirit.
dear.
I was gonna say.
Well, let's head over to the location we need, dear.
Have fun.
Thank you again, Sabriel. I
Be
will.
careful.
He sounds just like me.
Actually, I'm gonna go put pants on real quick. So I'm gonna grab that off the stage over here. Araneth is gonna go look for Wilhelm. He seemed to have vanished elsewhere.
Autumn. Hey, Blitz.
Everything alright, Gio?
Honestly, no.
What's the matter?
I should be looking for a different house.
Surely it's not because she got broken up, or it's not officially a thing.
I wonder.
So what's going on?
Please do.
Windhelm's getting his stuff to get ready. Apparently I'm
Thank you,
missing
dear.
I assume Nako passed on to the same thing to you as I asked him.
Yes.
Yes. Gio's preparing her things. Hopefully she's okay to be able to handle this.
Hopefully.
Sayori,
Yes?
I was just going to ask you, with the area we've been designated to, when you say the forest outside of this, do you mean everything that way, and it's open season? Or do you talking about this raised hill?
We'll walk the borders. That way you all know.
And is it the same border all the way up, or does it open up for Ariel?
It's the same border all the way up.
That popped in like 10 different places, dear lord.
If you guys need to get changed into your combat, you should probably go through that now as well.
I am prepared.
This is my combat. It's important to be able to
There's not much for me to change
fight when I
into.
need to.
I don't use weapons or armor.
This is definitely going to be a hard one for Stone, especially given the state of Miss Shio.
That was unexpected.
It is interesting, I must say.
I suppose such things
Be
are part of
fast.
his training.
What exactly do you mean about Gia?
She's
I didn't follow the song, I think.
emotionally distressed.
Is she?
Something about wanting to change houses.
Really?
We do not know what happened.
Oh.
No. Since I'm trying to mend a broken bridge, I can't typically take advantage of this. Oh, shame. But
Well,
alas.
hopefully she can keep it from influencing this match.
True. I'm just worried she's gonna slip up when things get too tough. Well, if she does, me and Kokkuri have our means around cheating like magic. You have your racial benefits, and I have my own runes to help out.
For what you're speaking of for charm, I don't plan to ever get close enough inside her range.
Exactly. My only worry is Wilhelm, since she might go after him, and he's the main one focusing on the other issue at hand. Though we'll be focusing on Gio and Beol and swapping between each other when need be, if that's alright with you, dear.
Understood.
When my lightning
As far as I'm
is
aware.
out, you'll be fine with it.
As far as I'm aware, the only one of them that can actually take us down to the
Water
ground
is not my...
This
is Aura.
Water is one of my
Not
counters
hurt
as
you,
well.
or
That...
really touch. Us both, then. I have the benefit of lightning being her counter. That is why I'm going to be as offensive as I can with her, and try to nullify Bale best I can. That is why I am required to be semi-near you. Not hip to hip, but...
Understood. If I need, I will pull out fire shields against her. That is the best I can do.
Thank you, dear.
And from what I can recall from the tournament, I believe from stone, the only sort of ranged attack he has is that actual stone coffin he summons.
True. I don't think it'll be much use against Wilhelm, though, with the suggestions I gave him.
Especially because every time he summoned it, there was a delay before it activated. And I think the only one that can actually take us down to the ground would be Aura.
For that to happen, my goal would be to do the opposite.
Right, he'll be over shortly. He's getting dressed right now.
Thank you.
My back is stiff from earlier. Just a mild annoyance.
The tree cover is slightly worse than I expected.
Indeed.
And you've been told, right? All of these trees have been reinforced and cannot be destroyed by us.
Good to know. That is fascinating.
Indeed.
Perfect. I was gonna be
Actually,
worried
not
about
perfect.
repercussions. Right. Your cutting.
Yes, Blitz. It's widespread immutable cover.
Meaning... Well, there's a few ways to go about it, but it depends on how you'd like to go
My
about
original
it.
plan was just simply cut down all of their cover whenever they tried to use it against me. That's no longer an option.
If there is a focus on Aura for you, if she attempts to take cover low, perhaps I can keep her grounded for you. In one spot. I will attempt to grapple her.
Say Ori.
Yes.
The protection on the trees to keep them from being damaged by us, that doesn't extend to the leaves, does it?
I'm here.
More of the branches.
How goes?
Perfect.
Meaning, he can still shoot through if need be, from above. As long as they're not hiding into the trunk. There you go.
It's not as
Price
much
is
of an
averted.
issue as I worried Where's
Their
more?
team. I know
Are
Miss
they
Geo and
stones
Bio
over
are
there?
getting changed into their armor.
Stone and Aura
Yeah.
over
Gio and Prez or Beal is on their way. They were having a talk. So I jumped
You know what happened with that? She
And
seems
they're making
emotionally
us wait.
unstable.
I don't know. They said they private, and I was very awkward, so I jumped off the bridge.
Oh dear.
They didn't want to be
They're
there.
having a They're having a talk
If
now.
I'm going to be, they're making it move. They're on their way. If I'm going to be completely honest, no offense to the teacher here, but some of the teachers are losing their tact and being quite unprofessional, saying things that are unnecessary to them for
I see.
no apparent reason. So
Like
that is
what,
what
pray
they
tell?
are calming down for. That is not for me to discuss. It is simply for me to state that they are stating something that I believe a majority of us have figured out by now.
Well, I can neither agree
I'm
nor
still not
disagree
fully
with that
aware of
statement
what
because I
happened.
don't know what spawned it.
That is not for me to discuss. It is simply something that I wanted to bring up as you guys are waiting.
We won't be waiting much longer. They're coming along the path.
I guess a more important
As
question, does it
expected.
involve any of us?
No, it doesn't. It is simply...
Then I don't need to know then.
Exactly.
Something with the teachers.
Anyways.
Palama.
Where's
Yes,
Stone?
Merlin?
The man of the hour.
Stone and Aura over there.
Behind you.
Oh!
Anyone who's not
I did not know you
participating in this
used-
battle, can you please step into the arena, the training yard for me?
I assume it'll keep
Hold
you
on
safe
a
though.
moment, real quick.
Yeah, who isn't?
Me?
Let me go get Stone and Aura.
Sure.
Apologies. No, I was just going to let you know,
Oh, Sukia.
with planting your sword, you must be very specific at when you do it, as
How may I help you?
we may not always see it
I
equal.
wish to remind you of our promise to each
Understood.
other.
Thank you.
I did not know you used that type of
the
sword.
words of
I
it.
believe you were changing
But
weapons
as long
during
as you're
that
not
battle, so...
forcing anyone anything,
I am changing
will not
quite a
have
lot of
to
weapons. Professor
call
Virtues
for
has
promotion.
given me
Intentions of using
7 new blueprints.
I'd already
One
made
of
a
them's called
promise to somebody
Swordbreaker.
else
I
and
want to learn how to make
used
that.
my own morals. I would only use it if it's a frenzied case, as an example.
Acceptable. I trust
Because
you
at
to
that
keep
point,
your
it's
word
more
unlike
keeping them
some,
safe.
so... I just wish to hear you say it again.
Thank you, Sal, by the way.
Dear.
I
And I
did
know
do
I
my
like
best as I did
to
them.
be...
It was rather
Highlighting
awkward.
between
All
You
eight
seem
of
to have
you.
been
Don't
leaning
push
on
yourself too
air.
much, dear, alright?
I might have the upper course right.
All
You
8
never
of
know.
you,
Hold back as
please
much
listen
this
up.
time.
That is valid.
The first thing we're going to do, I am going to show you the border of your battlefield. So, just so that all you know, what limits you have, and do not go past them. If you do go past them, you are going to be officially eliminated from the battle. So do keep that in mind. So starting from here, you have the entire wall of the training arena. And if you follow me this way,
Oh, I see.
the edge of the road where I'm standing is also going to be part of your area.
Honestly, quite a wide arena.
It is. But there's also 8 of you battling.
Right, still being a border sounds fine to me.
Oh, the wall. And then going from here.
This might be hard to keep track of.
I'm pretty sure the
Practically-
entire arena is just basically this forest.
Okay,
Yes,
that's easier.
practically don't hit the wall. Or the road.
Okay.
So is everything to the right, ma'am?
Up
Yep,
until the
anything
arena
on
wall.
this side of me. And practically the rest of it is going to be the road edge falling all the way down.
All the way to the portal?
Anything inside, all the way to the portal.
Oh, that's a lot bigger than I thought.
Everyone
Okay.
likes
all the way to the
pictures
portal.
Serenity.
Yep, you guys will have a massive amount of room to fight. So first, I will go on.
You're just saying the first wall is our actual training ground stone wall, right? And then up to here. Okay, so it's just a giant
From the wall up
square-ish.
all the way here. Alright, so first I am going to take Blitz's team and show them their starting point and go over the rules of this match. Stone, take the time to strategize, and then I will put you in position.
Before we do, would it be best to remind each other of how our elements work and whatnot?
If you want to go over that, you may.
Shall we make a line and go along that list of order? Less chaotic that way?
Sure.
Wilhelm, would you like to start us off since you're at the end of the line?
I guess I am. I'm a fusion. I do fire, earth, and clay. I do not like water or ice. Is that what you wanted, Blitz? No. Yes.
You don't need to go over your weaknesses.
Okay,
Not your
sorry.
weaknesses, just your
Just go over what you do.
Uh.
And how it will feel for them.
Please. That way people aren't caught off guard and, you know, overreact.
I can take a lot of force. I'm an endurance tank, as some people say, and I like close quarters. Is that it?
Don't give them all that information.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go over everything you can do, just
I will
your
shut up then.
magic type, and how it will feel for them.
Right. In short, it's just hot, I guess. There.
Suppose it is my turn. I use a fusion ability in shields, which will involve several different types of magical enhancements. They will generally be easy to understand, but when I do that, I will be resistant. But if you are touched or touch my shields when they are of a certain element, you may get a effect of that element.
Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, you should have let her go.
I am a bubble mage. I have water and light as a fusion. I can either stick or slip you around, making it difficult for you to move and making the terrain difficult as itself. Either keeping your limbs stuck together or you stuck to whatever surface you're touching.
Do you have everyone that you need? Mine's not a mystery, but I'll cover it real quick. Okay, just make me. Metal, clay, and magma. I mean, yeah, with a lot of force and a lot of it. So you better move or get out of my way.
There's enough spectators and allow Valkyrie already. So.
That's our second command. Let's go.
All right then.
Sorry.
I'm a lightning and ice mage, and well, I hit like a truck with martial arts, so simple as that, really.
My light cleaves, separates, cuts, and turns what it touches to dust.
Well, Professor will take care of that.
Little.
That's all they need to know.
Good to know. I myself am lightning and darkness.
If anything, I'll let
Don't
you
worry
know.
if your lightning misbehaves around me. I oftentimes act as a lightning rod. Though my darkness can sometimes call a hallucinogenic effect, as long as you don't see the red, you should be fine. And of course, you know, touching me is not a good idea. Not being kicked, of course. You dear?
Wind and dark. My arrows are literally compressed of their respective mana, so on impact, well, they will literally explode and release the mana they were made of. I also do other sigils which, well, I believe you all know how it would feel to step on the explosive.
It sucks.
Does anyone have any questions for anyone else before we begin? No worries, dear. Did you have something else?
No. It was more just the dark dagger I do possess. It has odd properties during heightened emotions.
No worries.
That's
Yes.
apologies.
Can I
No
just
worries, dear.
say the one thing for a warning for some people, just in case?
Yes.
With, watch out for, I spit metal and fire, just keep that in mind, and my small hammers are made of, electrum now, so please be careful. And other materials. I'll let you know when we fight you. You get the idea.
And then one last
I'll
thing.
add in a warning as well. I'm going to attempt to restrain my magic as much as possible, but my magic usually separates limbs. I'll be trying not to do that here.
I can't restrain it that much, so apologies, dear. Which then brings my next question,
You're
dear
fine.
Sayori. Should we keep the
Do you
same
remember what I
surrender
mentioned?
rules?
Yeah. Rules will be stated once I get you into your starting positions.
Understood.
Should we keep the same surrender rules as last time, too? In case people get pushed too much.
Yes. If you at any point that you do surrender, you will be taking a knee and raising your hand.
Understood.
Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That was all I had to ask. Thank you.
I will now take Blitz's team and show them their starting position and go over the roles. I will then come back and get Stone's team and show you guys your starting position and also go over the roles.
Understood.
Alright.
Blitz, get your team together and follow me.
Everyone, let's gather up.
Blackstone. I hope we give you a good challenge.
You're gonna feel tight
For a
grip.
second.
I look forward to fighting alongside all three of you.
Likewise.
Save the well wishes after, Wilhelm.
Will do.
I'm just gonna cut out and say it. Stone seems unstable.
Oh, how so?
Mentally or physically?
He just tried to grip the crap out of my hand.
He is nervous.
I wonder if he's angry.
Ow.
He is nervous.
Understood.
Wilhelm,
Yes?
you'll have an immediate chance to get revenge.
That's true. I literally used my only ingot of electrum to make my hammers today, just for him specifically.
He wants to be a leader centurion. A leader must keep a proper mind and a calm head on cool shoulders. If he's already this unstable before the fight has begun, poke and prod it out as you will. Verbal and physical components will do.
Push
I
and
will
be
taunt him
aggressive.
as hard as I can.
Don't let up.
Don't let up.
Wow. This arena's a lot bigger than I thought.
We will
Wilhelm,
stick together
Once
until
we
we meet
start.
with them.
do you remember what I told you
Above the tree line.
about how he would be offended if we did not do our best against him? That is true.
Of course.
He said as much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to your starting point. Now, for me to go over the rules. Of course, killing is not prohibited, or, sorry, prohibited. There we go. I missaid that. You're not allowed to kill anybody.
Is prohibited. Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I don't know why I missaid that. Bad moment. But you are not allowed to kill anybody. Do not maim anybody. Use the forest to your advantage as much as you want. The environment has been protected by runes and other things that we have set up around. So you cannot burn down the forest, you cannot damage the forest, you can shoot through the leaves for the sake of Mr. Irenaeus. And do remember that this is a team fight, so do try to listen to your leading officer as much as possible.
Understood.
The only way for defeat is surrender or hitting the time limit. The time limit in this case is going to be about 15 minutes because it is a much larger battlefield.
But time to recover as well if we need to retreat.
Now, I will also say that you guys are going to be put at a little bit of a disadvantage. You will be starting a little bit after they did.
Oh.
Only due
That's
to the
fair.
fact of I'm the one conducting it, and the field is in such a large area, and I have to tell you guys when to go.
Oh. You don't have one of those
We
mental
went in a
thingies?
straight line. They know where we are.
I don't mind them having that advantage. We had the advantage of counterpicking them.
Okay.
Exactly.
You're the boss.
I wasn't aware it was something we could mind.
Anyways, you have a question?
Yeah, you said we can't damage the ground, but what if I wanted to, well, melt the ground temporarily? Will it go back
It'll
after the
repair
fight?
itself.
Okay, good
That
enough
is
for
good
me.
to know.
Yes.
Does that mean I can cut down a tree and it'll just repair itself after?
That one, when it comes to trees in particular, you cannot do.
Okay, but trees are hard cover.
Exactly.
Not gonna be so good swinging this then. Ugh.
Alright. Did we have
I
any
will remind
questions
the
about the
three
rules?
of you. Oh, no, actually. I'll tell them afterwards. Apologies.
Okay, I will send either myself or Fontaine over here to tell you guys when you can start.
Very well.
If
Unless
they
I am
travel up
leaking,
the
of
roof,
course. I was
you're
telling you
aware that
this.
I can launch
This
all
won't
at
hurt you
once.
guys. Perfect.
Good to
If
know.
we're traveling as a group, I can get first shot as long as none of you rush in there.
I will attempt not to rush in then.
I shall
I
not.
can stop it while I'm
shooting as
preparing to
our
fire, but once
stops.
I'm fired, I can't pull them back.
If they do the same, I will provide you some cover if you wish.
I would appreciate that.
What? Okay,
I have
thanks.
my own
Moral
shield.
support.
However, it's taxing.
You can focus on offense, since I must focus on defense.
In that case,
And that's how I prefer it.
is there a way you would like to be able to commune to us?
Do you all have an object on you right now? Something that you own.
I have a hammer.
What's up, a pouch?
It is not made of iron. I made sure not for you.
Is the necklace made out of iron?
I can...
Nope, the necklace is made out of gold.
You give me each an item.
It smells like jerky.
That belongs to you.
A gold runic necklace that Wilhelm has made me. It's the only thing I can hand for now.
As an
I'll
ability
keep that
angels have,
afterwards.
if I have an item that belongs to you, I can speak to you in your mind. So, I think we'll need to join a Discord call.
Can we go to Mission VC?
That's gonna be fighting booth.
Oh, fighting booth, that works too.
Fighting booth.
I don't know, fighting booth works.
I'm just gonna let the DMs know.
Yeah. Are we allowed to respond back?
Oh, is this one of the groups for the group fight thingy?
The other group is all the way across the field there.
Oh.
So, the character. The way it works. I'm going to specify who I'm speaking to. I can only speak to one of you at a time.
Got it.
Okay. And it's
However,
one way?
I can keep an open connection, and I can feel when you want to talk to me.
Understood.
We can't hear each other, but he can hear us, and we can hear him, and he's directed at us.
Okay.
Now, that'll help with a bit of miscommunication when that happens, but also we'll use you shooting them as our sign to go. That works with you, dear?
Yes. You'll know.
As for you two, I think our position would work as well. Him above us, he has his barrier to stop them from getting free shots on him. Wilhelm, in order for you to get priority target on Storm, or Stone, you should be in front of me and Kokkuri.
And for those, I'm happy, but
I will try my best then.
And your weakness here is Geo.
people would be vulnerable to fire mana.
Yeah.
That's actually a BL. Ice and lightning.
It's both. Lightning,
Luckily,
not so much.
That's not good.
Plus, I'm here, so no lightning will touch any of you as long as I'm within range.
My goal was to try and keep you
as-
all occupied and use an ice wall to resist myself to it.
And I'll be careful of that.
You should also
Thank
be
you.
aware what is going to happen is that Gio is going to break off from the others and attempt to circle you. She
How
does
do we
this in
dodge
order
it?
to disorient her opponents. She will circle you and attempt to hit you with multiple stages of her magic from various
In that
positions.
case, if she disengages us, we'll double team on Baal and harass him for her disengaging. If she gets too
Well,
close,
you might actually have
I'll
the
breathe
best
on
chance
her.
on keeping her in one place. She won't run over the magma.
I could also like, oh Jesus.
Don't worry,
Professor.
I'm just here for whenever Sayori
Right.
gives me the okay to let you know that the whole thing has begun.
I've said I've.
I'm not so sure.
You have
if
the
it-
best
whatever
area
plan-
control.
I taught Europa about this.
So you may
If there's
Yeah.
suddenly a poof, you just say Professor. He's usually one of them.
If you see them getting out of place, let me call out for me. I'll try to put them back in with the wall or
give me
breath.
a
Most
metaphorical
likely what's
second.
going to
I need
happen
to
is
grab
she's
something.
going to not stick you because you can most likely overpower it. She'll make you slippery and then Stone can beat you on better footing.
Give me a quick second.
Understood.
I'm not fully sure how to actually counter this fully. I've been keeping her too occupied, which will be difficult considering her speed.
If you can at least keep her off of me, I can definitely handle Stone.
I can attempt. I'm going to be splitting my attention toward keeping Aura away or harried.
Yeah.
And then I will have a free hand. However, whether or not I'll be able to see or fight through whatever tree is in the way remains to be seen.
That is very true.
If I metaphorically put something in my
Nothing's
bloodstream,
Latino.
everything is good now.
However, the largest ability is one I'd like to use first. It's far too taxing mentally to try and control all of them. So it hits a large area. I won't use it while you're engaged in your fights, because I will hit you guaranteed.
Is it just light?
That is why.
Yes, it's light with
Dark
incredible
user.
force.
Hear me out. If I am able to
I
pin
told
one
you
of
what
them,
my light does.
of course. But remember, I can also. This is enchanted steel for today, so I think I can at least take your brunt for a little bit. If I pin one of them, I mean, go for it. Just give me a heads up.
That's another thing, actually, yes. You will be better in that form. If I see you in it and you're not moving, I'll consider it. If they're inside the area of effect, it may be best
I also can heat them up while holding them, so we can do two types of
Dear
elements to
Lord,
them.
was that?
Good question.
There's also...
Answer.
Stone may actually have somewhat of a defense if he goes metal against my light.
Doing a quick check
It
for
depends on the
Miss Sayori. Are the
reflexivity.
four of you ready at least?
For
It may
Stone?
reflect some of it
Yes.
and then
Yes.
hit you in the ricochet.
Yes, yes. You two, are you both
Make
ready?
sure I'm in the
Before
right-
we say
actually,
ready,
wait.
I think I can pop Stone out of his metal form. I was thinking about it. He's just made of
You can do
metal. It's
that,
kind
I
of.
can begin to etch into him.
It's a bit rude, but I was thinking of forging him to the ground. He is just pure metal.
Viol has a species advantage over my light as a starborn.
Right, Starborn are weak to darkness. Actually, I do
Oh.
have an upper
Yes,
hand
they are.
against him.
Yes,
So yes,
that
Kokkuri?
helps quite a bit.
No, I know. I have breath of my control.
And if I remember right,
And the
they're
fear
immune to
effect I'm not going to be
slashing and weak
using,
to
but she's a
blunt.
demon, so she'll have some advantage.
Not weak to blunt,
no.
but resistant to it.
We're
What I
working
mean
together,
is,
right?
blunt
Viol
force
and
is
Gio
not
mean you
going
can
to do
counter
as much,
together.
but slashing is
Understood.
certainly going to hurt.
In that case, my light will still affect him.
If you wish me to change from one to the other,
Absolutely.
do simply say switch
Yeah, so-
or swap.
So, the best example
I will
can
trust
give
your
out
idea
of
on it, alright, dear?
Very
the
well.
four
Alright, I
of
give you some independence
the
on
two
that.
people I would have to worry about the most, at least in my case, is these two here. Because one uses dark magic and, well, you have a literal Zweihander, so yes, that's something I want
I
to
will try
avoid.
not to cut someone in half. I did dull it for this combat.
And of course, dear,
Fair enough.
I can help you with
You
Bayo's
know that it will
lightning,
hit
and if
harder
aura hits you with
and hurt more.
darkness, I'll trigger it on myself.
Exactly.
Plus, it
That's
heals
why I
me,
made it
so
double for
honestly, it's a
stone
win-win.
specifically.
That is good.
No. You already, well, you three said you were ready. Are you good now, Mr. Wilhelm, or?
I am ready.
And reminder, Wilhelm, when my lightning is out of my hand, you'll find it's only when I'm leaking that it becomes an issue. Alright?
Understood. Just give me a heads up.
Hopefully I'm not standing too close to you, so you should be
You
fine.
four may begin.
Right. And as to the sky, Wilhelm, take the lead, alright, dear? We don't
Understood.
charge and... We don't charge
will-
until we see Ernest's sign.
Professor Fontaine, would I be safe or should I be on the other side?
Okay, if it's alright if I ask you to stay with me.
Very well.
Keep an eye on Wilhelm's flank. Ernest has the sky.
Understood.
Where's Stone?
The idea is Ernest can stop
There.
him from taking cheap shots. But
This way.
This way?
Stone is easy to see. Ah, there's Ada. Oh, careful, arrows.
Right. Careful, dear.
They're all sticking together.
Incoming.
What's the plan?
We wait for Ernest's call. He'll be the surefire shot.
Did I keep advancing?
Keep your distance.
Oh. Are you alright?
That is refreshing.
Oh, he didn't
Stand
Yes.
behind.
Good.
Besides the explosives of it, darkness does heal me.
Ah, there it is.
That's the sign?
As. He shot, did he not?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Onwards.
In pyo to sha kai jin nets sai zen.
He's there grabbing it and trying to pick you up and push you. Oh, shit! She's grabbing it.
Grab.
Swipe the feet below the shield. Hey again.
Grabbing your tail, pulling you
Over the shield.
To sha kai jin nets sai zen.
Push. Electric to the hammer to the knee.
Thanks for the drop theory.
You're gonna see that hammer charge up.
Wilhelm, let's try to get Beale away from him. Careful, he's gonna charge soon to our left. Wait for it.
Got it.
Thank you, Wilhelm. Wait for it. Perfect. To our left, yeah.
Incoming.
Ah, fuck yes, I love lightning users. Fucking pathetic they are.
Well, they're firing at
He's gonna fire to the left. Oh, to our left.
Understood.
are known for big.
They keep
Cover for
using
a little
lightning
bit, just
on
take a
the
second.
I'm getting overcharged.
They seem to be going all
It's more detrimental for them, though.
Cover for a second. Oh, they're staying too close to stone.
Amadeus, I'm here with Sing.
Got it.
The issue is too much
Oh.
lightning, but that's more of an issue.
Ora! In Pyo To Sha Kai Jin Net Sai Sin.
Scares the tail once again. And chucks you. Hit you in the head.
Zen.
Grabbing Kokkuri.
It's really heavy. He's really heavy right now. Tosha Kaijin Netsai Zen. Tosha Kaijin Nets Zen. Zen.
Grabs and misses. Tougher.
Tosha Kaijin It's Sai Zen.
Are you sure you want this?
Kai. Tosha Kaijin It's Sai Zen.
Slam you underneath. Stuck in the ground.
Tosha Kaijin It's Sai Zen.
Thanks. Force you battle. He's pushing you.
gonna like grab your shield and begin pulling it to the side.
Punch!
Oh, just don't do much to me. Sorry, Kokkuri. He's put it to your neck. He's not actually pushing it against you, though.
So, sticks up your wings. Rare for you.
Fine. That's a bit too much lightning.
No problem.
Me too. Are you alright?
Yeah. Heal myself. I'm overcharging myself.
Honestly, I'm getting sick and tired of this fucking son of a bitch.
Can you release it?
Sorry, Kokkuri. It's getting taking more than that. Grabbing the shield again.
Me.
Pulling it.
Grapple. Grab. Blitz.
Pull as you want.
Didn't mean the jump.
It's in.
Your shrine.
Push.
Zen.
You'd end up getting killed. One of it.
I'm just.
You should stop near you. Let me take it.
She's aiming for my shrine. Zen.
Let's not let them breathe. Onward now.
Understood. Zen. All right, Cube. Gonna try to draw from the hammer.
Axe to the back.
I'm here to lightning's mine, dear.
Kokkuri, you're both out.
Oh.
Why are we out?
Oh, the path.
Across the border.
Fuck.
I missed the last minute.
That is frustrating.
It's frustrating. It's up to you, Wilhelm. Don't lose this. Put everything you care for on the line.
Yes.
Injuries, anything, let me know. How can I help?
I'm not injured, it's bad. I kept healing myself with Aura's magic.
Quite a bit of darkness.
Only out because of
And-
fucking distance.
Nice.
Alright. I'll check back in a moment then.
Over here?
I'm good.
You need.
You healing?
I'm good. Your type is just fire and something else, correct? I forget the other type.
Wind.
Fire, wind. Can't do anything.
Mana potion, please. Please.
Yeah.
Everything alright over here?
Yeah, you do need some mana. Do you need to calm down?
The mana should help with that. Forgive me, I need a moment.
Yeah, something else if you need some. Breathe it in, breathe it in. Breathe it in, it's calming. Okay. I'm checking you. Yeah.
Thank you.
It needs some mana and to calm down before going.
What is Blitz's situation? I don't know where they are.
They should be back in a minute. They're trying to cool themselves off.
Understood. Kokkuri, have you received any type of healing yet?
Just received a mana potion. No.
Mana potion only? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. You want to go ahead and, because I believe Kokkuri, you're just a light user fusion. Double check me, please.
Yes.
Kokkuri.
Like clay.
Ah, okay, so we can't heal them.
How are you?
That was very taxing. It was a good match. Unfortunately, I was blown out of bounds.
Yes.
Yes, I attempted to stop that. Wasn't able to catch up in time.
Do you require any healing anywhere?
I haven't.
Perhaps some. And anything that can counter a bit of darkness.
Well, your healing's nature, so we're good on that.
Yeah,
point.
I should
I'll
be
leave
able
that
to.
Idris. Europa, could you assist Idris in making sure they get everything?
Yes.
Although they're cold-blooded,
Thank
this
you.
is hot, so it's
Hold
probably
still.
not like the same. If think of this being cold, that'll help you.
Tell me their portable heater.
Where the fuck? I love that.
Alright,
just gonna leave to for a moment. Tell me if you needed to stop for the once the pain goes out of your chest region.
I was about to ask.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're
I'm not that
the only
interested.
one unaccounted for.
I kept healing myself on Bayo and Aura's magic.
Probably stay seated for
If anything,
like just to not
I've
I'm
got a
also.
doctor if you need to feed off it.
This is nothing. Only 3 broken
Oh,
ribs.
nice.
I broke 5
It's
of
not
them.
healing magic, it's just darkness space. So it's fine then.
sad that I relate to you because my train was
Healing magic.
Is there anything else that you might
You
need?
better not risk it.
I
Not too severely injured, besides pain slightly hurts.
am uncertain if the soreness from plenty of dark magic will do anything. My shrine.
Maybe.
It's a shame that due to metaphorical reasons.
Does anybody
Is that
like
right?
fire healing over here? Would anybody like fire?
No.
Good.
No.
Okay. I think.
She focused on my shrine. That was dangerous.
Professor Sayori can actually probably help you out
I
more.
had many different types of mana.
Because of all the light.
But if you need any,
I meant more so with the big dome, but...
Thank you, Europe.
I had forgotten.
Me.
Blitz was
There's a slight
I was more
conundrum
acting as
that
a
I may have
tactician in Overwatch.
metaphorically
something that
pissed
you
off
need
the
now?
gods by swinging my hand a little too
I
hard.
do not know if there is anything for
God,
mana countering burns.
That's where you went for half
Yes.
of the fight. Okay.
I might have punched one of the gods in the eye, and it
I
went
took quite a bit of
flying,
dark.
where it should not go flying,
That's how I got hit
and
by
thus
the
I
last
went
doctor.
flying.
Just making sure.
Luckily, it is not
Broken,
broken, the god's eye,
I had just put up my shield.
but they
so that
decided
the
to take
darkness
my
actually
legs
hurt
as
me.
consequence.
I will most certainly go to the hot spring.
What is your goal? Do you need help getting over there? Training.
It's a very fitting thing for someone.
That would be helpful. I should probably release the rest of this first, however, before
I see. That's very
Aura was at least very good at keeping me
let's
looking for her. I expected her to stay up, but she stayed below the trees more often than not.
That is actually something I did notice. The other people were saying that, but actually I noticed that you were finding her. In just a moment, I'm going to be bringing Kokkuri to the hot spring. If anybody needs me on my phone, just let me know immediately.
Shouldn't everything all good?
Yeah.
I can follow the noises of the building.
You return to the cycle.
I noticed that there was like supporting
My gratitude.
grenades over there. Any other?
Balanced it out at least, but still had to overdo lightning.
You did a pretty good job.
My
You were
hand still
pressuring him
hurts.
whenever he ended up like going after him.
You
You
actually, I
noticed
believe
that he
the
tried to
difference
transfer
was
targets
you
over
had a
to,
much
I think,
better,
Blitz,
fleshed
and
out
you ended
plan,
up punishing them
but
every time.
the second team has more battle experience in making sure
Though it should probably be. Where is Stone? Oh, he is that way anyway.
Coke, he's going to a clinic.
I see.
It is your first mass combat.
Are you good?
I will be fine. I'm going to go to the springs after. But I wanted to. What was the conclusion?
Unfortunately, your team did lose.
I expected as much, but this was a test for Stone.
It means Cisco has done one thing
correct.
At least I gave them for a run of their money. That's all I care.
Is the result already clear?
There is. I will tell him fully the results in a moment.
I see. I was not certain whether I missed it or not.
That's true.
I wanted to make sure you all were healed first.
I have gotten healing, yes.
Get you something?
Okay.
Yeah, raw meat would work.
There's also the experience difference.
You did hear the results that your team unfortunately did lose.
I think you did very well.
Yeah, not surprised too much.
It was a good match. Thank you, Blitz.
You all did amazing.
Thank you, Kokkuri. Apologies for us getting too far near the edge.
It is fine.
I forgot where the line was.
I did not see it either.
Lighting's weird.
Kokkuri, I did get some fresh tea for us later.
That sounds very good. Thank you. Alright.
It's just this way.
I can imagine that.
We should probably take the roundabout, since there's a lot of
Yes.
things you could get yourself.
Well done.
apologies for biting you.
Oh, you're doing amazingly.
Being bitten by someone with dark
You alright?
magic hurts.
Oh, I know, my lungs are
I've like
filled with
taking an
it.
axe to the spine
Yes,
several
Gio.
times.
Yes, Sarah, do you need me for anything?
Crazy.
I did want to inform you that your team did one.
Your team tried to punch me.
That's
It
good.
does
I'm
not
happy
work.
for
I'm
Stone.
sorry.
Good.
You're not too
I know.
exhausted, are you?
Dark magic.
I'm
Yeah,
overcharged on light
you
magic
have
is all.
dark magic. That's the only reason you got any reaction.
Gotcha.
I forgot your
Take it easy.
Stubborn's kind of hard to find.
Also,
I knew
be,
my light wasn't going to
make
do
sure you
anything
take
when
care
I
of
left
yourself. I know that you are emotionally not well.
I was better emotionally, before earlier with our conversation with
Both sides definitely did fight with their everything. I could have told that from a mile away. It was well done. I feel I still may have attempted to be more offensive than I'm used to. Regardless, you followed orders well, to my knowledge. Here we are. The hot spring is just this way. Did they finally move buckets to the small one? I had not found any proper bathing buckets by the spring I can actually go to. I see. That one is much too deep. I know there is a part on top of the hot spring that seems a little more shallow. But I don't know. Are we allowed to go up there? I'm not sure. I haven't tried it yet. Such things are normally for holding the water to be purified over the falls. I do not know if they do things differently here. I see. All right. Thank you, Europa. I will still probably go to the one by the nature building, but they do not have buckets there. Would you like for me to stay by? I should probably stay by your side until you are at least all right. Do not feel forced, but I do appreciate. I don't feel forced in the slightest. If anything, I'm just looking out for you. If anything were to happen, and nobody were to be around, it wouldn't end well. That is understandable. Give me a moment. They have two dark users on their side, right? Or just one? I believe just the one. Her manner is very broad, however.
There's definitely a lot of dark mana spread out across the field at all times.
That was Oris ranged, yes.
Let's sit here for a moment. Sit here.
Bucket.
Are you alright?
Just the water. Still getting... suppose I'm still remembering last time I came here.
Is it different for Fane, at least, when it comes to temperatures?
For many Fane, yes. I am more yokai, though, so that part does not matter.
I see.
But my father is more... intolerant to cold. Can go over to the smaller one. This is too deep.
Where might that be?
It is over by the building by the garden.
Right, I know that is. Thankfully, it's right over here. If this ever happens again, that will definitely be the first one. We go to at least.
I will most probably see about getting a proper bucket over there. Cannot go directly into the water.
Here we are.
In, yo, to, sha, kai, jin, ets, sai, sen.
Is it in the garden, or?
Yes, where the... what do they call them? Beanbags?
It's right here. I do admit they could label these a bit better. But here we are. The garden. Okay.
The bees are still singing.
I think they always are.
It is an interesting tune. I'm attempting to learn it.
This descent is a little bit steep. Just this way. Do you want me to bring it inside, or is it alright with it staying out there?
Bring what?
Watch.
Oh.
I think it's this one.
Yes.
Right. Where am I? Okay.
Oh my god!
This is much better than almost drowning.
Definitely. Although I can't say I've ever been in that one before, let alone any of them.
Are you not able?
happens, but I guess I could try it at some point. At least whenever I dip my hand in water, it dissolves.
Oh, I see. But it comes back. So that is at least good.
It doesn't go away, it's just mixed in with the water more.
You have simply not completely submerged yourself. Is that what you mean?
I guess so. Although there were hot springs back in Ontario, those seem to be alright.
I do not completely submerge myself either.
I don't really... What would happen to your light if it got water on it?
It is very painful. It is disruptive. I have not attempted to. It has only happened once, and very briefly. Not the entire flame. I do not wish to experience that again.
Definitely not. That must be something we should probably take note of for the Valkyries.
My antennae were covered by the water once, and I could not move.
That definitely would be bad.
I did let Blitz and Aura know not to put me flying over any large bodies of water.
Right. I do hope the others are doing alright. Then again, the rest of them are also there. It should be okay.
Most probably. Though if you wish to check on people, you do not have to stay here.
I don't think I'd be able to forgive myself if something happened whilst I wasn't here.
If I am to drown in a small onsen, I should not be allowed here. The large one, perhaps.
I suppose so.
That has already happened, so at least my luck has already played through.
I guess it's easier to avoid now that we know about it.
Is it bad to be somewhat upset that Aura kept targeting my shrine, knowing well that it is very important and could have been very dangerous?
Not at all. I definitely would be upset myself. At least, I do remember over there. I suppose I can say this. When I was standing by the other team and they were discussing, they were encouraged to fight as dirty as possible.
By whom?
I don't remember. I think it was either Buell or Stone. It was somebody there.
We had our rules. Fighting dirty was not against them. And we did tell Stone that we would not hold back, and that we knew he would be offended if we had. So it is best to assume the same of them.
I suppose that is the type of fighting that we will be using out in the field anyways. It makes sense.
Did something happen? You suddenly looked that way very intensely.
Nothing of note. I guess I just tend to move whenever I'm speaking.
I found it easier to focus on small things in a room for bettering one's thoughts.
Such as?
Well, when one is trying to think of something, focusing on something like a spine of a book or a small trinket in a room, while you're thinking about it, allows you to better focus your words.
I think I'm starting to understand. All in all, I don't foresee this type of spar to be the last time it's going to happen.
I would assume not.
After all, you can't exactly. I don't think we can train ourselves if we're not fighting at our full potential anyways. At least for the most of us.
This is true. Though, for some people, learning to control and not use the complete extent of one's abilities is a type of training. One of the elders would always say,
Told me something about that earlier. Sorry.
One of the elders would always tell us that practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. Therefore, you have to slowly work yourself towards understanding all the nuance in your abilities. As soon as you can feel it, just like a change in the air, then you can start properly training it. But many people act too fast.
That would definitely be a good place to start.
That's true.
Hello, both of you.
Hello.
Greetings.
Mr. Irenaeus came back to give you back your things.
I was reminded I had something of yours.
Oh.
Where are your things?
Right there. Thank you.
The bag you had given me before the match.
The jerky bag.
Yes.
I do appreciate it. Well done, Irenaeus. It was a good match.
It was. I had attempted to stop you being blown out of bounds.
So I heard.
I was not able to reach her in time.
It happens. We were not paying as much attention as we should have been.
I was still Overwatch, which means it's still partly my fault.
Sharing in wins and losses is what a team does, yes? It is to be expected.
Yes, I suppose it is.
There is always something to be learned for next time.
How effective did you think our plan was?
It was more difficult to stick to, given the terrain. That is also to be expected when one did not know the bounds when it was created. We also may not have accounted properly for the speed of the others.
attempted to describe their speed. I don't think I put enough emphasis on it.
I apologize I was not able to cover you.
It ended up being fine. I had to be too mobile for you to waste time to focus on me, especially when I am able to defend myself and the others are not.
I will have to find more ways to
I'm
be
more talking
cautious of the
about
darkness.
How did it go facing off against Viol and Stone as well? Not just Geo's speed.
Before we continue this, why don't you take a sit down and I'll bring us some tea.
You insist.
Thank you, Sensei.
I'm going to take your spot, though.
I believe it was somewhat... It was as I expected for the most part, though I feel I may have attempted to be more offensive than I am used to. Though that does not quite work against Biel. I was mostly attempting to distract him. He is very versatile. While I am in mana, I am not so much in the fact that all of my physical attacks are weak against him. I do not have any weapons.
How much control do you have over the formation of your shields? Can you make them bladed?
Here you go.
I've been beginning the process of trying to learn such a thing. I have not quite gotten it right, but I believe there is potential. I had never attempted it before.
And I'll put yours right here.
Thank you.
Actually, you're up. Could you go back and gather the others?
Which ones?
Blitz and Willem, if they're capable of walking. It may be good for us to discuss all of this.
Just those two?
Yes.
But, Europa, stay sitting and enjoy your tea. I'll fetch them.
Thank you, Sayori.
In other words, enjoy your tea, Europa.
I will.
It is good to find good matcha here. I still owe you a tea ceremony. We are attempting to find the Chawan. I will paint them eventually once we get them, assuming Professor Fontaine is able.
I see.
I do not know how much more useful turning my shields into blades could be, but I am willing to at least try.
It may be useful to give you more of a weapon. Or if you could form it into a cone.
A ranged ability.
If you can control the shape. Yes. However, if you could form a cone in the same position that you're currently holding them when you hold them side by side on your hands. Think of it like an umbrella. You can either have it folded in, and you can use it to at least pierce. Or you can fold them out, and use them back as shields.
Hmm.
I don't know how taxing that would be for you, considering there'd be quite a few of your hexagons.
Hmm. I had not considered creating something like a casa. I will certainly attempt it.
May be useful in the future.
I appreciate the suggestion. Would not have thought of it. Greetings.
Doing alright after your fight?
Relaxing.
I see that. I didn't realize there was a hot spring here. Wasn't ever told about it.
It is the only one I can attend. The other is much too deep.
That's fair.
Oh, perfect.
I had no
Sweet
idea
dream
this existed.
moon. Kokkuri, you don't mind if Viviana joins you because we're gonna let her go inside and at least rest herself as well.
Of course.
Pardon.
Nikos, you're a lot stronger at lifting than
I
man.
think I got it. I just gotta be careful.
Oh, Eunice is here. Okay.
Yep.
Ooh, that was a little too far.
Are you alright?
You said you wanted to speak to us, Eunice?
Yeah.
Everyone is gathered.
I was going to see if we could gather all of us here, and then we could just simply go over how we thought the fight went. However, I'm not sure where Blitz is.
Blitz, I think should be heading back.
Unless Blitz is
Was
still resting
right
the rest of
the
the day.
main area when I last saw them?
I last
But
saw
they
them
might have also
stand
just
there.
turned in for the day, because I do feel like they're not exactly around either, so.
That's fair.
It was more that I was going to ask. I did not have as much situational awareness as I thought I would up above the tree line. I missed the vast majority of your fight. So I wanted to hear about it.
Oh. That makes sense.
Yes, actually, I wanted to also ask you, Wilhelm, about why your sword was left on the ground as it was.
Yeah, This thing is made of enchanted metal from virtues. It's not listening.
Okay.
The sword, the spirit of that sword didn't seem to want to stay with you, I guess.
It also doesn't help that I dulled it down for this fight.
Are you alright?
It has a true edge according to virtues, and it can cut through
Just
a lot of
not
things. And
used to
do not use it against people.
as much as I move my body today. That's all.
Worded it as that.
I somewhat understand.
For sparring today.
It cuts through armor.
My second, technically.
I said first today, though.
Yeah, first today, you're right.
It was also, I wanted to ask you, Willem, about your role in the fight. How well did you think the
It's
plan
just
actually
really hard
held
to
up?
do when I'm
to the
not
fight?
able to move my lower half on land as much.
I think it went really well at the beginning, and then we kind of started falling off when Blitz and Kokkuri got pushed off of their targets because I got surrounded multiple times.
I was gonna say you got surrounded and then surrounded, and then
Yeah,
it was like, oh
it's
god,
because
what's
after Geo stuck me to the tree and the ground at the same time. Then I got impaled in the ground, and then Prez iced me into the ground, so I was triple stuck. So I couldn't really move.
Geo stuck my wings towards the end, so I could not fly anymore. I could not move as fast.
At that point, I was still fighting aura in the air, so I didn't have any idea.
It's okay.
Was she actually in the air that much? I didn't actually get to see the full fight.
No. She made a good decision. She stayed below the tree line, which made me have to look for her.
I'm pretty sure I scared the crap out of her, though. I
You
threw
got
the
healed, right?
Y-hander right at her wing.
Yes.
Sorry, I kind of had to rush down.
No, that is important.
Rush to
Can't imagine being able to one-handed fly on my face. That's a terrifying thought.
Isn't that a
How well
really?
were you able
Isn't
to
that
face off against stone?
a sword that's like? Wait. What does this white-hander
Who are
look
you
like?
asking this question to, Wilhelm or?
Willem.
I'm assuming Wilhelm, yeah.
Yazashi.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh.
Wilhelm?
Did you not hear my question, Willem?
That's a
Pardon
long
me?
Are you
sword.
speaking right now?
I asked you a question.
Oh, apologies. Could you repeat flexing my ears?
I asked you, how well did you think you faced off against stone?
Oh, you need to know.
Honestly, I felt like I could do better. It sounds like he prepared for me as much as I prepared for him. He switched to tungsten this time, even though I was using
One-handed, two-handed.
enchanted steel.
The translation.
It's still very hard to move.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like I
am
distracted him
curious, where
decently
did you
enough
get
until I
this-
got him to be pinned for most of the fight, but it's just at the end when they regrouped together, they overpowered me and I couldn't defend our team.
I am curious though, where did you get this preparation for electricity?
The Electrum?
Yes.
I brought it back from the workshop with me when I went to Israel.
It is deeper than I thought.
Oh, I didn't realize that Israel has such an offer. These are.
It's
actually
not
kind of
from
valuable
Israel.
information to
It's
know.
my family runs a smith.
As long as it does not go above my head.
I see. Sorry, I guess
Trust
I'm
me,
not
it
very
won't.
acquainted with all these ores and.
You're okay.
Okay.
In hindsight, it would have been better if we designated one of you to be able to keep open communication with me.
Yeah. I told Blitz to try to talk to you because I was too busy. Because Blitz was resting a lot due to the
Yeah, please don't hit the.
healing of lightning, but I think he was
Don't hit the rune.
I never heard a thing.
Don't hit the rune behind you.
Perhaps it never went through.
Behind me? It's behind me.
Don't hit the rune behind you.
Oh, that room.
Yazashi.
Okay.
Yeah, don't hit it.
I'm okay, don't worry.
So I wasn't quite sure how the communication was being spoken of between you all either. And it did seem like I realized, to much as my surprise in a way, the fact that because you were flying in the air, there was a lot more pressure for people on the ground because of your unable to see past any of the tree lines.
Yes, I was blitzing them. The fighting tactic.
I think the tactic
I was
worked
gonna
well
say.
at the beginning. I think you going ahead and starting the fight with the barrage definitely worked for a bit. It's just we were too slow to act up on it.
They weren't looking up and they were all traveling as a group, so I went behind them and just barraged them.
Yeah.
I think the part where it broke down is once we lost Kokkuri and Blitz, and I didn't know that you were being overwhelmed.
Yeah, I couldn't get a word out quite right at the moment. You know. Oron.
I was told that was at least just within the last minute.
Would you also suggest that possibly as an idea that actually Irenaeus would be the one to start the fight, making sure that he's constantly more on the offensive than Search, giving out like anything for people on the ground to do call-outs for them? Oh, no, I'm just speaking out loud to Irenaeus and Wilhelm here, actually.
Okay, I'm gonna go sit down.
We're going
not
after
on
an
water.
after battle report.
Perfect. I was hoping we would do that.
I was more asking the others. The plan that was developed, how do you think it held up?
I only got to see the first half in the aftermath, sadly. So at the start, it felt like it was strong, and
Sayori
then at
stuffed me
the
in a
end, it
mailbox.
fell apart.
Sayori,
So I
what-
take
what-
partial
what?
to blame for
Sayori stuffed me in a mailbox.
unforeseeable
Oh, did
things
you deserve it?
escalating.
No.
Yeah.
For once, no.
Oh.
I have now
And then
So they
Beol
don't
threw me
lie.
from the
to be
front of the school to
careful
the
from
garden.
pissing off the gods.
My bones
I
hurt.
saw that firsthand.
I.
Through
What?
you?
Take it small.
Are you alright?
I don't.
I'll talk to him later.
Yeah, fine.
In reality, it seems the fight actually separated into two different fights. Aura and I, and then all of you.
Because I just learned some stuff about my race I didn't know it is. Ananias.
And then parts of Kokkuri are the only ones that can really do anything on Aura.
I received quite a few arrows.
Aura and I had a good chance of taking each other out in the air. We're both strong and weak to each other.
Oh no, the blood of past victims.
What?
Well, I suppose next time I might have picked something better against wind.
You can. We're just having a after battle.
I had forgotten that Aura had that ability.
Walking on.
Yeah.
Aura's a tough cookie.
No, she is.
I think we definitely broke their chain of command, for at least for Stone, especially when I welded his mouth shut. But don't know
I'm
how
glad
long that
about that
lasted.
at least.
Felt bad, but felt good at the same time.
I'm glad though at least I didn't hit Kokkuri with the darkness. That was the one thing I was worried about.
Hmm.
So I might have gone a little mouthy on Beol to compensate.
Oh.
I'd say overall we had a tactical loss.
Yeah, Kokkuri, you doing
An
it?
actual...
Don't do that right now, please.
I'm alright.
There are people here who are not comfortable with it.
They're in water. It's a
No,
fire
that's not what I
place.
mean. That's not what I mean, Leviticus. Please trust me.
Oh, when it comes...
I feel like if the fight went on longer and didn't have the disqualification of the outside
If there were no
border.
borders, the fight would have been different.
Exactly, and if other circumstances didn't trigger, honestly.
Come here. I don't need an explanation. I already know what you're talking about.
Beol and Aura both were good at healing
I already
me
know what you're
constantly.
talking about. I don't need
It's
this.
not magical healing, more regenerative.
I appreciate the thought, but
So
I
was
already
able
know what you're
to
gonna say.
push further, more than normally I would be able to.
Yeah, it's not news. I know.
My veins are a little sore from the wind.
That's not it.
Okay.
Water
I can't wait for you to
pots.
drag me away just for me to already know, but okay.
Besides that, how are you three holding up? Apologies if I pushed you all too much too.
Nonsense. It was great.
It was to be expected.
At least I was able to
keep
keep.
his ribs broken every week.
At least the lightning wasn't too much for both of you, though. So that was my main concern.
Well, I prepared for you this time with the lightning cameras.
Thank you.
Although using
Not
electrum,
light
not
lightning.
very happy about it.
Beol's.
Oh, that.
The mana came in handy.
The sandwich.
No, I ate it. It's the it's the soul of the sandwich I ate. This happens
That's
to my food apparently.
Nice.
It just happens, don't worry.
Fiona, if I haven't heard wrong,
Yes.
I'd say
I want to apologize for
this is soft criticism.
you getting caught in the crossfire
I
of
would say
those runes.
area improvement.
Oh,
given the
no,
way
you're
you
fine.
were
My bubble protected me. It was fine.
Focus directly on your ability to work with several
Thank you.
I
weapons.
wanted to apologize considering.
That would
Yeah.
be
Those
actually
five
Your
fun to
minutes
skill
do.
will grow with your skill with your
worst.
weaponry.
There
Even
was
if
a
you're
lot
already
going
skilled
on. I
at
don't blame
creating
you
it.
guys. I just wanted to see what was happening,
able
and
to
since I'm
I'm
kind
sorry.
of
Was that for
blurry,
Wilhelm or
I
me?
couldn't really see over the wall.
For instance, you can make a
I thought I
giant
might
sword,
swell.
but
Still,
how
apologies.
actually well trained are you
Well,
with
thank
fighting
you.
with a Zweihander?
I appreciate it.
Oh, where are wings? She can manifest her wings whenever she wants. That's the one thing she can do as a shape changer yokai. Normally they can hide a bunch of stuff and change a bunch of stuff and like hide their light, but she can't hide her light because she's half.
Your magic itself.
Her wings are the only thing she can hide.
Of course.
Actually, I might
I'm building
take some
myself
of
to be a close quarter, anyways. Try to durable, keeping the pressure on them, especially with the rune coming up. I'm getting
Actually, I
drawn.
have a question for you, Wilhelm.
Yes.
When it comes to your weapon magic, are you creating a weapon or reshaping your element into different shapes?
I'm creating on the fly. As great as that sounds, it's a lot more complex in the background.
Okay.
Have
Trying to
know the
find.
insides out, essentially.
There's so many people who create weapons but not reshape the element into a weapon.
I'll
So it's hard to
just the
find something that can help
thing.
both me and Menace learn more.
Blitz, I
Well,
have a question.
I might have an answer.
When you mean reshape, like taking a weapon and using your element to change it, yes?
Like, for example, let's use Menace. He does not summon weapons, but he takes his coral and he shapes his coral that he makes. For me, I can harden my lightning, but I haven't really figured out how to utilize it anyway. Or
You mean
hold it
like
for
the
longer
way I
than a
make
few
my
seconds.
arrows?
Exactly.
The only person I can think of is Biol. Biol does that with his element.
Oh, yeah. I was... Okay, sandwich? Okay, bye. I was gonna
For
say,
nothing.
Blitz,
Oh.
I'm magic components and mana magic shaping. If I don't have the materials within me, I can just make it out of my element, or at the time. So it
If you
kind of
want
fits in both.
Blitz, if you don't want to talk to Biol, Alphonse is a professor that talks about using one's magic to reshape.
That might be more useful. Because don't get me wrong, Biol is good too, but how he fights is a little bit different than what I'm picturing, if it makes sense.
I mean, I'm willing to help you too if you need.
I'll keep you both in mind. I think talking to the bird-masked one might be a fit.
I'm pretty sure because he's talked about it's how Alphonse can shrink and enlarge without being how Nako does it.
So hello, Fountain. I hope your watch of the fight was fun.
It was actually. I was actually thoroughly entertained.
Mm.
I'm gonna do a bit of my own personal learning.
What do you think, though, Blitz?
What?
How was the fight?
I think we were doing good near the beginning. There are certain things I know I should have done different. For example, there's not much anything I can do on Aura. The only range I have on her is dark magic, which would have done the same thing that Baol was doing to me the entire time, which would be healing you the entire time, basically. There's also other abilities I could have used that would have assisted or added chaos to the field.
Did you
But
not
also... No, I didn't use my fear. I was tempted to, especially with how Stone was already unstable. But I promised I wouldn't use it to be cruel unless needed for it. I still suggest virtues. I want to do some sort of mental training with some of the students who are more uncareful and... how would I put it? Impulsive to their emotions. I think I could be good at teaching them how to do better. Of course, with some assistance in case people are less in their parts, depressingly. Because I'm not surprised if I can do something like that, there must be more out there.
No.
Exactly.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
I won't lie, Blitz. Due to the fact that you can make people, lose a little bit of control, that was why I considered you another high priority target.
I take that as a compliment. I'm glad. Though I must admit your wind arrows hurt like a bitch. But I'm very thankful you can do it. Because if it hurts me, then it'll hurt someone else worse.
Indeed, because then I will aim to kill.
Exactly, dear. That's why I appreciate talking to you. You completely understand it. I must admit.
I believe I restrained my light magic too much.
Oh, I don't know if you
I
saw
can say
it.
this, it still hurt, and I will admit I had Miss Sayori give me some extra protection specifically against light.
That's cheating. No, that's fine.
No, it's
because I did
understandable.
not want to lose a limb.
That's also
That is why I warned Gio I would not hold
I
back.
suppose
on
you were
what I
correct,
do with
Wilhelm.
the dual light users. Didn't want to be
I should have
disqualified
asked.
for either people dying.
I'd be upset if you died, honestly.
I told you should ask.
So don't die on me.
I still received what I needed, however.
Oh, Irenaeus, when you did your barrage, I did suplex stone into it.
Especially
I'm
no.
quite protective of those I
Were
care
you
for.
able
Not
Don't
even
fall.
here during
I was. I saw it and I
simple
pushed him
mock
into it.
battle.
It would be depressing, truly.
It was very interesting punching Buell in the face, even though it did nothing.
Yeah, he's like punching a brick wall. It sucks.
That's
Even
why I
with
had to
metal,
bite
it's
into
okay.
him.
Nothing.
I am stronger than I look. I am still a demon.
Recoil when you two were in a stalemate.
Ah.
He tried to pull my shields away, so I simply dispersed them and punched him.
Fair?
Yeah, I had a crocodile.
Surprisingly, he's
I'm trying to punch people in the face is like corner me, holding a sword by the blade. I don't think it would go too well.
It's fine though.
Most probably not. It did not work for me either.
That's why I want the repel ring.
At least you tried.
Mm.
An attempt was made.
That's why I'm excited.
I do not have piercing weapons. Yet. But the goal was simply to distract him, not to beat him.
Using lightning on me too. And near me also. Partially why I bit him. I
Users in that fight, I would have been dead.
Yeah,
How do you think I
if I was
felt?
with you, you'd be funnier. Remember,
Yeah.
lightning favors me
Yazashi,
over
the
everyone
first-
else.
It is one of the funnier things.
The first mock thing I did, Buell almost electrified me, and I almost turned into a fish stick.
Damn, only electrified. I would have. He stabbed me with the ice axe in the
I
spine
don't
7
one
times.
thing though. I do.
That
need
is
to
a
keep
good
an eye on
question.
Quill, though.
I would have been cooked. That's what I meant to say.
Too much lightning does still have some repercussions, it seems.
Speaking of,
I feel like if we
Ora.
didn't lose you two, we would have got the upper hand eventually.
Yeah, that's why I'm a bit more upset at uncontrolled circumstances outside any of our forces.
Were you allowed back in
I
after the
also
gods
found
taken
out-
you?
Yes,
I found out
though
something.
it took a bit for me to get my legs back. They were a bit wobbly still.
That's where it
I
is.
had thought the way Gio's shield worked was that it gave her more defense against specifically light magic. I found out after the battle that no, that shield actually absorbed my light.
Oh.
It absorbed both light and dark at the same time. So
But
it
it
was
also
trying to hit her when you did.
It took some of the fire magic.
Evidently, it taxes her mind.
He's good at doing
Which is apparently what I was straining it near the end.
Interesting.
had
Oh, that
plenty
is.
of mana left.
No, that's a horrible idea. That's completely devious.
There was many devious ideas going on the entire time.
Hit it with fear.
Ora.
Should be too weak to handle
Shooting
that.
fire at it the whole time was good then as well.
I admit that it was intelligent to force me to use much of my mana on protecting my shrine, but it was still very dangerous. I had many types inside. It would have been very bad if it broke.
I told you we need to make something protective for
I
that.
suppose, yes.
We do.
My goal, when it comes to aiming for that, was in the sense of disarming.
Yeah.
I did tell you the very first day that were it to be broken, it would be very bad for everyone nearby.
Worse than Onyx's boogie bombs.
Right.
I did aim for stone score
Yeah,
though, so I can't say I'm any better.
Oh! You did that!
Yeah, you gotta.
I feel kind of bad about it.
No worries, I do need to talk to him after this.
Before everyone
Don't say you feel bad.
No, I don't want to test that theory.
Practice for
You're
him to
the
protect
reason
him.
why I had to remove metal from it.
Right. Though I will say,
mean,
if you guys need me, I am going to medical though, since Stone does need to talk to me. So any last comments before I must go?
I would say
sparring later this week.
One more time. You Ernest first, what do you want?
no. I would say no. I have no further questions or comments.
Then you, Wilhelm.
I'm down to do some sparring with you because I need to train against lightning and dark as well as
Alright.
weapons.
Just keep your love on fire away from me so I don't have to worsen my wings worse, and then we'll be fine.
Do not worry, I will not be using it.
Need training against Dark? Want me to put some more runes for you?
Oh, we should work together. I think that'll be quite enjoyable.
I will grab Q and throw his slime everywhere. Don't test me. You can
I
make
have some more
landmines, I
things to
can
say
make
to
them too.
Q later. Anyways.
I already thought of Q getting some of his slime and putting in a jar.
Do
and
give
throwing
Stone
it
her
in
regards.
I do need to talk to Q about cannon maneuver. That will be the Centurion's signature ability.
Wait, what will be?
Oh?
Signature ability?
What did you say it was?
Oh, cannon or catapult maneuver? Or orbital strike?
Okay. I don't know how that would work, but alright.
Don't worry about it. You'll find out one day if we do a house training.
Oh my goodness.
Also,
like the
good
sound
job
of that.
carrying out the first ambush you did on the main group. Coming from the sky.
Thank you. That was initially planned.
Right where you were.
I had spotted Stone, his giant hammer through the trees, so I knew your relative position and was able to get behind you. That ability is best used at the beginning.
Indeed.
I was gonna ask you, Aaron, how much can you continuously let out your magic?
My magic's incredibly efficient. I would say, if I had to actually put a number to it, I definitely used over half of what I had during that fight.
Understandable.
However, I don't get tired, so you won't see it.
Of course. I'm sad we didn't get to test out how tough Stone would be against your laser if we just held him there.
If that were the case, I could use a larger one. He's one of the few I think actually wouldn't die from it. Though even then, that's still a gamble.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna go to the medical real quickly, get checked up since they told me to. Before I relax for the day.
That would be a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Although I don't want to get overhealed since I've been healed by 3 people. So, with that, if you need me, I'll be in the dorms. I'm D1 if you need anything. Catch you later.
Well done, Wilhelm.
Yeah.
Thank you, you too.
Also, I need to ask Kokkuri. How is your shrine, considering all of the shots that was fired towards it? It ain't got too damaged, I hope?
It is somewhat scuffed, but I attempted to put up as many shields on it as I could. I kept more focus back there.
Good.
I released the rest of the mana, so in case there were a leak. But it does not seem to be the case.
My tea got cold. Tea. I'll be back. Wilhelm!
Ah, yes. You just left.
Oh god.
Speaking
They
of...
arrived just to leave, it seemed like.
May I bother you, Yasushi?
Yeah,
Are you
what's
able
up?
to pull the water?
To pull the water? What do you want
Dry.
me to do exactly? Oh.
Dry her. Pull it off her.
Yeah.
Is what she's attempting to ask.
I don't have effects on this model, but yes, it's done.
Thank you. I will go change.
Also, Ernest, I'm kind of curious from your perspective.
Yes.
How would you say I should improve in your perspective?
Your arrows are incredibly precise. However, when you're facing a target that is small and either equally or more mobile than yourself. I said you need something with a wider
I keep forgetting. I'm going to go change.
All good?
Yes, but thank you for the tea. It was very good.
You're welcome. Just in case if you come visit the office tonight, Miss Gio might be staying inside as well, so just to let you know.
Understood.
And you'd find a pretty good fighter for that. I do smile a lot during fights. Yeah. Look here, look scaring you. I've never let out my true smile around people. Person who should have been there in the first place, Arlo. But I guess everyone took his, artifice of him posting that his talks and things in game rooms, but I think the ego especially got to him. Oh, it started getting to him before the council even started this semester. Last semester, Ironwood began referring to him as head of Valkyrie, and over time, you could see the ego going to his head.
Yo. It was a good match. Well done.
It was. You as well.
I know it did nothing, but I apologize for punching you in the face.
It's fine. I've received my fair share of punches. I'm surprised your hand doesn't need to be a bit fixed.
I am still a demon.
That, you did punch stone.
I'm hardier than I look.
Yeah. I know.
Is there results of the test? Were they spoken to Stone?
I know. I haven't actually spoken to Stone. I should probably go check on him, but
I was going to as well.
Stone's team won, so.
Yes, I did hear that. though I know this was a test specifically for him.
I do want to get the professor's opinions on how I performed, because I'm using new abilities in a slightly updated arsenal, so I'd like to get their thoughts.
I will check on the clinic, see how Stone is doing if he is still there.
Alright.
That's not where I needed to go. I'm an idiot.
But sure, why not?
I think you're good to go.
I have to take it easy today after everything, but
We can definitely figure something out.
Kokkuri!
Absolutely.
Hello, Stone.
I'm usually around.
Well done.
You doing
I should
alright?
really stop casting magic right now.
I have been healed. I spent some time in the onsen.
Where's the training at, Gil?
I keep
but I
shadow
got to see
stepping to
ability in
compensate for my
action.
lightning,
That's
and then
some
I
hell of a
forgot I've used
show.
a lot of shadow magic earlier
I would bow to
today.
you,
But
Stone.
it was quite interesting.
Good match.
I'm probably not gonna get me sleep tonight.
Don't, you ribs, relax. Also, you.
I'm
Kokkuri.
fine.
I'm mad at you for the
Side
lightning,
effects of
metal,
magic.
but everything else
I
is
don't know.
great.
I am
Should
alright.
be fine.
I spent some time in the onsen.
I'm sorry.
Nah,
Doing
I
better
guess
after the mana potions.
I want to.
not for
Look, I'm
virtues,
getting
but
once in
you know.
Don't
you
depend
got
on
something
those
to
too
prove,
much.
too. Ain't nobody here taking it easy.
I
Jack.
understand. I may not have, but Aura focused very heavily on my shrine.
When
I
you
had to protect it.
overcast, it can cause you to be more
Just a
dangerous.
little thing
I
with
say
my metal.
that because I don't want you to be depending on that. Last thing you want to be is depending on mana potion. That's
No, I was putting you
unhealthy.
on the cover
You should
board.
depend on your own
And
natural
energetic.
flow.
Yeah, that one's a little
But it
hot
can
of
also
the
cause
bus.
I do
you
understand.
You got,
I
you got
will
metal in this
Sort of
be
one.
careful.
I find myself
for sure.
pushing
Thank you.
myself to the point
Good.
of injuring
Well,
severely.
Of course. Well, if there's
I will
anything,
fall
then
into
I
a
just
few
want to check
hundred
up.
far now
Picking
since,
up blood from
Also,
I
losing
wanted to make sure.
what's that? The little.
I never got the name of the
Clear
little
one.
familiar,
The
but
one with the tail with the
I
gray
want to
hair.
pet that.
Leviticus.
But I don't want to
They told me your melting
be
point
rude.
But it worsens your insomnia and nightmares.
It may
I'm gonna
simply
be
be a
working
matter
on
of
it. I'll
asking.
catch
Not
up
to
to you
mention,
eventually, Stone.
it slowly corrupts the body.
You're not that far off.
Oops, excuse me.
But
I don't know.
May I pet you?
I can't 3v1 so far.
Or you thought I 3v1?
You were
Luckily, my
taking
body
on
isn't
Kokkuri
tainted
and Blitz at
by
one
it
point.
yet. It's still a
I
thing
was
to
just
get
swinging
rid
for my
of.
life because I know I had to defend my allies. I wasn't really trying
That's
to
what I try to
3-on-1
do.
you.
But
Did you
I'm gonna
receive
head
your
down to the
results?
gaming room.
It sounds
I
interesting.
did.
I didn't know it
Passed
could
with
do
an
that.
80%.
I was
I must
asking
have done pretty
because
well.
if the issue
Congratulations.
is so much
Pretty good.
electricity, I can solve that
Congratulations.
You
temporarily.
guys
At least
really
take
did
it
well
down,
too.
so what-
You did Centurion proud.
I appreciate that.
That is appreciated.
That's why
Does
I
that
was
make you
leaking
official
earlier.
captain
The
now?
lightning clouds you saw was me not patrolling my magic. and just
Vice captain.
dispelling
Vice
it
I ain't gonna be
anyway.
thrown in the captain.
It is a focus I have to do for it.
Second in command, still second in command.
Yeah.
Essential.
Think of it as me not spewing
Send
lightning
what they
right
said.
now is like you not constantly.
Captain.
Me like this is you constantly
Sencho?
exploding.
Hmm.
Over and over.
Alright, then I guess on the
Best way to
Sencho.
put it.
Does that mean teacher?
No, that is
Like you
sensei.
sign there.
Sencho is caption.
Oh.
Oh. You're writing something and I interrupted your writing.
I'm just gonna call you commander.
Hey,
Prez
I
is
don't
Prez, your
know.
commander.
I
Fine
have
with
more
me.
questions for you now, by the way.
Hmm.
There'll be a
Yeah.
talk from me and you later.
Oh.
Mhm.
Right. Your
mind
aggression
reading
was really
things.
good, though. I didn't think you'd be able to lift me up a tungsten form. You're a strong son of a bitch.
Just said,
This is the giant
offer the same
form.
thing to Stone.
You
We have
know?
a lot of electricity stuff.
Yes.
and
I have learned this over the course
You
of the
really
week.
adapted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you really
Lightning is
adapted
good
to
for
elements
me.
well.
It's what my blood is.
Even though
I'm attempting to get better at changing quickly.
Ingest. But being low
Same.
in lightning does
You
make
made
me
me
a
eat
bit
all my metal.
ravenous, which is why I did stop fighting
I'm
Beyond.
sorry, ain't no more of that electric metal bullcrap.
Luckily, the
Well,
fight didn't
that,
get
I'm
stopped
sorry.
where it
it's-
was, I
it's-
think I
you
would
see,
have
it's pull
done
all
some
ingot
good
out.
worse to
It's
him.
been reforged. I
Especially
still
with
have
my
it.
Oh,
lungs
God,
leaking the way they
get
were.
that thing away from me.
It's gone. You see it zip away.
Yeah, put it away.
It's gone.
What are you
I have runes.
whipping out now, you snake fucker?
You better.
I'll let him ingot. What's
Wait,
that?
what?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, the ring, right? You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong now.
I don't know what that last part's about to be about, but whatever.
It's funny as fuck calling him a snake fucker.
But sure.
It's calling him out. It's calling him out for what it is.
Q. I actually have.
Ow.
Oh, sorry.
You've even pissed off the familiar. What have you done?
Actually, I was gonna ask you about it here. In the future, I know we said.
Well, they're
we're very
hungry.
vile
Share
while
your
we
food
get it,
with
but hear
them.
me out. On the field,
They like sweets.
because I can make glass files on the
Yes, I got a piece
on
of
the
bread.
fly. If you put some of your grease in it.
Is it sweet bread or is it
We have
boring
instant
bread,
grenades.
Nako?
Normal bread?
Just a thought. Food for thought.
You dare offend the greatest fox that ever foxed with a
also
piece of
thought
measly
about,
bread? You should be ashamed of yourself, truly.
On the field, he's up his pocket, and you're gonna see the actual rune in his pocket.
Sorry,
for
stuffed me in a
grabbing things.
mailbox.
I can always.
You
grab
probably
little
deserved
fragments
it for
of
something
food
funny.
and available on the fly.
Just stuff it in the
Nothing.
mailbox.
They found out they could pick me up. They carried me outside and just stuffed me in the mailbox.
It was a gift to cheer Mal up.
Oh. I'm gonna go check on the game room and see
Well,
what they're
Nako,
drinking.
you better. I'll join you in a second.
Yeah.
Nako, you better go raid the kitchen for some cupcakes.
Are you everything okay in here? On the side. Hi.
Simply making certain that it was simply scuffs. It does seem to be that way.
Don't shock
I
yourself.
thought I saw something in the runes.
Don't have food for you. Stop
If you have a moment, he's gonna pull out his journal and show you by opening it. It's gonna be an
Go get a
iron
gift,
case,
go run
but
before they
like
get
so you
upset
can
at you
still.
again.
It's gonna iron case,
already
kind of like a
done
cage-like thing. Still breathable and still accessible for the shrine, but it's just for a layer of protection. I thought of
wonder
this for that.
Yes.
If you think it would work.
Potentially.
Blitz, if I may
You've
pick
never
your brain
tried
a
such
little
things
bit.
before.
Yes.
It's for the safety of
may
the
try.
shrine.
What'd you
I
think
can
of the
perhaps
fight
send a
overall?
message to the elders if Mal can
Sadly, I
find them
missed out on
again.
the second half due to.
Of course.
Thank you,
something
Will.
outside, but besides that, I think we were doing great for the first half. You did good job at comforting your teammates in the fight when I was trying to be rude to you. And you kept coming after me when I was bullying your teammates, which I think was good of you. You then also sent Aura after me, which also was another good thing to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, if she couldn't pick down Irenaeus, you were the next target. You were bad for both me and Beol, so going up against you.
Really?
Yeah.
What bad was I for
Well-
you? I know I slapped you once in the leg, but I couldn't really get my claws into you and you're all metallic
Yeah,
like that.
lightning. If it went long term, you probably would have beat my ass.
I'll keep that in mind next time. But also, you know what that means then, dear? If we're ever on the field against the doppelganger in Israel, just stay close to me and I'll take all that lightning for you. Alright?
Hold on 1 second, and I'll have your offering.
And
Blitz.
if you need some blocking about getting swung at, you got my shield.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Blitz, I figured it out.
If we're going
what
to
did you
be
figure
leaders
out,
of the
dear?
Donut on
future here,
floor.
we gotta...
Hugify.
Oh,
Big
it's a big
donut.
ass cupcake. Donut, I mean.
Oh.
I know my pastries.
Yeah.
Does it stay that
I
way?
look forward to working alongside you.
If I keep casting it,
Same with
maybe.
you.
I would shock you if I shake your hand, so I'm gonna.
But
just...
would it simply-
There you
Is this
go.
a valid offering?
Right.
Would it simply become small again in the stomach?
I'm so used to doing that, you would be surprised.
That's why I warn you. Oh, is your core okay, by the way?
I don't think so, because
That's partially
when I'm
why I
tiny
didn't
and
focus
eat
on fighting
food,
you, since
when I grow big, I don't
prioritize
feel
people's
like I'm
eyes
starving.
and throat, if I'm being honest.
That is good to know.
The lightning from Wilhelm's metal.
You could be very helpful for a town that is starving.
Do me well. But we searched it out. Cube helped out a lot with that.
Realize
So,
inanimate objects takes a different
good
amount of
now,
mana
just
than normal
now-
people, so I'll keep that in mind.
How do I explain this?
The adrenaline's
You've been at
crashing.
rivers, right? You've been at a river, right?
I live in Neptune mostly, so I assume so.
You know how the water can be chaotic at
offering.
times?
Yes. I mean, I could have made
So-
it more chaotic.
That's exactly what would have been the issue.
Is this valid
'cause
offering?
My mana was chaotic. So now it's kind of calmed down, so now I'm... The biker ain't
I feel
Mm.
that. Wind and light was obnoxious to deal with.
That
It
is
wasn't
rude.
valid enough.
Right through the fluff, too.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have
I do
my
not know what
complete
happened.
fun, though I'm also sad because I didn't get to have my complete fun, but... I'm curious how that fight would have gone with all you under the effects.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah, right.
Mhm.
Or told me about the thing you can do. Oh, that would have been
Yes.
awful.
I still have the
Cube.
offer on the table for virtues for further
Thank you
mental
for the
training
mana.
for you
It
all.
was useful.
I still think you all need to go through it at some point. Plus,
It's
even those who don't know their own fears are soon revealed to what they could be. It's really telling for some people. And usually they see their true colors with it.
It did not quite work. But at one point, Buell ended up grabbing my shields, attempting to pull them back. So I simply released them and punched him in the face.
I guess, but I
It
guess
did
you gotta do
nothing,
it
but it seemed somewhat satisfying.
Especially when I
Eventually,
fight
yes.
this fire archer whatever his face.
Fire Archer, Lightning Doppelganger, Storm Clipped Harpy are the three
So at
generals
least to
we
know
have
it is something I
used
can do
so
in the
far.
future.
Which you're welcome for again, by the way.
I'm sad I missed that. I would have loved to watch that.
We got information. Right, we need to have a meeting with the other students eventually. But basically, we had a interrogation with Dreamweaver, and I got very important information on the other two generals that are in Yisrael and Neptune. The one in Yisrael is a doppelganger whose preferred form is their true form, which has been described similar to how Yisrael doppelgangers look, which is more night-like and dark. Though they
Wait a
have
minute.
yellow lightning that
Hold
constantly
on,
pulses out them.
You spoke to Dreamweaver?
Yes!
Don't!
I warned you! I
Don't.
warned you!
No! Damn it!
Listen. There you go, thank you. Now, I'm gonna restart my sentence, and we're gonna try that again without you touching me, dear, alright?
I apologize.
With
I thought
supervision
Dreamweaver
Also,
and
was-
Irenaeus had to hold the jerky pouch the entire time.
We had Kokkuri's protection, but me,
It apparently
Sayori,
helped.
and Lance talked
yes.
to him. We got some information. For example, Fire
you,
Archer Boy has runic knowledge and also is doing things with people's body parts more than just the eyes to test different ideas. Primarily alchemical and magical, but it is for more of a selfish reason. Whatever that is, we don't know. Secondly, Dreamweaver has a similar true sight similar to Alphonse, where they can see people's personalities for who they really are. That is a unique thing specifically to them, but every general has something unique to them. It is outside their racial abilities, so we need to keep that in mind. Secondly, the way they all work is chaotic. They all have a selfish reason to work there, and they're only united by the Father. There is a very high chance of infighting if we can get them to compete against each other a certain way. For example, backstabbing is very common. Yes.
What I was going to say is, I have restrained from speaking to you in the past due to the blockage, I suppose. I myself learned of this information a while back.
I have more to give out.
wanted to tell you it's more. I was very crafting ideas.
So that time in the artifact room then.
Yes.
Yeah, that's been continuing.
Next up, LNS, I'm giving a debrief that I gave you earlier. So that is what we know about Dreamweaver, right? And then we know, of course, that they're doing the whole thing with the ley lines, and they're trying to explode the ley lines, but not do too much without getting attention.
They went again the other week.
Or it'd be better if the information so they're more aware of what ley lines are.
I
The
would
things
hope
I
so.
was interested in is
It
the
sounds like more than
doppelganger
learned.
that was in charge of Yisrael. Currently, we're theorizing that they are copying the forms of the nobles that are going missing, including a baroness who vanished in the middle of the night with all her belongings. As quoted by Lance, it looked as though she was swooped off her feet. Whatever that is, don't know, do care a bit. But we know for sure that the doppelganger in question has been appearing a lot as a formal fancy woman in fancy dress. Though how they act and behave depends on what mask they're going as. They themselves lack any sort of personality and are just a husk of a living thing, if you can even call them that, truly. They prefer to kill and eat things like a pathetic little mutt. Though if they're wearing a mask of someone else, they may just go straight for your mana veins, or they might try to seduce you and talk to you, which some of us students are weak to being seduced to, as it seems. Though we don't know their artifact, so far statistically the artifact is something that works along with their affinity, their magic, what they do normally. so we don't know what their artifact is. We know that they're either a single user or a dual user, that being lightning, specifically a yellow lightning that is constantly, you know, charging out of them like so. The other one is a clipped harpy. Specifically, her motives are going after the economy of Neptune.
Was it
And since
not?
they're clipped harpy, you can only assume with their hatred towards the slave market at Neptune, they were once a slave themselves. Now they're a pirate that is specialized specifically in leadership and making people work together as a pirate captain. Their artifact lets them control storms and weather, and their element is a fusion that is storm. What that fusion is of, your guess is best as mine, but my theory so far is it's wind and something else. Perhaps wind and lightning, or wind and water. Or even wind and nature. But wind is a prime element based on it being weather-based. But we know their artifact, we know exactly what they're attacking, we know that they act like they're a noble person because they're going after the slave market. So it might be easy to weaponize that against them and plead their case against their own words.
That's an assumption. We don't know if they think of themselves as a noble person. It could simply be revenge.
No. But it's so far, based on the assessment of their reason for what they're doing and their wants, there's a certain way you can poke and twist it into making them do what you want. Think of it like a wind-up doll at the end of the day.
What I'm saying is that assuming they have a sense of nobility is an assumption and shouldn't be done.
Assumptions help with leading at where we're spitballing and seeing what context fits what we see. Clues mean jack shit if we don't know the context, but when we apply different lenses of perspectives, certain things we dismissed as unimportant proceeds to be more important than we thought.
So I figure right now what we really need is some more intel. We got a good amount,
Exactly.
but there's a little bit.
We know who we're looking
we always
for.
need more intel.
Exactly.
Well,
We know who
have
we're
a friend
looking
who's
for.
on a little bit
what
of the
they're
seven
looking
seas
for,
that I could
and what
ask
they can
about.
do.
I don't know if many people here know. You guys are new, but I have a friend named Ash who was a former Centurion, but she's kind of handling stuff for her family. She does a little bit more private racketeering, I think is the term they say. So she might have some info about the seven seas. Maybe we can get something about maybe this site around Neptune.
That would be good because Aura's been struggling with getting people in Neptune to talk to her since a lot of them are merchants, and unless you're from there, they're gonna try and milk you for every coin you got as an outsider. Especially with Aura, no offense to her. She is very posh and prestigious and smells of coin to them. So
I
they
agree
know
with
they
looking
can
at sailors,
push to get
however.
more money.
They tend to deal well in stories and rumors.
Well, she's got a lot of stories and rumors on her, so she can probably grease some oil on that a little bit. It also helps that she is kind of Neptunian with being a squid and all. So,
Talk to her. They're more willing to talk to her with a friendly face and promise of good relationship sort of a future trade.
well, at least, or they take her coin saying her coin is good. At least not from some random outsider.
They would want coin to begin with. It's a matter of pride for Aura. Once you give them coin, then you don't know how the validity of their truth. Because for some people, they can just lie up their ass and get more coin without repercussions. So you promise them with a future favor than a current favor. Current favor, they can backstab you with no repercussions. A future favor, they have to behave. If they want that future reward. But again, that only works for those who have worth to their name in their eyes, so a Neptunian pirate trader, whatever, has more worth as a future trading. It means that the coin will flow higher from there instead of a one-time drop.
Yeah. And then those mana veins. Vivi's father was one of the people that got hit with that incident. He had to put her old man off of life support because Mika couldn't keep the research going.
I know. Right, I forgot to ask Sayori if we're going out this week. I was gonna ask last week, but I got distracted.
Are there any nobles in Israel that are still kind of up for protecting right now? Because aren't they
A
going to
lot
be the
of them
next
have been going
targets?
missing. Well, they already are the targets. They've been slowly vanishing one by one.
But what about trying to ensnare them in a trap that we know they're going to go for one?
That would be a Lance question. He was the one who was investigating his own connections.
It's harder to set a trap for the Israel one compared to Neptunian. Neptunian, we can simply just have a slave ship, and we can have a good guarantee that they'll be attacked at some point.
True.
Especially if we spread stories about it. However,
We can also guise it as someone else's family, since we know someone has a family of them. So yes.
The Israeli doppelganger.
There's too many unknowns in relation to the Israeli.
Well, we at least
Way
know
too
the
many
color
to
of
set a
their
trap.
element, and we know their lightning base. Doppelgangers can't change their element, they can only change their face and personality.
That doesn't change the
also
fact
be
there's
assumed.
many unknown factors.
The Israeli doppelganger knows much more about Israel than we do.
It can also be assumed that if they're
That's a great
intelligent, they would
question.
also have
we
people
heard
around
anything
them
out of
with the
Israel
same
since we
element.
left?
Yes, Lance and a few others have been poking for information. Me and a few others were wanting to look into it later, which is why I'm waiting on Sayori's for permission for us to go do that. So
Actually,
far...
I don't think the Israeli doppelganger has many people to call upon. From the way it sounds,
I
they
would
sound a
agree
lot
on
more
that
like
too.
a solo operation.
They are.
They need a high mobility. They may be keeping people in the lower layers, but I doubt they're in the upper layers.
Plus, once they have it memorized, they don't need to keep the person anymore.
Yeah,
There's a limit to how
just
much they can... Well, there's a limit to how much they can memorize, and it takes a while until they can hold it for long enough a time. The issue is, though, does the artifact they have help them with that ability, or does it help them with their element? There's also the other issue that Dreamweaver brought up, is the fact that each of them have a unique racial thing about them. So they might be a special case for this doppelganger compared to other doppelgangers. Yes.
This is why I mentioned that there is way too many unknown variables that we can be considered a plan.
Yeah. And
I can
throughout the
also
whole
say this.
tournament, we weren't even
If this
allowed in the
individual
lower levels.
is even relatively intelligent, there is no way they would be the only person around them with that element, knowing that they can very easily be exposed if any information is leaked. If that is the case, they would be a genuine moron.
Hey, Ola. Hey, Mal.
We're talking about information from Dreamweaver.
That if you make 1,000 precautions and only end up using 2, and you win because of it, every single 1,000 precautions were worth making.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Every single thing has to be accounted for. Otherwise, there's no point.
I would not immediately assume
By the
that they
way,
thought of everything, and they have
No.
multiple
I'm not
precautions.
I learned
I'm assuming they've thought of
Being
one
incredibly
or 2.
overconfident,
I had a little
and
chat
that they
with
won't be
the
exposed,
headmistress because I
especially
was.
because the track record
We can
supports that.
walk outside real quick, 'cause I'm not.
Exactly. Even talking to Dreamweaver, he made it sound impossible for anyone to even touch the father, and that we were lucky for even killing him.
However, this is life or death, is it not?
True.
I'm not assuming they have a lot of precautions. They may have 1, they may have 2. But if in theory I make 1,000 and I only use 1 and I win because of it, I couldn't give a shit if the other 900 weren't worth making. Because I won.
Exactly. Applying different contexts to see which puzzle pieces fit together. It's an important skill to have.
But
Yes, some of it may
It's
be
just something I
pointless,
like to
but...
do. If it's survival, then I don't
Wouldn't
volunteer
that have
for
to leave a paper trail, though, somewhere? You can't just get help out of doing nothing. You gotta talk to somebody.
Well, talk to the father and...
Their help would be those already under the command, their general.
Exactly.
But it's
You're
also the
assuming it,
issue of the doppelganger and who they're copying. They may not be able to copy their memories or their element, but there are certain unspoken things a doppelganger copies without really understanding it. Based on the papers that we've gotten before.
This is
Certain
making my
quirks,
head hurt.
certain personalities, body language.
And
Allows
it's
them
also
to
assuming
slip in, go into places.
normal doppelganger.
True, though what is a normal doppelganger to a race that's unstudied?
However,
Exactly.
based on what I've been told by a couple of you, there are specific traits that many of you will share. Not many, but the ones I'm aware of do at least. There is
What is
another
that, may I
input at
ask?
school. Well, I have spoken to Winter a fair amount in relation to how your whole gimmick works. How long it takes, the methods he personally used. For example, the analytics you would need to do on a person to actually act like them perfectly.
I didn't know that from him.
It does line up with what you said, but the only concern is the unknown variable. If they have anything
It is actually...
in relation to the racial features, then
It is actually
Looks
nice
like that
to know that Winter is a doppelganger, though. That means we have a more
Yeah,
reliable
said it.
source of what is normal. Assuming that he is normal, but...
it does line up relatively, well, similarly to what you have said, so I would assume so.
And if he's from Israel too, that means he might be a similar type of doppelganger as our
Yeah,
general.
we got a lot. We got a lot of representatives from Israel.
True. But based on what Virtue's brought up about doppelgangers, the ones in Mithins and the ones in Israel look different. One's more wild, the other's more Starry Night-like. For lack of a better word. And that is just visual traits, but it's still something enough to think about.
It's better than nothing. Any information helps.
I do agree that there's a lot of unsures going on right now, but I definitely can pass the letter on to Ash, and we can get something from that. Maybe squeeze a little bit.
Use whatever
I
connections
would
you
say
have.
focus, for Ash, focus specifically on the Neptunian one.
Oh,
I
of
don't
course,
think I need
their
to be distracted
use...
with the Israeli one.
I'm not even
Their
having
use
her
is purely
investigate that.
Neptune.
Unless for some reason she comes across a rumor specifically, but right now the Neptunian is the one I feel like we gotta put the squeeze on. That's the one at least we know what's going on. Unfortunately, for what's going on with...
The problem is, for the Israeli one, we don't have enough information to know how bad it is.
Exactly.
Neither of them we know how bad it's been. But most of the students want to focus
No,
on
we
Israel
have a much
because...
better idea on Neptunia.
Everyone was saying the opposite to me. How everything should be focused on Israel because it's more important. Stop focusing on anything on Neptune, we need to focus on Israel.
But
Honestly,
we're
a
so
stupid
unsure.
thought.
What is there not to know about Neptunium? We're aware of the ships being lost.
Yes, but they would as it might not be the thing related to it might be, who knows. Which I hate certain uncertainty like that, it's boring. Which is why I tripled down on
That
Dreamweaver
can
to
be
speak.
disregarded. We have actual
Exactly.
information that the Israelian may be worse, because we know there is a factor actively making it worse, and we don't know how bad the extent
I was
of it
gonna
is.
say something with that, because we're looking at the situation as we're looking at it. I'm taking myself out of my feelings as a centurion and thinking as like a leader and trying to think. But we're looking at it as because people are being bothered out, that's the higher priority. And that could be the trap. That we get so invested in doing just that, that they plan something on the side and we're already 3 steps behind them. If we know some stuff about if we know some stuff about Neptunia, then why don't we try to chase it?
Well, we don't want to chase it, but we want to be aware. But no, you spoke exactly as Aura did. It might be a trap for how they're making some bread trails easier than others. We know for sure they stole a type of crystal, though, that helps purification from Neptune, though. And that they might be making their way to the layer 3 as a thing.
I mean, like, I want to say the people, But again, like you're just saying, it might be just something to just throw us off. And if we can't, we don't know who we're saving specifically, then we're just wasting our effort, really.
Again,
It
that
would
is
take a whole
true.
lot of manpower. The only method I can see right now of us actually finding Israeli doppelganger is to simply guard as many nobles as possible to see when they disappear.
Something to be aware of.
That would be a waste of effort.
Depending on what is happening to these people. Recall that casualties of this group have come to quite literally haunt this place. If they create more spirits from the people who are being taken, there is at least some level of certainty that some of them will be sent here. The fact that our enemy knows exactly where to send them is concerning, considering that not even we know where this place is.
Like they know where we are. Makes me wonder if there's a sort of other thing
Supposedly
to the
they're
artifact
confident
we
that
don't
they
know.
actually don't know where we are.
Spirits can go anywhere, so certainly some of them found this place and were able to return to tell the father.
Yeah, we're more dealing with a bunch of unsures, right? Ain't nothing really saying if they know where we
There
are or not.
The only reason why I could feel like they know where we are is because of the artifact. Some sort of connection.
I was told that the spirits have been coming here since before the artifact was brought here.
Spirits that we
Are you
killed,
referring
or...
to the attack that happened upon the school, or are you referring to actual spirits?
There's an attack on the school.
I have heard that there have
I
been...
thought I remembered
This was a
Virtue's
couple-
mentioning that.
There was a couple weeks back, there was a small, scuffle.
Weeks?
I thought I was a part of the school and that happened. A shame.
Yeah, it was a while back.
So not a couple weeks from now, before we arrived.
It was
Before you
about
left
right
Eastern.
before you arrived. Yeah.
I did hear
Sorry, my
that some
words might
spirits
not
have
be
been sent
best.
and there was
You'll
issues.
find, dear.
Though that was
You
partly from the
elaborate.
Dreamweaver staff, but I am told that they had been coming here since before then.
As a spirit person, how do I say this without sounding stupid?
Don't worry about
Do
sounding stupid,
spirits-
speak your mind.
Do spirits get attracted by a lot of magic in one place?
It could depend on the spirit. Generally, they are fueled by their emotion, the emotion that created them. Though this seems to be somewhat different, unless the cult is creating spirits all of the same emotion, which I suppose in a way would make sense. It is something new to me, forcibly creating spirits like that, and somehow being able to command them. Generally, they are their own.
Now, hear me out with a bunch of things that I heard. So we know this guy's collecting eyes and a bunch of other stuff from the people that did the kidnapping. Yeah. And they're also taking mana veins and a lot of mana.
Right now, we think
Good.
that's specific to the Flame Archer, not so much the mana
It
veins,
is.
but mostly the taking of the body parts.
When asking the Dreamweaver, it is purely for... experimentation to see what you can use that shit for.
So
Basically.
Okay, so now hear me out. I'm trying to think of that as a gargoyle when I think like this. We need a body to hold magic, which magic gives us life. But it's not like just making me if you was to do something with a human. But if they were making these things and making, I guess the thing is like a vessel. Then maybe they're trying to harness the emotions with that to make something?
My initial thought was that this father is a construct. If what the Dreamweaver said is to be...
Yeah, I think.
When
I
it
don't know. Maybe I'm
comes
just
to-
tossing around things.
You're talking about forcing several spirits into a construct.
Could be. And maybe the eyes just being some way to connect that?
Technically, many people's spirits were forced into that artifact. That is what I am continuing to attempt to remove every day for the past 3 or 4 weeks.
So that's what they meant about his vanishment.
One's mana is
I
their
don't know
soul.
anything for sure.
That is why spirits are mana.
Yeah, and that's another thing that could power the construct is the bunch of souls. So that could be the use of mana.
If their dogma is to be believed, they somehow think that removing all mana from the cycle is a correct course of action, which is very much impossible and very much detrimental to the world.
Yeah, that would throw the whole thing off balance. We're all about mana. How the hell are you going to just take mana out of everything?
As described to me by Dreamweaver, the father actually devoutly believes it. It's not something they use for the lesser members of the cult to gather numbers. It's actually genuinely believed.
Yeah. Something about a clean slate. Where apparently, well, without mana, everybody will start off with a similar starting point, I believe.
That's complete bullshit.
There is no such thing as a starting point without the mana. That is how this planet works.
Why would you even get around that?
Nothing would grow,
Because you
everything
could
would die. There is no
it's not
cycle.
even to that. I mean, that's really important, but it's not going to be any different because everybody who is born is different. It's just going to
Only
be repeating the
that.
same things again.
Those in power will be in power regardless of mana and suppress those who are beneath them. Doesn't matter if you remove
The point is that it is impossible to remove everything from mana. Mana is in everything.
Maybe Father is attempting to have a new beginning from the end of life. Life didn't just all of a sudden start existing, same with mana, same with the universe. It started from somewhere. A spark happened, something occurred which made life exist. That is an undeniable fact.
It sounds more like the father wants to remove life as it's currently known.
And make
Now
something
he's
new.
going to give up the mana he's collecting, which means after everything is dead, he'll probably attempt to figure out how to create life.
Which is why I believe that the Father is a construct. That is the only thing that would be able to contain all types of mana.
Man's gonna cause a big explosion, ruin life, and then just start over again?
He wants to be god of a perfect utopia for himself.
Again, people with such morals like
Came
this
to inform
disgust
you
me.
that lights out is been extended by another 50 minutes, so just to let everyone know.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe the term God complex
I'll
is
ask you when
being
we'll
used
head out
before.
to Israel, Sayori.
Most
Just let me know
probably.
when.
I think this is the literal definition of it.
You are probably right.
That must be the even playing field he was talking about.
Yeah,
As in, I think he genuinely wants one singular race that all starts off at a similar point.
I would not
I
be
think that's
surprised if it was a singular race. Just a singular father.
They'll still find something to divide themselves.
If he takes all the mana into
Even if
himself,
they're
that is all that will be
carbon
left.
copies.
That's it.
You're not wrong.
They'd still
Well,
find
the idea
something.
is heading back to Israel.
What was wrong with being a
Investigate
little
the lower
different?
layers.
What the hell? I don't get it.
I
It's the
believe in his
idea
eyes
he thinks
wasted
if he
same cure.
resets everything, we won't have the same predicament we're having in different nations. Genocide, racism, all that jazz and whatnot. But the thing is, even if you did make everything the same, make it so there's no power struggle to stop each other from overturning and taking over other people, they would still find something that made others different. It could be the slight height difference, the hue of their blood perhaps, but maybe how they speak certain sounds differently. A new prejudice would be born from that. No matter how many times he'd reset over and over and over, it would mean nothing. But again,
what
he
I've
thinks his
read
morals
in
make him
this
exempt of
time.
it.
Indeed.
But then if you get rid of the
It was
good stuff, then you'll never
speculation
know
and
what's the.
idea. Right now,
You
this
get
is all
rid of.
conjecture.
It is, but it's likely more into.
I do not believe anyone here truly disagrees with you, Stone.
We all agree with
Again, it's important to understand what we're going against, both the personality, though.
Except for, as I've said before, assumptions are dangerous. The lens itself, applying that to try and make context, that doesn't work. Leading with an assumption and then spreading it around as truth, it will get people killed.
Hello, Sophie.
True, I used some
Assumptions
words
need to be paid attention to, and they need to be managed. If you can't verify information, it's false.
Though I will admit, bringing up information that we've been told and saying, assumably it's this, or hypothetically it's this, I sort of forget people take any sort of theory as gospel. So thank you for reminding me that people take it at blunt face value, instead of thinking of it as a temporary bridge.
Noticed about people, at least from what I've seen and analyzed, is they tend to jump to conclusions and make assumptions for their own comfort and nothing else. Those who are highly emotional tend to burn the bridges. They don't really take their own accountability into account. They don't do their own research.
Which is why we went to talk to Dreamweaver in the first place. No offense to Kyo, but when he brought it up, a lot of it was through emotional tinted lenses.
I'm going to be
There's also the fact even Dreamweaver's information is unverified.
Exactly. I was about to mention that. When I first went there with Kyo and Kokkuri, I mean no offense to them in the slightest. It took every ounce of my body not to throw them out the room and actually start talking myself. The situation
is to actually encounter whatever they are doing in Neptunium or Yisrael.
I completely agree on
That
that.
must give us actual information, and we can actually make useful speculation from there.
Exactly.
That is why
we run the
I've
risk right now of going down the wrong paths.
It's pretty high.
So I've been clawing at the walls to let us go do fucking something about it and get a better read for ourselves. But again, rushing into nothing is an issue. But being on 8 months of decayed information that means jack shit to nothing for them twiddling on their ass and thumbling their fingers has been absolutely obnoxious.
My own thoughts, at least, and these may not mean much, but
Can I add something to this that might help out with your predicament?
I mean, it was an open conversation. You could always come in.
Yeah.
It was an intense discussion. Professor Sayori already has a plan in the motions for actually trying to get more information with Neptunium. She is currently
We had a
actually
plan for
trying to-
Israel, but...
Yes, but we're selling the one from Neptunium for at least the time being. Israel seems to have a lot more plans of people doing things here and there, and there was already, as you may have heard, a squadron of people sent over to Israel to look into things, which unfortunately some information did not get passed. But focusing back on topic about Neptunium, she's making a request for a shipment of some certain things and hope for it to actually be targeted for us to gain more information about said ship and the possible predicament that I was in.
I assume she's making it public that it's a slaver ship? As public as possible?
Wait, we're getting a slaver ship? That's
a
what's
lie.
happening?
Not just a slaver ship, but yes, it involves those kind of dealings, and even then, the slaves will be ideally freed if we receive the shipment without any possibilities, or even then, if the person who is in charge of Neptunium has already been a slave in Neptunium, they would try to free those slaves regardless.
The only thing that's currently unknown and is a major issue in Neptunium is where are they getting their information on these ship routes in order to target them? How do they know where these shipments are? Or are they just attacking anything because it's targeted? They're not attacking anything they find on the seas.
Cube.
Exactly. What I was going to say And again, I'm not exactly the leadership type. I've been learning and analyzing from all of you. Oh, I'd really, as much as the inspiration and knowledge is important, I don't think focusing on 2 plans at once is even relatively anywhere near a good idea to even entertain for any of you. And the fact that multiple plans do exist backed up by a professor is, for some reason, the best way to describe this emotion would be like somebody grabbing my arm and making me want to blow up a wall. I will admit, again, the Israel thing is too unknown. We know a lot about Neptunia. We need to learn more about Neptunia. And we know what we need to learn. I was going to mention the ship routes. It's not indiscriminate. If you can, and anyone really, with the approval of a teacher, or at least speaking with them, I know that's your two's job. Get a plan, know what we need to learn, and find out who knows this knowledge. With any interaction with Neptunia, you can either confirm nor deny any and all of Dreamwave information. Immediately. By seeing one simple thing.
And disagree with
That
you.
was...
We should absolutely focus on both at once. We have the manpower for it.
I agree with Irenaeus on
What
that
is it,
one.
Stone?
So Irenaeus made a really good point. Who controls the information in Neptunia?
Probably, I would assume, local governments. Dogs, people who register ships, see trucks. Anything that's
Do they
registered.
have like a trading company? Don't they trade stuff?
Here's the issue with Neptunia. The power split in 3 factions.
Here we go
We
with
have
the factions
merchants.
bullcrap again.
We have the pirates, and we have the royalty.
Not to mention where the royalty's experiencing problems, what I just learned.
We only need to focus on whoever has the information about the ship routes.
No one else matters, really.
And I can get that
I forget
information.
their title right now, but the shipyard people. I forget their name. We did get in contact with one of them, but unfortunately, because a lot of them are very...
For this, and then add something.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Has this already been brought up to the professors? Your plan?
His family is a word for it, but if you're not part of Neptunia, the country, they don't want to really talk to you, I learned.
Has it?
Well, so,
not mine.
So we don't talk in
That is something to start.
We at least have
as soon
a
as possible.
next course of plan. Stone knows of a previous student who also dealt with merchants and pirating and whatnot, who also used to be a Neptune student. They have better connections and familiarity.
I saw her, like, at best one time, but yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
I'd figure if we don't really have any information, we need something on maybe one of the 3 factions. Maybe it'd be worth looking into, at least. Ash is pretty well versed with the sea, and she ain't one to get bullied too much on it. If she's gonna make an impact, someone with a little history and a little bit of fight and a gumption, it's gonna be her.
I would say, learning what Ash knows is probably the best thing to do first. Without knowing what they know, don't make a single plan. For example, if all of the things Ash knows have nothing to do with anything we need, let's say they know nothing about the pathing of any of the ship, and let's say they know nothing about anything the Dreamweavers mentioned. The little information you do get from the probable long time it'll take to get it is somewhat helpful, but it isn't where you should be focusing your attention.
We actually do need ship routes for another reason. Ship routes typically bunch around. They have highways where they'll actually focus multiple ships through. If we can find out where those are, our chances of finding this increase dramatically, especially because we only need several flying capable students that have eyes that can see thunderstorms.
To confirm, by the way, if it's not already publicly stated, Surrey does have a means of ascending stone with one of the shipyard people. So it is to know about any shipyards for that place when they do their shipment.
Right, I get that, but wouldn't it? I get that, and we should do that. But I think it'd be good to have multiple angles of information. Like Irenaeus was saying, the more info we
I'm
have,
not
the better.
disagreeing. I'm just stating what information gathering we already have. That was the whole purpose of it.
Okay.
Stone, we're going to do both. I suggest bringing up to the professors as a means to contact Ash and get information there. And then here we also have hands-on information. Both are important. You let us know where the ship routes are. If they get attacked, we have an idea of how they attack. Because right now we only have speculation based on their fusion. And speculation only goes so far. As Ernest
Or
brought up.
didn't we get confirmation that it was the weather?
Yes. We know that their fusion is some sort of storm, and their artifact lets them control it more aggressively than they normally could. That could be a means
We need to know. What we need to know is whether or not their artifact lets them sit in a pocket in a storm, or whether or not they have to stay outside of their own storm so they don't sink their own ship.
Actually, they couldn't be
Wait,
wind
I
and
have on my
lightning
notes that
because lightning doesn't work with wind. Meaning it would have to be either wind in nature or wind in water.
My immediate thought was wind and water, considering the environment it's used in matches both perfectly. It would make the amplification of both types as a fusion much, much stronger, considering all there is wind and water in the
And
environment.
we've seen something similar with Europa, since theirs is mist, which is with wind and water.
Indeed.
Seems a more aggressive form
Elements,
of theirs.
public knowledge.
What do you mean?
What is it?
People's elements, public knowledge.
A lot of them.
It would depend on
The
who.
house you're in. You could ask Valkyrie for assistance on it. Us cavalry students are still gathering up information, and next week, to be expected...
No, not the school. I'm asking in general.
Oh, outside of this place, I would assume not, unless you've been exposing yourself a lot outside the school.
What context do you mean? Are you talking about a list of multiple people's elements, or are you talking about ways to identify people's elements?
I'm thinking ways to identify elements, seeing as we're thinking of some ideas of what this... Well, seeing as we're thinking of some people's ideas, which we're thinking of what elements, it might be easier to target a person with those elements if we could sense them. If we're feeling strongly about what this might be from the person with the storm magic.
I can
I don't know, I'm just trying to throw things at the wall at this point.
So we have an idea of half or the whole element of the doppelganger, and we already know the element in certain features of the harpy. There's not many clipped pirate harpies out there, is there?
Not that I could think of.
Seems like a very
Again, I'm not-
specific trait.
Yeah, again, I'm not really well versed in Neptunia, so...
That
Though
also
again,
sounds
with
like
the assumption of
information
their
your friend may
background,
have.
The information's still there.
That's what I'm thinking. Or at least they might have scuffled with him and ran from him.
By the way, stop. Out of all of the information to ask Ash, I would recommend writing this down if possible. Irenaeus mentioned something very, very important earlier in relation to if they can stay in that storm or not, right? Well, that individual who was on the sea, especially frequently these days, would have more than likely seen such a thing. Any eyewitness report of a ship that is sailing straight through a storm completely unharmed with no concern in the world may confirm this.
I don't know how many reports that will be. They can control the storm, yes. The storm's effect on the waves are what sinks ships. I don't think they can control that. They can't possibly make their ship immune to the waves that is caused by their storm.
They would have to make their ship be able to go underneath them.
With the artifacts.
Or above them.
Secondly, see if she's seen any rumors of ghost ships.
Underneath the water.
People oftentimes add mysterious labels of things they don't understand. A ship that randomly appears out of nowhere, people would fable as a ghost ship of sorts.
I will state my at least exploration.
No, it's not, but people... Let me repeat the words I said, Irenaeus. It's the idea.
You said. Blitz, I know what you said. I don't think that's the tactic they're using. I think they're
That's
switching
not what I
flags.
said, Irenaeus. I said people who don't understand things apply superstition, i.e., if people see a ship randomly appear out of nowhere, they usually be,
And that's
oh,
the
it's a
part where I
ghost
was
ship.
disagreeing with. I don't think they're appearing out of nowhere. I think
Since
they're
we don't
switching
know
sides,
everything,
pretending to be an ally.
and since we don't know everything, Irenaeus, it is more important to keep an open mind on it. Your words. Since we don't know the truth or false of what is happening, a better mind is better for it. Yes.
I wanted to at least add into what rumors are being at least spilled already in Neptunium. When my few
That'd be
visits
useful,
there,
thank you.
You got a few hands on your shoulder, and you gotta slide up. I don't know why you keep talking all the way over there. It is.
No one seemed to have a complaint, that was all.
Well, I did just now.
Anyways, continue what you're saying, Mal.
A lot of the people there, when speaking about any rumors that I could hear, they were always saying that it was pirates. No one ever said anything about a ghost ship as of yet.
Warning, you're all
That's
about
good
to be
to know,
teleported.
Mal confirms and denies certain things, at least.
High intense.
Well.
Woo!
Weird.
I need to see
My Discord stopped working at some point, I think, because I
Oh.
Still near the VC from the fight.
Oh, yeah.
You're still, yeah.
No, I think Wilhelm was in there. Yeah, Wilhelm is still.
Yeah.
If you're talking
I just
about-
can't hear anything. I heard it through your guys' mic, the warning.
if you're-
I
are you
didn't
talking
hear
about
it
the
myself.
Oh, interesting.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
late.
Is it a world audio?
That's a world thing.
That's world audio.
Right, okay, never mind. My Discord is working. My world audio is muted.
Yeah. I didn't hear anything with the.
There now for
Mm.
the map audio to turn the music off, but you can still hear world audio.
Yeah, I have music turned off so I can hear it.
I think that update happened in the session
Aw.
before I left.
Fun fact, I broke my nail right at the base of the finger.
No!
So, what happened was I full-on punched my sensor. It went flying.
Oh no.
So that is why I'm like, fuck, I need to fix that.
That's why you gotta have ghost nails.
So that is why I was gone.
Ghost nails.
Yeah, ghost nails.
Woo!
But no, that's why I'm like, I might have metaphorically punched a god and pissed it off.
Oh my god.
And tracking wouldn't work.
I think I almost hit a wall at one point. Like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
You did it.
And I punched my sensor across the room.
Did
It's
it.
fine, luckily. It landed in laundry, but my nail's like broken, and I don't know. I don't think my bone is broken. I just think I cracked the nail like right at the base. Like.
I hate it when that happens. Oh my god. Fuck.
Okay, hi.
Oh.
So I'm really quick doing this just so that way I don't have to be screaming at everybody across the map. If any of you want to do a quick scene, I will be available as the DM for a little bit longer. Please approach me. Those who were in the fuck shit room, go over to the
fuck
black
shit
and white
room?
button.
What the fuck is the fuck
if
shit
you want to
room?
continue that. However, besides that, you guys are free to be discharged.
What's
This
the
is just
fuck
social
shit
hour.
room? I
If you're doing
wanna
anything or
know.
official conversation.
I wasn't there, but I want to know. To be fair, we had the fuck shit room, to be fair. Again, there's two fuck shit rooms. Double fuck shit room. Oh my god.
Been saying that for a long time, actually. I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to go to the game room. However, that was worth staying for. Can't lie, that was fun.
That was good, yeah.
Very fun.
Got Cube to laugh. Yeah, fuck that book. You don't need that book. You just gotta punch Buell in the face.
Yeah, pretty much.
That entire conversation.
Yeah, it was like, what?
He literally was just like, yeah, I had it up and he just grabbed my shield and I was in clay form. Pulled them, so I just went like this and boom. I'm told that it is a good tactic. I forgot that he was a Starborn.
Well, it's same is true for a few amount of people. We were a large amount of people. That's where Ian is came in. But I loved him that he mentioned it.
What I don't like about that, and why Q will continue to stick with that idea because he thinks it too, is how the fuck can we possibly think of making a plan on something when most of the details aren't known?
Yeah.
At all. We don't know shit.
Yeah, the plan is learning shit first and foremost. That's it.
Which is why Q, like, dude, focus on this, because if we confirm this, then all the information about Israel...
Which is weird because we have so many people from Israel.
No, it takes a fucking piss. It's like, just focus on that first, then we get the information, and then it's confirmed, and then everything's fine. Like, just
we need to
focus on one thing.
For Neptunium.
Hello.
Yeah, I think Neptunium should be hard focused on first.
Hang on.
Shut.
Shaw, dude. Gangsta.
Hey, rule 5, no gang.
Cube Town gang sounds like a fucking insane.
Did you just say?
Rule 5, no gang.
You just see Irenaeus.
I can't believe we brought up kink shaming again.
They were talking about something, and I was like, well, Arlo told us that there was no kink shaming. I will not apologize for starting that shit.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, when Q got stuck and you just went sheesh.
It always works at least once.
As soon as I said it, he actually came back.
Yup.
That shit was great.
See?
Oh, I hate it.
No,
because it's Dimension who told me aesthetics, so you have to literally cuss out the Flux. That's for me.
It's really fun to watch.
It's like, fuck you, Flux.
Let's go!
Oh, congrats.
Woo!
You're gonna have to start getting used to something. You've ended your stream, right?
Yes.
Okay. Whew.
Yay!
Literally, the second cards go down, end it.
Oh. What's the fuck shit room? We had 2 fuck shit rooms going on.
Okay. No. We're having a fuck shit room.
Oh.
We're having a fuck shit room around plot and the plan forward. They're having a fuck shit room because they got Europa drunk.
Oh.
So, well, specifically, the drunk that we got him was a liquor that can get giants drunk from the toe of the party area of Neptune. They party fucking hard like Mythins. This, depending on how drunk you get, the more drunk you get, you more see the person you care for in any means.
Hello.
It gets more and more explicit the more and more you drink.
Oh, damn.
Your eyes are closed.
No, we haven't got to there yet. We were just about to.
Oh my god.
You want to go back in the room then?
Yep. So, but if you guys want to do finish any conversations, let me know.
We were
if you guys want to finish your scenes, let me know.
We got in depth.
If you guys are joining into the fuck shit room because the game room's just loud. It's just being loud.
Yeah.
The door is lightly open to be a little loud. Do as you please. I need to go DM.
I want to, but both of my controllers are dying.
Yeah, I'm at 10%. Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah, thank you all for joining me.
We're having a fucking deep discussion about the plan forward plot-wise, and they're just getting drunk and everything.
Roll the dice to see if I'm getting drunk!
Todd, we're doing our job. That's simple as that. We're actually doing our job.
It's just that shrimple.
I would have done
It's just that shrimple.
But my controller's dying too. So
Yeah, mood. Alright, chat, I'm just gonna get off for now because I'd have to stand up and walk over.
There have been very small.
Appreciate you all for being here. I'll be back on Monday, most probably. So until then, you all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and take care of each other. Bye! I love y'all.
Because Irenaeus and Blitz.
Asexual, polyhedral dice hunter. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual, polyhedral dice hunter. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual, polyhedral dice hunter. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector. collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure.